Hello and welcome into the stream for everybody tuning in on YouTube. I appreciate you for being here for the day, as well as I'd like to thank the 15,000 people that have joined so far in the last 15 minutes over on TikTok. Thank you for being here as well. It was unusually hard for us to find our very first Trump supporter to join up, so we've spent the last 15 minutes trying to do exactly that, but we finally found one that was willing to join. Now, if you've never been here before, of course, we debate Trump supporters. We try to change their mind from the wrong side of history to the anti-Trump side of history. He's the worst president of your life on nearly every front. I mean, there's a way that he's hurting what I'd argue is like 99% of this country, at least one way that applies to 99% of this country. And just the prospects of what are to come from his tyrannical nonsense and state-sanctioned murder and statements surrounding how he may invade Greenland. I mean, it's just a terrible future for this country. And basically, the reason why we run these live streams is to help course correct. And right now, the goal is to help get more people to vote for, hopefully, Democrats in the midterms. Now, every single day before we hop into the debates, we also like to go over the breaking news. And the breaking news of today is that Donald Trump has just unleashed, completely become like insane, just lost his shit. He started to unleash hell in response to protests erupting around this country in the name of Renee Good. Even in my small town here in Colorado, there was a protest earlier today where a couple hundred people came together in spite of ICE. And I mean, these protests have been popping up all over this country, with the largest, of course, being at the epicenter of what we saw happen a handful of days ago in Minneapolis. And see, the thing is, in response to this, Donald Trump has been losing his goddamn mind. Okay? Because his spin isn't working. We have the video. We've already gone over this for days now. He wants us to deny the evidence of our eyes and ears, believe that it was an act of self-defense against a crazy, radical lunatic filled with violence and hate, and not just a good woman and mother of three who was brutally murdered in broad daylight. And the people aren't buying his narrative, so they're protesting and he hates them for it. Actually, today, or last night, one of the two, he stopped all SNAP payments going to Minnesota. So I'm not quite sure of what the specific number is of how many Minnesotans are reliant on SNAP benefits, but whatever that number is, and I would assume it's either in the hundreds of thousands or maybe even, we'll place it there in the hundreds of thousands, possibly even millions, I'm not quite sure, are now going without food assistance. And I mean, his excuse is the fact that he believes that Governor Tim Walz is culpable for fraud. This is reaching all the way back into the Nick Shirley bullshit. But that's been thoroughly debunked. There's no indictment. And it's seemingly only in response from the last handful of days of Minnesotans, demonstrating their rightful anger against his administration for their sanction and defense of what happened to Renee. Another point is we're actually watching the Trump administration. We're seeing them send more agents in to Minnesota. We're seeing them send more ICE agents in to Minneapolis. And there's videos popping up all over the internet of protesters being shot in the face with powdery substances. It kind of reminds me of a paintball gun. And even this one clip of a protester just standing there and chilling, and then the ICE agent that's maybe 4 feet away from her pulls his fucking pistol, puts it in her face, and then after a couple seconds realizes he fucked up, so he reholstered it. I mean, this is tyranny. This is bold-faced tyranny present on the streets of what is supposed to be the greatest country in the face of planet Earth. How can you sit here, for all the Trump supporters listening, call yourself a patriot, stand by these core freedoms, like freedom of speech and freedom of protest, because you consign yourself to the Constitution, and then support the administration that is actively punishing a state for protesting the tyranny of a daylight murder? Insane. Completely insane. Stand by these. And one last thing I want to bring up here, because I think that there's a handful of people that will find this incredibly interesting. I found a 2013 CBP report. Now, this is a U.S. Customs and Border Protection report of the use of force. It was a review done in February of 2013. You could find this yourself by going on Google, type it in CBP 2013 use of force review. Then I want you to go down to page 8 And based on this review, they found that it, quote unquote, appears to the CBP that their practices allow shooting at the driver of any suspect vehicle that comes in the direction of agents. It is suspected that in many vehicle shooting cases, the suspect driver was attempting to flee from the agents who intentionally put themselves into the exit path of the vehicle, thereby exposing themselves to additional risk and creating justification for the use of deadly force. And that they're making a recommendation to revise their policy to discourage agents from putting themselves in the path of a moving vehicle, creating an officer force risk to justify the use of deadly force. So what we saw happen to Renee is not new at all. In fact, according to the CBP in 2013, there was 67 instances of it that they identified. So I thought that was really interesting, and I thought that I'd share it with you. Now, let's go ahead and hop into the debates. In fact, we already have our first Trump supporter loaded into the live. Angela, I appreciate you for your patience. I definitely said a whole lot there. At this point in time, I'm just going to go ahead and pass the mic off to you, and I want you to tell us how the hell you still support Trump as president.
Well, actually, okay, first I want to say we're driving in Illinois, and the connection here is terrible if you lose me. But, no, I just had a question. After seeing the new videos that came out, does your viewpoint change at all? Seeing how, I mean, what I'd like to think is maybe since it happened so fast, like all he saw is like car.
Actually, yeah, I think my viewpoint has changed. Can I tell you how it's changed?
Okay, yeah.
I went from believing that it was pretty confident that it was murder, to now believing with absolute confidence that it was murder. Because what was captured in the cell phone footage of ICE agent Jonathan Ross's, from ICE agent Jonathan Ross, the guy that inevitably killed her, was the fact that from his perspective, and from the perspective of his cell phone, he actually saw her turning her wheel to create a path of the vehicle that excluded himself. So not only did he shoot her once he was out of the path of the vehicle and to the left, but he knew that because he watched her turn the wheel away from him.
Okay, so, but you don't think it was too fast to maybe process all that in that few seconds?
I'm so sorry. A few seconds should be more than enough for a LEO, a law enforcement officer, to process if the use of deadly force is justified or unjustified. That is incredibly reasonable.
Okay, do you know what his prior, I'm actually curious, do you know what his prior incident was that I've seen come up?
I know a little bit about it. He was dragged by a car, then had to get 30 stitches in his arm.
Okay. Okay, well, that's about it.
You didn't come up here to debate?
Yeah. No, I just wanted to ask about that because I was just curious because I know the new videos came out and it looked like it was more of, you could see more of maybe the car did somewhat go into him.
Do you mind if I ask you a question before you leave?
Yeah, but I'm going to tell you right now, I don't have a lot of knowledge on.
Oh, don't worry. It's not even about why you support Trump.
I might come off sounding really dumb.
The question that I have for you is, we've been live for 24 minutes so far on TikTok. We have 16.2 thousand viewers just as it stands. And you, ma'am, are the only Trump supporter who has joined this live stream, and you don't even want to debate. What is your take on why Trump supporters don't want to talk to me?
I don't know, and I will say I was watching this live the other day, and a lot of them were just trolling. I don't really get the point in that. I mean, I guess maybe they just want attention or something. But
do you think that's telling? Maybe, a lot of Trump supporters don't want to talk to me because it's just an indefensible view. I mean, think about it. We have 17,000 people in here. At the bare minimum, I feel like my queue should be full with 100 Trump supporters at any given moment in time. But right now, there's only 79 guest requests, and I could tell you with damn near certainty that a majority of the people in the queue don't even support Trump, and they're coming up here to troll.
Yeah, well, I hope you get a few tonight that'll actually, have a good debate and... Mm-hmm. It was nice talking to you.
Yeah, you have a good one. You have a good one. I hope that you reconsider your view on Trump. And the reason why I asked her that question, guys, is because it's very telling. I mean, right now we have 17.2 thousand people in the TikTok. Let's see how long it takes us to get a Trump supporter. I honestly, I really hope that this next guest is just simply a Trump supporter. Do you support Trump?
No, I don't. But
Then unfortunately, I have to remove you ASAP. Today, I'm just giving no leeway whatsoever to anybody that's not a Trump supporter, just because I feel like it's been really hard for us to try to find a Trump supporter. We've been live for 25 minutes without a debate now because people don't want to talk, people don't want to debate, people don't want to discuss. I don't know why. I wish I did. I think that maybe they're scared. Yeah. But it is what it is. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump? Maddie, you have 5 seconds.
Yep.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
And how old are you?
25.
Okay. What about you, Michael? Do you support Trump?
Yo. Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter.
What? He left. Okay, whatever. Weird. All right. Well, Maddie, give me around 10 seconds here to thank like 3 people, then I'll pass you that mic, my friend. Chi, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, Citizen just posted a video minutes before protesters, quote unquote, blocking traffic and honking, yet cars pass by just fine. Citizen paid by the Trump administration.
Oh my God, Mr. Man, thank you for the gifts.
Oh, you sound British. What time is it?
I don't know, actually.
You don't know what time it is. Why don't you just look at the top right-hand corner of your phone screen?
I can't see.
You can't see? Yeah, so you're in the UK. We are now at minute 27 of the live stream, and we still haven't found a single Trump supporter that wants to come up here and debate. I think that's crazy. I think that's actually insane. Hey, Grace, I appreciate you for the $1 on Venmo. Yes, this is the right account. Thank you so much. And then Mr. Michael, thank you so much for the $80 over on Venmo.
Hurry up.
I appreciate you so much for that love, Michael. Let's get 800 W's for Michael down below in that comment section, who says, do you know about the Russian, Chinese, and Iranian warships off the coast of South Africa? Dean, why am I scared of an invasion? I honestly don't think that any other country would ever try to invade the continental United States of America. But I'm not familiar with them, and I will look into them. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you so much for the love. And then Turtleneck Dean with the $10 on Venmo says, hey, check Discord real quick and look at the profile pictures. No, I'm not going to do it. Thank you for the $10. Dean. And then 2 more people. Onyx, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you for the love. Tucker, thank you for the $5. Danny with the $5 who says, justice for Keith Porter and Renee Good. Yes, justice for Mr. Keith Porter and Miss Renee Good. Thank you so much for the $5. Baxley with a 5, Eva with a 5, Kaylee with a 1, and it looks like we're all caught up. Howdy, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And how old are you?
20.
20, and what year were you born in?
2005.
And what time is it?
6:52.
And is there anything you could do to unmuffle that shitty-ass mic?
No.
Okay, no worries. So why do you still support the worst president of your life?
Wait, can I thank my donations?
I mean, you don't have any. I mean, you could waste our time by coming up with fake donations if you want. But, I mean, dude, it's been 28 minutes and we still haven't gotten a single argument from any Trump supporter
thank my donations.
insofar as why he's a good president.
Wait, can I thank my donations or?
Yeah, you could waste our time for like 20, 30 seconds.
No, I have donations coming in. John, thank you for the 10. You said Trump is the best president ever. Thank you so much. That is so true. Nick Fuentes, thank you for the 50.
Okay, well, he just left. You know what? Honestly, thank you. Because you just proved a good point. Right now, we have nearly 21,000 live viewers, 17.5 thousand people on TikTok, 3.2 thousand people on YouTube. Anybody can request to join. Yet there's not one Trump supporter that's ready and willing to come up here and have a dialogue with me. Like that guy, he was a Trump supporter. He just didn't want to debate me. So if you're sitting on the fence, if you're unsure about your support for the worst administration of your life, let this live convince you. Because we're witnessing a 1v21,000. Now, of course, a lot of the audience is going to be liberal. So maybe I'm miscalculating that figure by quite a bit. But the point still stands, that point being, the people who still support the administration don't have reasons why.
Yo.
How old are you?
Bro, I'm 14. I just gotta say, I fuck with your content, bro.
Well, I appreciate you for that, dude. But you definitely have to be at least 18 to join TikTok Live. Moving on to Owen. Honestly, guys, let's see how long it takes to find a Trump supporter. Let's see how long. I feel like, dude, what if we were to go on like an hour with no
Hello,
Trump
Daddy
supporter?
Dean. Quite frankly, I've heard
Like, we're just still dealing with trolls 30 minutes in. Holy cow, dude. Unreal. This is like the best argument to change the mind of the masses. Because we've won. Hi, how old are you? He left too. We've won, you guys. I finally think, okay, if we don't get like a Trump supporter up here within like the next 10, 15, it might be time to start considering the idea that supporting Trump just simply isn't a mainstream belief anymore. Hi, how old are you, John?
25.
And do you support Trump?
No, I support that bussy though.
We're 30 minutes in. No Trump supporters. I mean, we've probably had over 100,000 people come in and out of this live. So basically what we're hearing right now is that in over 100,000 people, not one person supports Trump. Just a random, well, I guess not one person supports Trump and thinks they have an argument. Why? Just a completely random selection of 100,000 people can't find one debate, dude. This is telling. This is telling. I think that we're winning, guys. Isaac, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Chasey boy, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Isaac, how old are you?
15.
Chasey boy, how old are you?
I'm older than that. I'm 41.
All right, man. Here, give me a second and let me catch up on donos real quick, and then I'll pass you that mic, my friend. Mr. Jay, thank you for the 100 SEK over on YouTube Super Chat. Who says from Sweden, make them all wake up, dude. We make more and more people wake up every single goddamn day. And then Rachel, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much for sending me that use of force policy. I appreciate that, Rachel. Nikki, thank you for the $5. Who says with how hard it is to find MAGA debaters. How confident do you feel that America will choose the right candidates in November? I feel pretty damn confident that we're going to see a massive blue wave. And then F, thank you for the $10, who says, hey, do you want to share info that's helpful for your debates? It's called the Hate Crime Prevention Act of 2009. Just thought it could be helpful against racist Trump supporters. Thank you for sharing that with me. I'll look into the F. And then Mr. Mark, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says in all caps, he broke the window and stuck his arm through the door to force the door open. If he hadn't done that, he would not have been dragged. He's clearly reckless, and if he has PTSD, he shouldn't be on the job. So the person that stuck their hand in the window, that was another ICE agent. The window was also open. It wasn't broke. And I don't think that the officer that killed her was dragged. But Mark, I am happy that you think it was unjustified. Good for you. I mean, fuck yeah, Mark. Just got to like nail in our specifics a little bit better. But thank you for the $20. Thank you for the $20, Mr. Mark. And then F, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal as well. Thank you so much. Tonica, thank you for the $5. And then Jose, thank you for the $20, who says, thank you for all that you do, man. Dude, Jose, you're awesome. Thank you so much for the support, bro. Let's get 200 Jose W's and then 100 Megan W's. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, let's hop into that first debate. The mic and the floor are yours, Mr. Chasey boy. How the hell do you still support the worst president of your life, uncontested, Mr. Donald J. Trump?
Well, I kind of like all his policies that he is doing, and I would, disagree with a bunch of stuff that you talk about.
Oh, you've been up here before.
Yeah, I talked to you before. And I still disagree with a lot of things that you keep talking about.
Yeah. What's your specific argument? Are you gonna sit here and tell me that he's good for the economy? Do you believe that Trump is good for the economy?
I think by the time the end of his presidency, we're going to see that the economy is going to be.
Can I ask you a question? Yeah. Well, what's your hypothesis insofar as why things have gotten significantly worse since his inauguration? Keeping in mind the positive trend that we saw before his inauguration. Like, I'll give you like a couple like specific examples. Before Trump was inaugurated, real median wages were increasing exponentially faster than they are today. So far this year, we've had the most manufacturing bankruptcies declared, last year, 2025, since 2007 through 2009. Last year, we only added 586,000 jobs to the economy, the least since 2003, excluding years where a recession was true. GDP growth fell by over 1%. Unemployment is the highest it's been in 5 years. How can you argue that he is having a positive impact on this country, and why do you think everything's just been going to shit since his inauguration around a year ago?
Well, like I just said, and you kind of just ignored it, I said, by the end of his presidency, if things keep going the way they're going, I think the tariffs are working. I think his foreign policy is working. I think what he did in Venezuela was a very smart move.
Are you going to answer or ignore the question that I asked you?
I asked you. I answered it. I said by the end of his term. I understand you could pick up
No, that
in
was
the
a
last
statement
year.
that you made. In response to that statement, I asked a question. That question was, why do you think literally everything has gotten significantly worse in the last year? And we're seeing historically, high levels of unemployment, high levels of bankruptcies, low levels of jobs added, high levels of layoffs. Why do you think we've seen these things in the last year?
I think because when Donald Trump inherited such a terrible economy
No,
from
none of these trends were true under Biden.
well, trends work within. They don't. A trend doesn't take a 24-hour period to become a trend. That's why they call it a trend.
Yeah, well,
So
I'm measuring
if
off
you're
of a
going
2-year
within,
period.
oh, you're actually going off a 1 year period because Trump's only been in office for 1 year.
No, I'm measuring the trends that were true under Biden for 2 years and then
So
the trend
under
that we've seen
Biden,
for the last
then
year.
then
So
when
why
it's a
why have we
Trump,
seen the trends reverse completely in the last 365 days?
in
What
a
is your
lot.
hypothesis?
Well, to talk to you about these trends, I need to know what trends you're talking about, and this sucks right now that Carolina's about to score, but that's besides the point.
So, I mean, I've already
Uh,
told you the trends. I could repeat them. Unemployment, business investment, bankruptcies from our manufacturers, layoffs, terrible job reports, real growth in real
where do you
median
see this
wages,
besides what
growth in
you're
the
talking about?
GDP. All of these
Show me.
trends were going up at the end of Biden's term and have been going down for the
Show
last year
me,
straight under
show me the
Trump.
evidence on this. Show me the
Sure.
evidence on this.
So my evidence that we saw a positive trend in business investment under Biden, with that trend reversing when Donald Trump was inaugurated, is coming from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, who pulls their data from the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis. It was booming every financial quarter under Biden's term. Now, when Trump's inaugurated, it's gone down, 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 down. My
During
source
COVID,
that the GDP growth is down by percent would also be the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. My source that manufacturing bankruptcies are at an all-time high since 2007 through 2009 is the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis. My source that the unemployment rate is the highest it's been in 5 years is pulling from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. My source that we only added 500,000, a little bit under 600,000 jobs to our economy last year. The lowest jobs report excluding recession since 2003 is also the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Was there anything else that I said that I haven't given a source for yet?
I don't know. But what I was, yeah, but you're also talking about post-COVID for Biden administration. You're taking all those things into consideration and leaving that portion out. Okay. But again, if you want to know why I support Trump on many other issues besides.
Oh, well,
what
you
he's
still
gonna
haven't
do.
answered my
I
question.
don't know. I did answer your question. You
No, you
pulled that
didn't.
up and you said over the last year. I said, okay, I'm going to tell you, it's over the last year. Whatever you want to say. I think Trump's plan over his administration, at the end of his next 3 years, we will see a significant increase inside of our GDP, inside of our manufacturing, inside of the gross national product. I think the tariffs and all the money that has been um, um, coming into this country is going to have huge impacts.
Yeah, I appreciate that
That's what I
statement,
think.
but it's still not an answer to my question. Like, Chase, for the last time,
With
clearly,
your
my
question,
question is, why do you think all of these things have gotten worse in the last year? Your first response was because of the trends under Biden, and then I just simply told you that you were wrong. And then you asked, well, what specifically has gotten worse in the last year? Maybe that was a clarifying question. And then I told you, and then you still haven't answered. So, what's the answer to the question I'm asking, Chase?
the question that I am telling you, why the economy and what Trump is doing right now between tariffs, between the policies that he is passing, between protecting our country, in the end of his term,
So you're just
things will be better.
not going to
I'm not
answer it.
answering your question. There's no answer to your question to say, why was it better under Biden than it is right now? Why was it up over Biden than it is right now? I'm telling you, because
So
Trump right now is.
are you just being on like? So just be honest. You don't know why things have gotten worse in many many senses in the last year, right? You don't know.
Well, I may not have the statistics that you have in front of me, but I'm not going to get into saying, "Oh, Dean, you're wrong," and this, that, and the other thing. But there's still, you ask me, why do I support Trump? And
I'm
I
just
think
I'm
there's
not
many other
I'm trying to like give you the answer, and it seems like I want to be clear. I've been asking you why you think everything's gotten worse in the last year, and you haven't been able to answer the question. You've just been pivoting and deflecting. I think it's time for you to be honest.
Don't
Just
feel
say
the
you
things
don't
that
know.
I don't think things have gotten worse in the last year.
So you
I don't
deny
think
it.
see gas prices down. I see
Wow.
cost of food going down. I see um, uh, jobs are coming back. I see the economy stronger. I see what he's
Wow.
doing coming back. These are all the things I see that are positive for our
This
country.
is an unreal level of delusion. I mean, we're seriously having Donald Trump's own Bureau of Labor Statistics telling us that last year we had the highest level of layoffs since the pandemic, the highest unemployment rate in 5 years, the highest level of manufacturing bankruptcies since the Great Recession, and the worst job reports annualized since 2003, excluding any recession. And you're still
You know
going to
what,
sit
Dean?
here and deny
I'll
it,
look
even though
into it and
that
I will find
information
out if
is
it's
coming from
true.
Donald Trump's own Bureau of Labor Statistics. You're just
I'll look into it
delusional.
on my own. Yeah, I'm delusional. I'll look into it on my own. But you asked me why I support him. That's why I support him.
So
I also
why?
support him.
I mean, you made a statement there that I want to investigate. You said that you think we have a stronger economy. Why do you think we have a stronger
I feel
economy?
we have a economy.
Why
I
do you
feel it
think
in
that we have a stronger economy today than we did a year ago?
in my life and in my business and everything I'm doing. It's a stronger economy than it was under the Biden administration.
Can you give me
I
specifics that inform you of that supposed fact?
of the supposed fact that I'm doing better than I did under the Biden administration.
No, that we have a stronger economy today than we did under the Biden administration.
I said, as far as I am concerned, I feel like we have a stronger economy.
Okay, and I'm asking you your evidence for that claim, Chase.
You want evidence why I feel towards my own personal income?
Why you feel we have a stronger economy today? Yeah.
I feel we have a stronger economy today because I see food prices down. I see gas prices going down. I see rents going down. I see new construction going off like crazy everywhere you turn. That's why I feel the economy is better.
Okay, so just to respond to all of those bits, first and foremost, food prices aren't down compared to where they were last year. They just simply aren't.
Say food prices. What food prices aren't you talking about? There's so many areas of food prices. You can't just pick food prices. You want to pick eggs, eggs are down. You want to pick gas, gas is
Wait.
down.
You said that you can't just pick food prices. You just did. You're the one that said food prices are down. Then I responded to that by saying food prices aren't down. And then you said, Dean, you can't generalize food prices. You sound stupid, Chase.
We can keep debating it. We can go on to different topics if you want to just go round and round on this one. But I also support the immigration that he's doing. I support him on abortion, and I support him on those two items too. But you don't do that, right?
We haven't talked about abortion in a long time. I'm down
Okay.
to have a conversation with you about abortion. So, you agree with it being legislated on by state governments?
Say it again. I got a phone call. Came in.
So, you think that abortion should be legislated on by state governments?
I think, I think it should be legislated on state governments. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that abortion in circumstances of rape should be illegal, Chase?
And I think any form of abortion, with the exception of the life of the mother in self-defense, should not.
So if you
And I
had
know
if you had a 9-year-old daughter who experienced
Sucks.
precocious puberty, meaning that she started puberty earlier, and she was very unfortunately raped and impregnated, would you tell her that she's not allowed to get an abortion?
If a 9-year-old, I would believe that would be in the danger of the 9-year-old.
A doctor tells
Wife.
you that she can give birth without dying, but she
I
was
mean,
still
you know
raped
what?
and impregnated by it. Would you say that she
Right.
shouldn't be able to access abortion?
Do you think the fetus inside of a 9-year-old is less valuable than a fetus inside of a 25-year-old?
I'll
Do you
happily
give
answer
any
your
value?
question after you answer mine, because it sounds like you're trying to
It's
deflect away
a,
from the question
I know what
provided
you're trying to
by
do.
asking me
You're trying to
one in
give me that
return.
Charlie Kirk. You're giving me the same question that Charlie Kirk got all the thing for, and that the answer is the same. It is a terrible situation, and you're making up a hypothetical that is so ridiculously. It's like an open-end question. You already know, no matter what the answer is
What's the
you have a
answer?
rebuttal. You have an answer for both rebuttals. If I said to
That
you,
makes
"Oh
me that
yes,
makes
when
me a
you
good debater,
should,"
by the way.
no, that doesn't make you a good
That
debater.
that,
A
that makes me
debater
an
is somebody.
intelligent person, by the way.
An
So are
intelligent
you
question
so
is not
Chase?
asking that
Are you
dumb
gonna keep
question.
acting like you're half your
Okay,
age?
that's a
Honestly, you
silly
said that you're
question.
40, so half your age would be older than me. Are you gonna keep acting like you're a tenth of your age, or are you gonna answer the question?
Well, how about you don't ask ridiculous questions?
Well, if
Okay,
you don't want me
why
to
don't you
ask
ask
ridiculous
normal?
questions, then don't give me a ridiculous view. It's not my logic that's implying that if a 9-year-old who went through precocious puberty was raped, that she should be denied access to healthcare. That's your fucking view. And thank you so fucking much for acknowledging that the real world outcome of your view, which is in accordance with studies done, is 60 pregnant victims of rape being denied access to abortion every single day in this country in 10 of our 50 states that has banned it, is fucking ridiculous. I couldn't agree more, Chase. The thought of a 9-year-old girl being raped then impregnated, then denied access to abortion is fucking ridiculous. So thank you for
Right.
taking the mask
And
off and
again,
letting us all know that you know just how
don't put words
ridiculous
in
your
my
view
mouth
is.
like you tried
But
to.
let's be clear, if you truly believed in what you told us, great victims shouldn't be
This
able
is
to
why you
access
can't get
abortion,
people to come
then
up
there
on.
should be nothing ridiculous under your view of denying a 9-year-old victim of rape that got impregnated access to abortion.
First of all, I never answered your question, so I didn't deny or
So then
affirm
answer
your
it,
statement.
Chase. Oh, so
No, I
you
think it's
just
a
said, Dean, I'm
stupid
running
question.
from your question.
I didn't run. Yeah, you know what, Dean? I'm not answering your dumb question. How
And
about you
why is
answer
that?
this question?
Well, can you
How
first give
much?
reason why you're not going to answer my question? Let's see if you have good reason to not answer my
I
question.
do have a good reason.
What is
Because
it?
you asking if I'm trying to tell you if you'd shut up for a minute.
Okay.
The question, when you ask somebody a ridiculous question like that, it doesn't matter the outcome of the answer. The answer is only, you want me to turn around and say to you this ridiculous hypothetical nonsense of now you're adding in the grape the facet into it, which wasn't even part of your first question that you asked when you mentioned a 9-year-old. Why don't you mention a 2-year-old? Why don't you mention something like that? It's just a stupid question. So here's a legitimate question.
Oh, can I respond to the reasons why you granted
Do
insofar as why you called the question
give
stupid?
any value to a fetus?
I'm just simply going to do it anyways. So I'm new to you, so I could respond to the reasons that you gave insofar as why you believe that my question was stupid and ridiculous. The reason you granted, insofar as why my question was stupid and ridiculous, is that you think, regardless of the answer you gave, I would still be able to make you look insane. So that's not describing why you think my question about your view is stupid and ridiculous. That's actually just giving credence to the position that your view is stupid and ridiculous. Because if you're arguing that you will not accept or engage in any interrogation of what you believe in and why, because that interrogation will lead to you looking absurd, then you hold on to false, absurd beliefs.
Are you done?
Can you respond?
Yeah, I can respond. That is not. When you ask somebody a question that is called an open-ended question, where you already know where a person stands inside of a belief, and you want to ask them some ridiculous question like that just to say, well, your view must be that because you don't answer. When you can't even answer, do you give any value to a fetus inside of a woman, no matter what age whatsoever? Do you give any value to it?
I will happily answer your question. Do I give any value to a fetus, regardless of the individual who's impregnated with the fetus? At the moment, you can either answer the original question that I asked, or you could give good, motivating reason insofar as why the question I asked is too ridiculous to warrant an answer. I believe in linear dialogue. Okay? Because I believe that linear dialogue promotes an environment where productive investigation of one's view can take place. But see, the thing is you're not engaging in that linear dialogue by just discounting the question that I asked you and then giving no reason for why you discounted. It makes it look like you're running, it makes it look like you're evading, and it makes it look like you're deflecting. Now, I'm not saying that inside of a debate, every question is reasonable and every question warrants an answer. But what I am saying is if you are going to refuse to answer a question asked, then you have to be able to give good reason insofar as why. And so far, you've not given good reason insofar as why. The first time I asked you for reason, you said it's because regardless of what your answer to the question would be, you'd look crazy. I then described to you how that's not a point that would denote the ridiculous nature of my question interrogating your view, but that's rather a point that would denote the ridiculous nature of your view to begin with, because kind of what you're saying here is that if somebody interrogates it, you'll end up looking crazy no matter what. So either try again to give good motivating reason why my question was ridiculous, or answer the question. Those are your two options as it would pertain to linear productive dialogue.
Okay, to answer your questions, first of all, I'm not the one who mentioned the word crazy. You mentioned the word crazy. What I said to you is when you're talking about an important topic that somebody and this country is split on, okay, and we're talking about it, and somebody wants to throw in a 9-year-old, a situation that is 0.0000001% that could possibly happen to use as their educated debate on a serious subject just goes to show how really unintelligent you are and not a good debater. Because you have to ask such a ridiculous type of question just to get your point across so that you can turn around. If you want to talk about the real situation and the real situation about abortion, since you said when I asked you about it, we haven't discussed abortion in a while, I'll do it. Don't start it off with such an absurd, ridiculous question on such a...
That was a roundabout way just to say that you think the question was ridiculous because you think the question was ridiculous. I understand that 9 or 10-year-old girls being raped, impregnated, then denied access to abortion only accounts for 0.0001% of abortions, but that still means that it accounts for some people, okay? Because people are real. These 10-year-old girls are real. This is happening. You could literally read an article published by The Guardian in 2022 about how a 10-year-old victim of rape was forced to travel from Ohio to Indiana for an abortion because her state said that she couldn't get one. And I also understand that you want to be able to have a conversation about the other 99.99999% of abortions, and trust me, we will. The way I like to discuss abortion on this live stream is to first break it down into exceptions, attempt to convince you that victims of rape should be able to access abortion, and then after we're done with the exceptions, then go on to a more general conversation about the 97%, which would be elective abortions. I'm not saying if you inevitably concede that victims of rape should be able to get abortion, that you're all of a sudden pro-choice, and we don't need to have a warranted dialogue about individuals that get pregnant as adults through consensual sex. No, because we'll definitely have that too. But the thing here is that, you know, this 10-year-old girl who got impregnated after being raped, then denied access to abortion in her home state fucking matters. Okay, victims of rape matter. The fact that there's 60 victims of rape per day that are denied access to abortion in this country is a goddamn epidemic. And these conversations need to be had. So honestly, Chase, you've been on this live for 20 minutes whining like a 14-year-old boy. If you can't answer my question, then I suggest you go back to the drawing boards and you find a better view to hold to that can stand the test of one fucking statement from me. Okay? That's all. That's all.
Okay,
If your view can't stand the test of one fucking question for myself, your view is crumbled and it's dog shit and you should be embarrassed and probably go find a better one. At this point in time, I'm going to give you your last opportunity to answer the question. If you don't, I'm just going to forget about your existence, kick your ass off the live stream, and move on to somebody that at the bare minimum has a developed enough brain and spine to be able to answer what is asked when reasonable and as it would pertain to their own position.
So to my position, this is how I'm answering it, okay? I think abortion is wrong. Now, you could take that any which way, shape, or form that you want to take it. Now, you want to move on from your 9-year-old, 7-year-old, 6-year-old?
If a 9-year-old, the last chance, Chase.
I'm not answering that.
Okay. You're not answering that? Is that your final answer, Chase? Because here's what's going to happen if you don't answer that.
Is you could never debate me.
You just failed to debate me.
No, you asked. I already told you. If you want to go on to it, you couldn't even get somebody up here to debate you. Now you got me on this phone. If you don't want to debate me on other topics and you don't want to
You're
debate me
the
on
one
other
that pivoted away from
stick-
debating about the economy to debating about abortion. Don't sit here and give me that bullshit that I couldn't debate you on any other topic because you're the one that lost on a discussion about the economy, then use that as an opportunity to pivot to abortion. And in response, I said, okay. So Chase, this is your final shot. Are you refusing to answer the question?
Yes, I am refusing to ask you.
Then have a good one, Chase. See how embarrassing that is, guys? Truly embarrassing. You know what? Honestly, thank you, Chase, for helping to demonstrate the absurdity and lack of rationale that stands behind pro-Trump positions. It's such a terrible view that they can't even answer one simple question. Absolutely insane. Hello, do you support Trump, Alexander?
Yes, I do.
Okay, do you support Trump, Scott? Scott Al?
I sure do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yo, Alexander, hop inside of the queue. I'll have you up next. Scott, are you a patient guy?
Yes, I am.
Cool, man. Before we hop into a debate, I'm going to thank like 7 people. Then I'll pass you that mic, my friend. Chosen Girl, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, my elementary school teacher had a weapon drawn incident with ICE in Minneapolis. I have a news link for you if you want it. Yes, please send it to me. That's terrible, Chosen Girl. And then Heather and Love, I appreciate you both for the 5. Amber, thank you for the $2 over on Venmo. Show some love to Amber down below. And then Mr. Michael, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Brother, it's so good to see you again. You've been dropping $100 donations like it's fucking hot, dude. Thank you so much for the love. Completely undeserved by myself. Thank you so much, bro. Let's get 1,000 Michael W's, who says, a quote-unquote K-economy is where high-income earners, corporations, and stock markets are outperforming, while most are not seeing gains. Wealth and asset value rises at the top, even as wages, affordability, and financial security stagnate for the majority. It's only good for the top 20%. Growing income and equities and generating a worse outcome for the average American. Michael, dude, not only are you so incredibly kind, but you're also pretty fucking smart. I appreciate you for your based-ass, true-ass words and the $100 donation. I'd also like to thank Dwayne for the $10. Thank you so much for the love, Dwayne. Elizabeth, thank you for the $25, who says this fool wants to take women's bodily autonomy away. See what he thinks of mandated vasectomies. Well, we would have got there, but guess what? I had to kick him, Elizabeth, because he was too dumb to answer a question. Thank you for the $25. Let's get 250 Elizabeth W's. Then George, Hannah, and Rebecca, thank you guys for the 5. Joseph, thank you for the 5. Then Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $20 as again over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Elizabeth. Show some love to Elizabeth down below. Then Anna, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Show some love to Anna down below. It looks like we are all caught up over on PayPal. Let's take a look at Venmo. Miss Cassie, thank you for the $15, who says, I can't do the abortion debates anymore. I got my period at 10. I was raped at 11 and had to get stitches. And hearing people say if I had gotten pregnant, I should have been forced to give birth makes me physically ill. Cassie, dude, I'm so fucking sorry that you had to hear that. And I'm sorry that you had to live through that experience. Undoubtedly. God damn. Show some love to Cassie down below, and I appreciate you for the $15. I'd also like to thank Ashley for the $10, who says, you, Santana Parker, make me feel less crazy. Thank you. Well, I appreciate you for being here, and I'm happy that the streams help you out, Ashley. Let's also get 100 Myra W's for the $10, who says, today's my birthday, and you're the reason why I want to go to law school. Happy birthday, Myra. That is M-Y-R-A. Happy birthday. Seriously. Dude, let's show some birthday cheer to Myra down below, as well as Alexis. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Alexis. And I'm happy that I was able to change your friend's mind on Trump. That's so cool. Thank you so much. Jojo, thank you so much for the $5. Okay, Jojo, I'll let you up. You got it. Tate, thank you for the $5. Then Crystal, thank you for the $20, who says, I want to thank you for everything you do as a victim of gun violence and the fact that I lost a friend and her unborn baby in a similar way to Renee. This has been hitting very hard and close to home. Thank you for sharing the information we need. Crystal, this is the epidemic of gun violence is much larger than one person. It is one in which has plagued this nation and the people within it, including children at school and young adults on college campuses for years. And our legislators are too ineffective and too bought and paid for to want to do a damn thing about it. I'm sorry that that happened to your friend. I'm sorry that you lost them. Thank you for the $20, Crystal. And then just one more here. Grace, thank you for the $10. That's incredibly kind. Then Jalen, thank you for the $5. Then Dean, thank you for the $10, who says thank you for your service. And Danielle with the $20. I appreciate you so much for the love, who says his phone starts in his right hand. After she stood up to him, he frees his dominant hand to access his weapon. Yeah, he knew it was fucking coming. And we're all caught up. All right, sir. Mike, and the floor is yours. I appreciate you for your patience. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why the hell you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump.
Those are a few reasons, but before I begin, two things. One, I did see your post as I was scrolling through about your visit the other day from members from the law enforcement.
Yeah.
You're having some. I just wanted to say that I think it's absolutely appalling that you have to go through that it's absolutely cowardice for people to behave that way, that every American has a right to voice their opinion, and you do it in a way that allows people to come up here and speak their own point of view in their own mind and defend their thoughts and beliefs. And for someone to target you like that is absolute cowardice and un-American.
You know
Just
what?
throw that out there.
Based and true. Honestly, dude, let's see if I could change your mind on why you support Trump. You sound like you might be a more honest fella. Go ahead.
Well, that was the other thing. So I did talk to you a week or so ago, a week and a half ago, and we actually talked for a while. The last thing that we separated on was
We
were
talked a
talking
week and a
about
half
pageant
ago.
rules and whatnot. Somewhere in there, week and a half ago, I
Okay.
believe.
Unfortunately, Scott, just because we talked like so recently, I am going to go to move on to the next guest. But I really hope
Well, you
that...
told me to call, but you told me to get back to you
I told
if I
you to...
found the information.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. Sorry. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Then okay, go ahead.
No problem. So the thing was, the pageant rules regarding Miss Teen USA, I had said that they had chaperones and you couldn't find it. Now, I do have to concede, when I found it, it was not an actual rule for Miss Teen USA. It was an overall industry guideline. And the source of
Oh.
information was an AI-assisted search through Google for rules that applied to Miss Teen USA.
Scott,
And it was accepted industry.
Was I debating you on Donald Trump telling Howard Stern that he'd barge into the dressing rooms of his beauty pageant contestants and how that's sexual exploitation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Scott,
Yes,
do you
we were
deny that
talking
that's
about-
sexual exploitation?
No, absolutely not. No.
So you accept that Trump is engaged in sexual exploitation?
Yes.
So you don't support him as
Absolutely.
president, obviously.
Well, I do support him as president. See, this is where we disagreed, okay? Or this is where we were separated. I believe his actions were solely for the Miss Universe pageant and adult female contestants, and him walking in those back rooms were, though questionable and immoral, they were authorized and okay. Like, he had the rights to do it. Should he have done it? No, absolutely not. It was not okay morally. It's wrong, but it's not.
Then why do you
Like-
think it's sexual exploitation if you think it was authorized by the women?
Because I think if he's going back there and the only reason that he's doing it is to get a cheap thrill, then it's exploitation.
So
It's
then
not right.
But if it was sexual exploitation, then it wasn't authorized by the women because it was unconsensual, either in virtue of the fact that they just didn't give consent, or unconsensual in virtue of the fact that it was coercive.
Well, the consent that I would say was given is more implied.
Implied
Knowing that
consent
a
doesn't
per-
exist. That's just not a thing. I don't really think that permanent implied consent exists for intercourse. I think that arguing in support of permanent implied consent for sexual conduct is just arguing in support of sexual violence. I don't think that you could ever have permanently implied consent, right? To you always have this implied consent to walk in and look at the naked body of a woman when she's in this dressing room, or you always have permanent and implied consent to engage in intercourse with a woman while she's married to you. I just don't think that concept exists. I think that concept is propagated by generations of shitty men who have toad grape culture and just kind of view women as objects. Like that, I think that's all consequential of the age-old lie that when a woman marries you, you could just do whatever you want to her whenever you want because you have that permanent implied consent. It's just not a thing.
Well, sure. That is definitely a touchy subject. What I was referring to there was the implication that someone may be walking back in this area if they were event staff or security or owner of the building, etc. That was the implication.
See, even the
that
event staff don't have implied consent to go into the space because they're the staff of the event, but they rather have implied consent to go into the space because they're women. Like all the event staff.
Sure.
I'd be back there doing makeup, doing hair, while also being in the same space of like naked women and girls, would be women and girls themselves.
Okay. Well, but I mean, it is mentioned in there that there would be male staff, male
No.
what do you call it? Beauticians, hairdressers,
I mean, Donald
people
Trump
who do.
explicitly said in the clip that there was never any men around.
Well, yeah, that is something he said, but I mean, that would be taking every single word he said verbatim, literally. He could have been easily just implying that men weren't allowed and there were not a number of men back there, or maybe in that
So,
particular
so, so you're
situation.
saying that that would require believing what Trump said. So, in other words, the reason why you don't think it was sexual exploitation is because you don't believe what he said.
I think what he was saying was
Thank you for saying
embellished
that.
and bravado, and I
Why? Why
think
do you
he was
think that?
doing it because he's represented that type of characteristic and attitude where he has to be the macho guy, the whatever, and he was on there
I
with
don't think it
Stern, and
makes a
they're
man macho to rape or sexually exploit women.
well, sure, yeah,
Okay,
absolutely
so then
not,
so
but
then that wasn't
even
him being the macho guy.
well, in I think in that situation he was bragging about how he gets to do all these things that other people can't do,
Could
and
I
he
ask you
gets
a
these
question?
rights, and absolutely.
Can you give me one other circumstance of a pompous, braggy, egotistical man claiming to have perpetuated sexual violence when in all reality they didn't?
Well, not off the top of my head. That's a pretty good question there.
Right. So I mean, so because the thing is, I could definitely expect a braggadocious, a braggy, egotistical, pompous pos to like falsely claim and quote unquote brag about sleeping with a woman that he never slept with, but it would be implied that it was like consensual because what he's bragging about there is the fact that these women who he deems as like socially like very like on the top of the social ladder want to sleep with him, not that like he's forcing themselves on them, right? So like I've slept. Sorry, I've just geez, Dean Lord's grammar, right? But anyways, I can't think of any other scenario where a super pompous, braggy man claimed to have sexually exploited someone when in all reality they didn't. And I think that you're just trying to find a way to justify what Donald Trump said to Howard Stern, even though it's indefensible and unjustifiable. And we also know that it wasn't a brag. We know that it wasn't a joke. We know that it wasn't for shock value because Howard Stern explicitly asked Trump if he'd actually done this, and Trump said, "Yeah, I have. Here's what I'll do." Not to mention the corroborating victim testimony from 14s at Miss Teen USA in 1997 that said he did this to him. Miss Vermont in 1997 from Miss USA who said he did this to her. Miss Arizona from Miss USA in 2001 and many other women and girls over the years. They all gave the same consistent narrative that while they were naked in the dressing rooms, Donald Trump just walked in on them and looked at them, corroborating Donald Trump saying that he would abuse his position of power as the owner of the pageant to barge into the dressing spaces of the women and girls and walk in on them and look at them while they had no clothes on. And denying the fact that Donald Trump sexually exploited these women and girls, you're denying what he admitted to, you're denying what they corroborated, and you're denying reality as a whole. I find it to be very cult-like. I find it to be very crude. I find it to be insane, quite frankly, Scott. And I also find it to be something that the average American who's apolitical, who's probably tuned into this live right now, will hear you say and think you're crazy or think you're trolling.
Oh, I'm certainly not trolling.
But it comes
I
off that way. It
mean,
comes off like you're trying to rage bait me, because the view that you're purporting is so insane that it's, the assumption of many is like, there's no way that this is honestly what he believes. Like, there's no, like, I'm just going to read the mind of many apolitical viewers watching right now. There's no way that Scotty genuinely believes that Donald Trump didn't barge into these dressing room and look at the naked women and girls inside, considering the fact that he admitted to it and considering the fact that multiple victims from different years in different pageants all gave the same identical corroborating testimony to what he admitted guilt for.
well, sure. I guess that if I could clarify, it's not that I don't think he did that. I absolutely do believe that he did that. I don't believe that he did it at the Miss Teen USA. I think he did it at the Miss Universe pageant. I think he walked in backstage several times, and I think he did it only for the purpose of ogling young ladies in a position or in a state of undress or whatever. And he did that solely for his own gratification.
Well, here's my question.
I just think that
If when he was talking to Howard Stern, he was speaking generally about his pageants, and then the contestants from Miss USA and Miss Universe gave the same testimony as the underage contestants from Miss Teen USA. So why would you believe that it happened at one but not the other?
simply for the chaperone's sake.
But I thought the first thing that you
what-
came up here when you said, the first thing you said when you came up here is that, Dean, I concede, I wasn't able to find any resources online that specifically at Miss Teen USA they had to have chaperones in the dressing rooms with them.
Correct. I couldn't find anything specific about Miss Teen USA except for the fact that they did operate under industry standard guidelines.
I don't think
And
they did.
the
I
accepted
don't think an industry standard
practices-
guideline and an accepted practice at beauty pageants is to have the owner of the beauty pageant, that's a man, barging into the women's area. We already know, in virtue of what Donald Trump
Correct.
said that he did at these pageants, that these pageants didn't operate under industry standard guidelines.
Correct. That would be a correct statement. They didn't have men barging in.
Right, right. So
But-
we have a lot
but
of
they did have
reason. We have
chaperones.
a lot of reason to believe that these pageants did not operate at industry standard guidelines because of what Donald Trump admitted to Howard Stern, and we have no reason to believe that they did operate at industry standard guidelines because you've spent the last 2 weeks trying to find any evidence of it and you haven't been able to find it. Therefore, you are ignorant and irrational for arguing that there was obviously chaperones with the girls in the changing rooms. And honestly, dude, I would argue that we have more reason to believe than not that specifically at the Miss Teen USA beauty pageants, there wasn't chaperones in the dressing rooms, because I could definitely see a world where minor girls like 14, 15, and 16-year-olds just simply don't feel comfortable with like any adult in this space, regardless of their man or woman. Now, I bet a lot of them would feel comfortable with older women in there, but I definitely don't think that all of them would. And due to the fact that you can't find any evidence that there was after 2 weeks of looking, I just chalk that up to pure baseless conjecture that we have reason to deny, rooted in the fact that we already know Donald Trump's not a man that likes to operate at industry standard guidelines.
The rules and things that I did find, I believe, completely separated the two. Now, him going on Howard Stern and boasting about his behavior would absolutely apply to the Miss Universe pageant, and it's not them operating outside their normal rules, because they absolutely do have all kinds of men backstage at all different times, and their backstage area isn't private dressing rooms.
You will never be
area
told.
that they.
You will never be told by a single beauty pageant contestant that a normal rule of beauty pageants, when they're going to them as adults, would be men going into their private dressing rooms to look at their naked bodies. You will never be told that by a single beauty pageant contestant. Give me one beauty pageant contestant that will testify otherwise.
Well, there's no way that I could possibly do that. I don't know any beauty pageant contestants.
Right.
That's
But Google certainly does. So you're telling me that you spent 2 weeks on Google and you couldn't find one beauty pageant contestant that agrees with you?
Well, no, I spent about 15 minutes on Google finding what I asked you, or what you asked me to find.
Have you noticed that when you came up here, we had 17,000 viewers. Now we're down to 14.7 thousand because of how fed up everyone is with your bullshit. You're just baselessly inserting conjecture with no evidence to deny obvious sexual exploitation with no other reason than to defend a predator tyrant that wants to be president, that is infringing on our Constitution, blasting it with executive orders that violate it, that wants to succumb and overcome the legitimate governments of foreign countries like that of Greenland, like that of Mexico, that of Cuba, that of Colombia, that is now cutting off food stamps from children in states like Minnesota, destroying our economy, eroding the social and moral fabric of our country by having state-sanctioned murder that he labels as self-defense that he's okay with because the lady who was murdered was a member of the political opposition. Like, with people like you, I just failed to ever see the light in a greater tomorrow for the United States of America if everyone were to think in the same way you do. Because it doesn't really seem like you think with your brain when it comes to politics. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say maybe you don't think with your brain when it comes to other things like your career, your personal life, but then for whatever reason, so many Americans, like you, Scott, will just turn it off and pretend to be a fucking toddler, drooling, watching Cocomelon on your mom's sticky iPad the moment it comes comes to why you support Trump. You just fucking completely lose your rational faculties, okay? You engage in baseless conjecture, damn straight conspiratorial nonsense, complete gibberish. For what reason? It's not like Donald Trump's making the country or the world a better, safer place, etc. I just don't get it. You're just a member of a cult. I don't know what led to this indoctrination, how you become so far sucked in, but it's becoming increasingly obvious to me that I'm not going to be able to suck you out when you're acting like this.
Well, there's lots, like you said there, Dana, that I got to respond to. One is, in this particular situation, there's I discern as clear guidelines that are separate. Two, you're being very mean and putting me down and being rude. Three, I absolutely do think he is doing things to make the world safer and better and make the country safer and better. And I wouldn't support him as
your mic's not
president.
clear. We can't clearly make out what you're saying. So to respond to your second point, you said
I'm
that I'm
sorry.
being mean and
Is this
rude.
better?
Yeah, dude, Scott, I understand what I'm saying right now definitely isn't nice, but that doesn't mean that it's not true. It is true. And the reason why I'm telling you is because I want you to change for the better. At this point in time, Scott, I'm going to move on to the next guest the same way that 3,000 people moved on to the next live. Because you're not here for a debate. You're just here to baselessly posit useless conjecture with no evidence to defend your terrible view. We got the next guest, Texas Wood. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yep,
Okay, are you driving?
sure do. Yep.
You're driving? Is there any way you could pull over?
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, if you could pull over, that'd be great. I just can't have you driving while you're on the live. I'm going to put you on mute for the time being. Once you pull over, feel free to unmute and we could hop into the debate. Real quick, I'm just going to thank a couple people. Then we'll hop into that next convo. Miss Julia, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for that love, Julia. Let's get 500 Julia W's down below in that comment section, who says, would like to add, we voted to protect our right to choose here in Ohio, and the Republicans are actively ignoring that and trying to pass legislation to take that right away again, because they just simply don't care about pre-existing law. Just look what the Trump administration is doing. He's completely created a system of permissibility for just blatantly ignoring law. And then they call themselves the members of the Party of Law and Order. Thank you for the $50 and the facts, Julia. Show some love to Miss Julia down below in that chat. I also need y'all to show some love to Irene down below in that chat for the $50. That is IRENE. Irene with the $50 says, I'm so glad that I had to leave the U.S. for family reasons, but grateful for the little good sense that still stands. Oh, Miss Irene, thank you for the $50. You are a fucking legend. That goes so incredibly far. Thank you for your generosity. Seriously, thank you for the $50, Irene. And then Vanessa, thank you for the $20. She says, happy Saturday. I look forward to your lives every single day. Here's to the weekend. Yo, I hope you enjoy your weekend, Vanessa. You are literally always in here with us. Let's get 200 Vanessa W's. Turtleneck, thank you for the 5. Amber, thank you for the 2. Ashley, thank you for the 10. I appreciate you so much for the love, Ashley. As well as Haley, thank you for the 5. Julia, thank you for the 10, who says, I did pageants for years and made it to nationals at Miss America's Teen Pageant in 2010. I appreciate it. Well, that's honestly really cool. I would love to talk to you about what your experiences were and if the last guest was right about them. Thank you for the $10, Julia. Angela, thank you so much for the $15, who says, please read, Trump supporters are cult members and he is their quote-unquote MAGA Lamaniac leader. I appreciate you so much for the $15, Angela. Samantha, thank you for the $1. I appreciate you so much. Over on PayPal, Sharon, thank you for the $10. She says, Dean, love listening to your daily lives. I appreciate you so much, Shannon, and that's awesome. I'm really happy that you enjoy the lives. And then 2 more people here. Little Guy, Paper and Design. We're just going to call you Guy. Guy, thank you for the $20. And Gene with the $25. Yo, let's go. 250 Gene W's, 200 Guy W's. Let's get them down below in that chat. Thank you all both so very much. Gene says, courage, Dean. Lots of love. Oh, lots of love to yourself, Gene. Thank you so much. And then Guy with the $20 says, thank you, Dean. Using our voices, especially those of us with large platforms, matters. Oh, I couldn't agree more, Guy. Thank you for the $20. Then Dennis with the $10. She says, the last call was absolutely brilliant. You absolutely nuked that guy. Oh, thank you so much, Dennis. Then Dwayne, thank you so much for the $10. And it looks like we are all caught up. Let's go ahead and send an invite to Texas Wood to turn his mic back on to see if he's pulled over and ready to go.
Hey, buddy, just about there.
Okay. Whenever
Pulling over as we speak.
Whenever you get there, if you could just disconnect your phone from Bluetooth, that would be sweet. In the meantime, guys, while he's pulling over, y'all, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen on TikTok, sharing out that live, spamming that chat. What's going on, everyone, by the way? Good to see you. Ava, how you doing? Hot Wheels, Windy, what a cool name. And if you're watching over on YouTube, drop a sub and a like on the stream while you're at it as well. Okay, he's taking a while. I'm going to go to throw you back on mute and just get someone else up here in the meantime. We got Joshua. Just unmute your mic. Do you know how to do that, Texas Wood? Unmute your mic whenever you're pulled over, my dude. What's going on, Josh?
Yeah, give me one
Trump?
second. I'm just pulling over as we speak.
Josh, you Sport Trump?
Kind of in the middle.
Kind of in the middle?
Yeah, I'm a Hispanic, so I'm trying to understand both sides of how it works. This is actually the first time that I'm debating with you, and I'm not trying to debate. I'm just trying to understand your point of view when it comes to Democrats and Christianity.
If you want to understand my perspective, I just recommend watching the stream.
Yeah, but like there are some things that I agree with. For example, what happened in Minneapolis, it's such a shame. But I also am not in favor of.
I'll let you ask a question, but just because you're not here to debate, I'm going to go to move on. But feel free to ask a question real quick.
Okay. What happened in Minneapolis? I'm not in favor of doing protests because they are instead of helping the community, they are just causing danger to the people of certain cities. You know?
No. What causes danger is not the protests. What causes danger are people that instigate the protesters by shooting them in the face with no goddamn reason with their paintball guns like the Ice Agents that are deployed in the area. Now, if you think that protesting is anti-American, I'm not going to give you the counter-argument. The First Amendment is going to give you the counter-argument because the First Amendment explicitly protects our right to freedom of assembly and protest.
Yeah, it's totally fine, but like, I mean, I've done protests.
All right, Texas, are you pulled over?
I agree.
Are you pulled over?
pulled over.
All right, man. Mike's here. Why do you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump?
Yeah, can you hear?
Yep. Christy, thank you for the motorcycle.
Well, first off, he's not a real politician.
Oh, sorry. There's a big delay, dude.
Yeah, I see that.
You took a while trying to pull over.
Yeah, he's not really a politician. He's more of a businessman, is what America needs.
Oh, geez. This is hard. Jeez. Make sure your Bluetooth is disconnected. Swipe in and out of your TikTok app. I'll give you like a shot real quick to try to fix it because you literally pulled over to have this conversation. However, I'm just going to make it clear if it can't be fixed in like the next 30 seconds. Unfortunately, I am going to go and move on to the next guest.
Now.
All right. Let me know when you
How
hear
about
me.
now? I can hear you.
Dude, I'm sorry that
Loud and clear.
I'm sorry that you pulled over. The delay is around 10 to 15 seconds long.
All good. I appreciate you, though. Thanks.
Yeah, you take care, dude. Unfortunate. Moving on to the next guest here, y'all. Only up inside of the QV to be MAGA. Only up inside of the QV to be MAGA, y'all. We got the next guest, Danny, loading up into the box. Here we go, y'all. What's up, Danny? Do you support Trump? Danny, are you MAGA? You got 5 seconds. I don't know what Danny is doing, but she's definitely not debating. Hope she's good. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
And your name is Parker's paid by the DNC.
Because he is, dude. I mean, do you think he's not?
Why do you think Parker's paid by the DNC? Also, if you could disconnect me from any Bluetooth headphones, headsets, etc., I'd be appreciated.
Yeah, I got you.
So, okay, well, let's make sure that we hear out this argument real quick. And by the way, if you don't know who Parker is, he literally does exactly what I do. In fact, he'll probably be joining us later, and inevitably, when we end the live stream, I'm going to be sending a raid to him. So, my best friend, Mr. Parker, we love him. Why the fuck do you think Parker's paid by the DNC?
Yeah, dude. I mean, Enzo proved that Harry Sisson was paid by the DNC. Enzo, I mean, I feel like Harry's probably sucking up all that DNC money to that greedy bastard. But
so why do you think that I'm not paid by the DNC?
I didn't say that you weren't. I just said that Parker definitely is. I say you might be paid by the DNC.
Okay,
I don't know.
So you think that you have more reason to believe that Parker's paid than I'm paid?
Yeah.
I got to hear the argument.
Yeah, so like Harry was. I'd say Harry was bigger friends with Parker than you, right? Would you agree with that?
No.
Really? Okay.
What was that?
I was saying really.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. So in my opinion, Parker was greater friends with Harry, and
Dude,
Harry was proven.
I hate to break it to you, but that's not true.
I don't think that. I think that is true.
Dude, you're making a statement, right, that I know to be false, because it would pertain to like my personal life, okay, and aspects of my personal life, people that have been in my personal life. It's just simply false.
Dude, it's not false.
Really?
Really?
Are you trolling?
I'm not trolling. I genuinely think I know Parker's paid by the DNC.
Just whatever. Give the argument.
Yeah, Parker's paid by the DNC because he's been doing these lives, right, for like I forget how long. How long has he been, like 6 years now?
Parker? Oh yeah, 6 years.
Yeah, and he was debating people on Omegle before. And then he stopped doing that and he switched to TikTok because he got a contract from the DNC.
Yeesh! Really? So what's your evidence?
Yeah, so I mean, Parker, in donations, I mean, unless he reads like most of his out silently, I've actually calculated it. He does not make enough money just through donations to sustain a regular income of two people in a single family home in California.
Okay. All right. Well, if that's true, let me just ask you one very simple question. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Dude, you gotta be trolling, man. Are you like being legit? Like this is like what you believe, but you're just a silly guy. You're just a little silly guy.
I am a silly guy. This is what I believe, though.
You're just like throwing some jokes on top of what you really believe. So, point number one: even if it were true that his donations didn't amount to what would be considered an income to tend for the well-being of two people under a single roof. A, how do you know that he doesn't have a second job? And B, how do you know he's not like a trust fund baby or some shit?
Well, I mean, his parents are. They said that he said his parents were like fairly well off, but I don't think his parents are like really paying for all of his shit.
Well, listen, dude. All that I'm saying is right. It's like incredibly typical that at some points in time you will see people engage in things for like 4 or 5 hours a day, right? That like don't generate a large enough or substantial enough income in order to sustain 1 or 2 people. What I'll say here is that usually in those circumstances, A, maybe the partner has a job or has one that pays more. B, they have a second job, or D, they're a fucking trust fund baby. Now, I'm not saying, or I'm not going to tell you if like his partner works a job or what they do. I'm not saying that he's a trust fund baby. I'll just be honest, he isn't. On top of many other things as well. But I just say it seems like you're really like kind of jumping through massive leaps and bounds and grasping for straws to try to demonstrate that you think he's paid by the DNC.
Yeah, wait, sorry. What is the dude guy?
Yeah, I don't know, dude.
Anyways, so he's never really mentioned that he works a second job. I don't think he does work a second job.
Well, like
right?
if he did work a second job, why would that be relevant to like discuss on these lives? Because I'd say that the purpose of these lives is to, host debates and advocate for more people to stop supporting our terrible president. Not like a Q&A about who we are and what we do. I'm not saying that either myself or Parker don't share personal information about ourselves or our lives, but like ultimately that wouldn't be the business of the audience.
Yeah, but I mean, you guys talk a lot about your personal lives, like about how your parents and how you were kicked out by your brother and stuff like that, and that's not too relevant to debates, right?
Well, like I said, not saying that it's
no. I'm sorry, my monster wall.
I'm not saying that it's the case that neither myself or Parker just don't share any information which is not relevant to the debates. I'm just saying it wouldn't be like an obligation of Parker to share that information with you. It honestly, dude, can I just be honest? It just sounds like you're pissed. For whatever reason, Parker pisses you off. Okay, if I had to posit, if I had to assume, if I had to guess, like you, grasp for some straws here, it's because he's smarter than you. It's because he's a better debater than you. Maybe you've actually tried to debate Parker at one point in time in the past, and he just fried your shit. So now you're on a warpath of vengeance because it gets pissed off when people donate to him. It pisses you off when people donate to him.
Yeah, it does. It makes me obscenely angry when he gets donations.
Okay, I think he's trolling.
I'm not trolling, Parker. You know you are. You know you. I mean, I don't know how you've been able to hide it so well for so long, but I mean, like, come on, dude.
Hide what?
How you're paid by the DNC?
What reason do you have to believe that I'm paid by the DNC?
Well, I mean, come on, dude.
I think he's trolling.
I'm not trolling.
Like, what, do you think they pay Dean?
I think Dean might be paid. Yeah.
I know Harry was paid. Harry was paid, but for sure I was.
Yeah.
Okay, what makes you think that I was?
Yeah, because you were really good friends with Harry.
You think was I closer friends with Harry than Dean was?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. How
Were
do
you
know
not?
this? Particularly, I don't think so.
Wait, so you're basically saying because you think that Parker was really close friends with Harry, therefore Parker was doing the same thing Harry was doing. So Donald Trump described himself as Epstein's best friend. So therefore Donald Trump was doing the same things that Epstein was doing.
Oh shit, that's a brutal one. Oh my gosh, I'm getting DNC money. What is going on right now?
Yeah. Read off your freaking DNC bot.
Can you respond to the argument, dude?
Sorry.
There's no way he's real.
I think he's trolling. Can you answer to the argument that I gave you, please?
Yeah. Sorry. Can you repeat like the first part? Because I was yeah. Just repeat like the first part of it.
Your argument is that you think that Harry was paid by the DNC and that Parker was good friends with Harry. Therefore, Parker was definitely doing the same things Harry was. So an extension of your logic would be the conclusion that the Big T is a P3DO because he was best friends with Epstein in the 90s.
Okay, I could grant that.
You could grant that?
What?
Dude. Yeah, I think he's trolling.
Yeah.
I think he's trolling. He's definitely a troll. He's definitely a troll. 110%.
Jeez, bro.
Parker, you just come up here to talk to that dude, or you want to hang out for a while?
No, I came up to talk and I can stay on for a while as well. I have plenty of time today.
Because I'm gonna have to use a bathroom here soon. Barry, I know you're a Trump supporter.
What's up, guys? I got Parker and Dean at the same time. What's up? Yeah, I am still a Trump supporter. Yep.
Yeah, give us
20 if I need to.
Give me a minute here to thank a couple donors. I know that you're a Trump supporter. I know that you're of age. Don't worry. Real quick, Miss Lola, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Lola, I'm not going to be able to read your message out loud here, but thank you for the $20. I definitely can't read your message out loud. And then Logan, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube. He says, I'm making this donation on behalf of my Trump-loving ex-husband, Roger. Thank you for bringing the truth to light. Oh, thank you so much, Logan. Shout out to you. As well as, let's see here. Super duper quick. Couple other people to thank. Jody, thank you for the $10. Who says, thank you for speaking up for what's right. Thank you for the $10, my friend. Madison, thank you for the $10. Who said, did you hear that the iconic Portland Frog protester got arrested for disorderly conduct at an ICE building a couple days ago? Free Froggy. Yo, free Froggy for real, dude. Thank you for the $10. Ivan, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo from the DNC. DJ with the $10. Saying hashtag DNC payments. My wife and I try to watch you every day. Shout out to y'all and thank you for the $10. Hannah with a 3. And then Lisa, thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Lisa W's, who says, hey, Dean, remember the blind can't see. They drank way too much red and orange Kool-Aid. Well, we try to get them to see to the best of our abilities, but ultimately that plan is not always successful. And then, oh my God, Jesus Christ, Peyton, thank you so much for the $100 donation over on PayPal. You're a goddamn mad lad. Holy shit. In the best way possible. Thank you. I'm completely undeserving. Thank you for your generosity and kindness. Holy shit. While we're hopping into this next debate, I want to see nothing less than 1,000 Peyton W's in both of the live chats who sent $100 alongside the message that reads, and I quote, since me and my brother have started watching you, we have been able to convince multiple friends and family members to stop being MAGA. Please keep doing what you do. Love you, Dean. Dude, Peyton, Oh my God. You shouldn't be the one sending me $100. I should be the one sending you $100 because you're fucking awesome. Thank you for fulfilling your patriotic duty. And I'm happy that you've been able to convince multiple people to stop being fans of Trump. You fucking rock, dude. Show some love to the GOAT Peyton. As well as Serena, thank you for the $15 who says you've helped my mom go against Trump and have now helped my dad be against Trump. Dude, fuck yeah. Dude, oh my God. I'm serotonin maxing. I'm serotonin maxing right now. Thank you for sharing that with me. Happy maxing over here. Thank you for the $15. Show some love to Serena. Let's also get 100 Ariel W's down below in that chat for the $13, who says, how do you deal with the parents who support the murder of Renee Good, try to change their names on the basis of a preponderance of facts? Thank you so much for the love, Ariel. Then Sharon, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you for the love, Sharon. And we are all caught up. Take it away, Barry. Why do you support Trump?
Well, first of all, I wanted to start off with what happened a few days ago with Renee in Minneapolis. And I wanted to say I stand with the ICE agent. All right, I do think it's a tragic thing that happened. Obviously, it's terrible that that woman died. But I stand with the ICE agent because, Steven Crowder.
What? That was just embarrassing. What you stand against objective reality? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, Parker, this point that he's about to make is going to get completely fucking destroyed. Go ahead, Barry.
She accelerated her car. So she was standing there, right? You had the ICE agent standing in front of her car, or like in front of her bumper. And then she accelerated. All he heard was the car. She backed up a little bit and then accelerating into him. And he couldn't see the tires from where he was standing. Like he didn't, Steven Crowder, recreated it. He couldn't have seen if the tire changed directions. He just heard the car accelerate towards him. So obviously he's gonna freaking defend himself. Like that was just self-defense.
Okay. So he did see her turn her wheels. You're wrong.
Well, Steven Crowder literally
God.
did an experiment. Like you couldn't see the.
One second. I need to find an X to MP4 downloader real quick that doesn't make me watch a fucking 30-second ad. I just completely insane. Here we go. Okay, so what I'm about to show you on screen is actually a screen grab of a couple seconds worth of footage from Officer Jonathan Ross's cell phone. And this footage actually proves that he saw her turning her wheels away from him because what is demonstrated inside of this clip is cell phone footage from his phone that shows her turning her wheel all the way to the right. Let's just go ahead and put it on screen now. I'm also just quickly going to go ahead and throw it up on my YouTube live. Let's watch this together. So we're going to break this down frame by frame. I'm first just going to play it all the way through, and then we could slow it down together. It's only about a second. So that's literally all it is. So what you're witnessing is a frame by frame clip of Renee Good turning the wheel of her car away from the ICE agent that inevitably shot her. And the reason why I wanted to show this to you is because it absolutely disputes the basis of the claim that he didn't know that she was turning the path of her vehicle away from him. And then the second point that I'll actually make here real quick, on top of that, is that by the time he inevitably shot her, he was already out of the path of the vehicle and to the left of her car.
Well, look, she did hit him with his car. You guys aren't disputing that, right? Like they did collide. There was a connect there, right?
So I would deny that she hit him with her car. I think that there's two possibilities here. The first possibility was an officer force risk, where he actually planted his feet and drew his gun instead of getting out of the immediate path, which, by the way, would be against a ruling of self-defense. And then the second possibility here is that he actually threw his upper body on top of the hood of her car in order to stabilize his arm to land a shot in her brain. My justification for that is just a still frame of the moment he fired first. So what you could see here in the still frame of the moment he released his first bullet is him being off to the left of the vehicle around, I'd argue, a foot, maybe a foot and a half from that top left wheel, gearing towards the right of him, moving away from the agents, demonstrating that maybe his upper body was leaned over the car in order to land that headshot. So I think, once again, that it's either an officer force risk because he planted his feet in the path, or he actually got into the path by leaning his upper body towards the car in order to land a headshot.
Okay, well, Look, I watched like an hour-long video of Steven Crowder going over this, and like I don't know, he went over this. He was like completely
Feel free
disagreeing.
to
He
give
was
like any argument that you want here. I'll just debunk it on the spot. Like I already
yeah.
debunked the first argument that
Other
you gave.
Steven Crowder's
other cops have
embarrassing,
been
bro.
other cops have been ran over because they weren't quick enough to shoot the driver or get out of the way of the car.
And
Like
other
there's been
and by the
body
way, and other cops have been found guilty for murder because of what's called officer force risk, where instead of pursuing a viable, less lethal alternative, they instead planted themselves in the path of a moving vehicle in order to attempt to justify lethal means. In fact, if you go on Google and you type in U.S. Customs and Border Patrol Protection Use of Force Review February 2013, and then you go to page 8, what you'll read is, quote unquote, based on a review of the submitted cases, it appears that CBP practice allows shooting at the driver of any suspected vehicle that comes into the direction of agents. It's suspected that in many vehicle shooting cases, the subject driver was attempting to flee from agents who intentionally put themselves into the exit path of the vehicle, thereby exposing themselves to additional risk and creating justification for the use of deadly force, which then led to a revision of Title I of US DOJ policy on use of force, where they specifically now only allow said use of lethal force if there's not an opportunity of any mode of viable defense, which would include getting out of the path of the vehicle. And what is shown here that is true of Agent Jonathan Ross and Renee Good is that he actually already was out of the path of the vehicle by the time he shot his first round because he was off to the side, because of the picture on the phone screen. And the point number 2 is seemingly he had good reason to know this based upon the video that I showed from his cell phone, literally capturing the moment Renee Good turned her car away from him.
All right. Well, look, let's assume that that's all true, right? He saw her turning the wheel. He hears his wife saying, drive, baby, drive, and he's standing in front of the car. And he has like a split second to react before he hears the engine fully accelerating. She steps on the acceleration. Like, what do you think if he's standing in front of the car? I think I heard that he'd also been attempted to be ran over by an illegal immigrant last year, like a year ago. So if you see that, of course you're gonna retaliate. You're gonna you have a split second.
So
to react.
actually, the answer there legally and morally would be to move. Okay, because once again, from Title I of US DOJ policy, where they have to do that, Section 2 of Title I of US DOJ policy, where they're actually told not to put themselves in the path of a vehicle, as well as, once again, the concept of officer force risk, where instead of moving to seek a more viable, less lethal alternative to being hit, they instead plant their feet, jeopardize themselves to justify the use of deadly force. And by the way, saying drive, baby, drive is protected as free speech under the First Amendment, and probably wasn't said with any malice or intention of hitting a nice agent, and definitely doesn't justify good grounds for a reasonable officer to then take the life of an innocent woman.
Okay, look, well, why did she accelerate into the dude anyway? Why would her wife tell her to
Not
drive?
into them. You literally saw them turn.
Yes, so she did not accelerate into him. That's not true. This video specifically showed that she did not accelerate into them, and then still frame showed that he wasn't in the path of the vehicle. So that last question, why did she accelerate into him? It just hinges on the false premise that she accelerated into him, which is absolutely false.
Okay, all right. Well, I've watched a video on this that was like an hour long that completely went over everything.
And you didn't retain the information enough to be able to debate it, or the argument just doesn't uphold?
Well, look, he had about 0.75 seconds to react between hearing the car accelerate and then I don't know, it was maybe her turning or something. And also from where he was standing, but maybe he couldn't even see her, in the. He wasn't looking at her. He couldn't have seen that the wheel was turned. All right, he couldn't have seen from where he was standing that the wheel was turned.
We just showed you literal fucking video evidence of it, and you're just denying factual reality.
Maybe he wasn't looking at her. Because he definitely couldn't see the wheel turn. Maybe he wasn't not looking at her in the driver's seat. I don't know. He couldn't. Maybe he wasn't looking at the driver turning the wheel.
He wasn't looking at the driver before he was going to shoot them.
Yeah, what? Wait, why would he not be looking at her if he's intending to shoot her.
Like, I'm sorry, like, this is just the most ridiculous talking point ever. Like, you're literally bending yourselves in a, like, I mean, yourself in a pretzel right now to deny reality, like what you visually see.
Yeah. And then also keep in mind, while she is turning her wheel to the right, he's pulling out his gun. So you're
Yeah, why
telling
doesn't
me
he
that
get the fuck out of the way? Like, dude, seriously, if you were in that situation, would you try to get out of the way or would you try to grab your gun?
Probably both, honestly. Like I'd
okay.
say.
That getting out of the way and grabbing your gun would mean that you're trying to seek viable alternative means to lethal force, which would be a more appropriate alternative to what he did. But I would still definitely argue that you don't need to be reaching for the gun at all because of the path of her car. It's more appropriate than what he did because getting out of the way and grabbing his gun wouldn't have resulted in her murder because he wouldn't have been hit by the car at all. He wouldn't have been close to getting hit by the car. But simultaneously, at the end of the day, what he did is he planted his feet, he grabbed his gun. By the time he fired the gun, he wasn't within the path of the vehicle, and he knew that because the subject he was pointing and shooting at was turning the vehicle away from him. I think that this is just clearly murder. Like, on top of the U.S. DOJ policy that, tells them to not stand in the passive vehicle, officer force risk, and which would inform them that they don't have a legitimate claim to self-defense if they create the scenario in which their life would be in harm's way. It is just evidently clear to any reasonable person that this was excessive force and this was murder.
All right. Okay, I might have to concede on the Renee then. All right, I've got Parker and Dean against me at once. Okay, all right, I'll have to concede on that. Can we talk about transgenderism? That's what I was going to ask.
Before we do, you are a disgusting racist.
What? I'm not a racist.
Oh, you absolutely
What happened, dude? What?
You made a post.
What's wrong?
You made a post that A, calls black people disgusting, and C, is telling white people to never mix with them.
No, you're completely misunderstanding that. Bro, I'm talking about, like, when it's, like, snowy in the winter, you don't want to, like, get the snow. I'm talking about snow, okay?
So
We're not.
So the post says
you're
never mix
misunderstanding that.
your snow with the disgusting dirt. And no, you're not.
Why do you think so? Why do you think I'm not talking about snow?
Because of the top comment.
What's the top comment?
"Quote unquote never mix," and then shows a picture of a white guy from history that's severely deformed because of inbreeding. And then the response isn't, "Dude, we're just talking about snow. What are you saying?" The response is, "That's a painting, by the way."
Well, look, is that my comment?
And then the second top comment says, "The problem today is that there's too much dirt everywhere." And the response to that is, "Quote unquote, and they're mean."
Hey, is that my comment, though?
Oh, and then the third
Maybe I didn't look
post,
at the
liked by the
comments.
creator, is, I believe, Stephen Miller just throwing the Nazi salute.
No, that's not Stephen Miller. That's Paul Miller.
Oh, yeah. So you know who Paul Miller is.
But no, I mean...
So you know who Paul Miller is.
Dude, he's literally just playing stupid.
I know who he is.
You're so fucking gross.
Yeah, I have a question. Why are you acting like we're fucking stupid?
Bro.
Yeah, don't answer my
not.
question. Why are you acting like we're fucking stupid? Yes, you are. Why are you
That's
acting
not what
like
I'm trying to
fucking
say
dumb?
with
Yes,
that
of
video,
course.
okay?
That is exactly what you're trying to say.
I'm not trying to act like it.
Don't disrespect us, okay? By lying straight to our fucking faces, saying otherwise.
Okay, that isn't what I mean. So you guys can take that any way.
Yeah, we're just gonna send the gross Nazi back to the comment section and get the next guest up here. You support Trump?
Look at my headphones. Can you hear me?
Yeah, a little bit muffled. Are you MAGA?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
What are you doing tonight?
Doing all right. Do you support Trump?
I do, yes.
Cool, man. I'm going to go to thank a couple donors, and Parker, I'm going to pass the mic off to you while I go and use the restroom. Hey, Love is Electric. Thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube. I appreciate that, Love. Love with the $20 says, if the ICE officer was hit by the car, then why shoot after the fact, or does self-defense count for things that have already happened? Yeah. he wouldn't shoot after the fact because there was no imminent threat of serious bodily harm or death. Thank you for the $20. That wouldn't be a cogent argument for self-defense. As well as Ray, thank you for the $20, who says, point number one, before
Dean, I
coming
thought
up...
you had to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I do. I'm just going to thank my donors first. One dimension of thought. Ray with the $20 says, point number one, before coming up on Renee, he switched his phone to his non-dominant hand to get ready to shoot. And point number two, after she got shot, the angle her car went forward proves she wasn't aiming to drive towards him. The car didn't go straight. Plus the video of her fucking turning her wheel, dude. Thank you both for the $20. Show some love to Love and Ray down below. A couple other people real quick. Thank you so much, Haley, for the $20 on Venmo. That is H-I-A-I-L-E-E. Thank you so much. With the $20 who says, hey, Dean, after once being MAGA due to my family, you have changed my view on how disgraceful Trump is. Dude, let's go. That is, you're literally the reason why I do what I do. Huge shout out to you, Haley. Fuck yes. As well as Edge, thank you for the $20 as well, who says, I love you and Parker so much. I wish I could see you guys... Don't even thank Edge for the $20 donation. I love you and Parker so much. I wish I could see you guys lathered up in oil.
Ew.
Emily, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you for that love. Let's get 100 Emily W's down below. And then 150 Tom W's for the $15, who says, who backs their car up before moving straight forward? Yeah, good fucking point. It was a 3-point turn. Absolutely beautiful point. Thank you so much, Tom, for the $15. Sebastian, thank you for the $15, who says, look for a 2014 article study. U.S. border agents intentionally steps in front of vehicles to justify shootings. Yes, I actually have that study pulled up on my computer, and we were just talking about that, Sebastian. Thank you for the $15. And then Jessica, thank you for the $10, who says, you're doing a great job, Dean. Thank you for your work. Thank you so much, Jessica. Let's get 100 Jessica W's and 200 Sandra W's for the $20, who says, from the DNC with love. So happy I'm catching another live. Parker got some DNC love too.
Donating.
Oh, they're what?
Crazy.
Why?
Because you're literally just a money pit. That's all you are.
Can I make a really
and
good...
Parker.
Yeah, make sure to include Parker
yes,
in
please
it.
make a well-informed...
Can I give you a really good
do.
recommendation?
Don't you have to pee?
Oh, yeah, I do. But I'll hold my
Okay.
bladder for this one.
Okay.
Can I give you a good recommendation?
Please.
Don't obviously demonstrate how jealous you are of the donations, because it will only cause more. If you're envious and jealous and you don't want people to donate to us, don't talk about it.
I make a W-2.
Joshua, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for that love, man. Show some love to Joshua down below. And then Eric, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. So do you want to just completely forget about the donations and then tell us why you support Trump?
Well, I support Trump for
Christian, thank you for the $5 in Venmo, saying I guess I'm crazy. Tyler, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love, Tyler. Who says, did you see the video on Twitter of the ICE agent slipping and their firearm goes off? No, I didn't. Holy shit. Can you send that to me? Send me the link. Thank you for the $25, bro. Let's get 250 Tyler W's. By God.
So is it Parker and I right now? Do you have to use the restroom, or are you just like peeing in your pants? I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I'm pissing my pants as we speak.
All three at the same time.
Thought so. So like I just want to ask you and Parker, or I guess Parker, in case you're going to be leaving the chat right now.
I'll be back.
What is the Fourth Amendment right?
What is the Fourth Amendment right? For search and seizure?
Okay. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what your point is of doing this, but the Fourth Amendment is...
we're talking about the shooting, so...
Yeah, I don't see how the Fourth Amendment is relevant to the shooting. Like, you're talking about specifically, like, someone's right to search and seizure, right? So if you're referencing, like, a warrant, right, or things like that would be relevant towards, like, the Fourth Amendment, right? And violating people's Fourth Amendment right would be, like, not having a warrant and specifically going after people based upon those means without due process.
So regarding the situation that happened, unfortunately, it was a very unfortunate event, just like the Charlie Kirk event was very unfortunate. But in this instance, there was a right for the federal agency to enact their own judgment on the situation. It doesn't matter if somebody
not true
ran somebody over or if they were not
Your first statement
actually.
is false.
Okay, well, tell me why.
Because
Tell me
officers
why,
don't
per
have
the Fourth Amendment.
as it would relate to self-defense. Because of Graham v. Connor, officers don't have the right to enact any judgment for lethal force. Officers only have the right to enact reasonable judgment for lethal force.
That if somebody is intentionally going against any type of regulation or any type of direction towards our federal agencies, then yes, they do. The federal agency, yes, they do have a right to enact any type of lethal force.
No, Graham
Period.
v. Connor says you're wrong.
Okay, elaborate on that, because I think for the most of the people who your audience is are not even going to know what you're talking about.
Graham v. Connor is a SCOTUS case that was held in 1989 that determined that there has to be an objective reasonableness standard when using lethal force.
So when the federal agent told her, "Get out of your car, stop, turn off your car, get out of your car, get out of your car," and she did not comply with that. How does that not be a situation where the Fourth Amendment right comes into effect?
Not complying with the officer's order does not mean that that officer's life is in reasonable, serious bodily harm or death's way. You can't kill somebody for not complying with your orders in LEO. That should be common sense.
Yes, but LEO also indicates that you can't assume. So there is no assumption. There is no dictation saying that somebody would do something with ill intent or they wouldn't. So the legal force, all agencies
Parker, do you know what he's saying?
will act.
No,
Yeah, so, like-
neither of us know what you're saying. Dude, can you stop muffling your mic? Just hold your phone.
Yeah. Just genuinely, at the point in which the gun was fired, do you think that he had reason to believe that his life was at risk?
Yes.
You do? Really?
I think he had intent. He knew that his life was in risk and his intention was to protect himself. And that actually is negated because the citizen did not lawfully respect the direction of the agency. They did not comply. They avoided trying to even...
Have you seen the video?
I've seen many videos. Just like you guys say.
You've seen many videos. We've shown you on the stream. Have you seen it on the stream?
Stop muffling your microphone.
Yes, I have.
Okay, so you
Can
saw
you
that
hear
he
me?
wasn't in the way of the vehicle when it was going forward.
There are many different angles of the video. Come on,
Yeah.
Parker. Go
know.
to X. Like you
Go to
can
X?
see many different. Yeah, go to many. Yeah, it's what you're seeing on the mass media right now. If you're talking about NBC, the CNN, like you're gonna see a very small portion of that video. You're not
So
going to see
what am I not
different. You're not seeing that the. Let me ask you this, Parker. Let me ask you this: if you're in a situation like a nice officer, but let's say it was a different situation. Let's say you were trying to protect your children, and the person in the car was your wife, and the person in the car was saying, "I'm not gonna let you see my children," and they do the same thing. That would be a felony assault because
What the
you're
fuck
using
is this guy saying? What's the relevance right now?
the relevance. I'm trying to make a very simplistic understanding of what the situation was because it was it was somebody intentionally trying to avoid federal agencies. They were trying to
Can I just ask you a question?
actually hurt somebody.
Are you
Yes.
saying that his actions were justified because she was trying to flee?
His actions were not justified to lethal force. I would say that.
If his actions weren't justified to the extent of lethal force, implying that there's viable alternatives to lethal force, then you're arguing that he murdered her because there's no cogent argument for self-defense because of those alternatives.
But Dean, you also have to understand that I'm an individual. I have my own opinion. When
Well-
you're dealing with the federal agencies, the federal government,
you're saying,
police.
You're saying ultimately your opinion is that she was murdered.
No, I am not saying that. I'm saying that she did something unjustified, and that did justify lethal action.
Okay, so then you just contradicted the answer you gave 20 seconds ago.
No,
20
you asked
seconds
me
ago,
about
you said that lethal
myself.
action was not justified.
You asked me about myself.
Yeah.
Like not regulatory implications for people who are.
Are you
If
trying to
somebody-
say? Are you trying to say that legally it may inevitably get chopped up to self-defense, but you still think it's murder?
Yes.
Okay.
It will get chopped up to self-defense.
But you ultimately
Yep.
think, but you still think it's murder.
No, I don't think it's murder. I think that.
But you just said that you thought that lethal force wasn't justified. Thereby, it was the unjust termination of a human life, which is the definition of the word murder.
Yeah, in my opinion, the lethal force was unjustified.
So then it was the unjust
However,
termination of a human life? Yes or no?
Dean.
No, I
you're
want
not
you yes or no.
listening.
From your perspective, because you don't think lethal force was justified, therefore, from your perspective, it was the unjust termination of a human life. True or false?
But Dean, I'm not the court.
Okay,
I'm not the
but I'm
court.
not asking you what the court's opinion is.
I'm
I'm
not
asking
the
you for
law.
your
I'm not
opinion
the
is.
law.
But I'm not asking you for what the law's opinion is. I'm asking you for what your opinion is. So from your perspective,
Dean, you already heard it. I
From
already
your
told you.
perspective, I just want a yes or no. From your perspective, because you think that lethal force was not justified, you think that it was the unjust termination of a human life. Yes or no?
I believe in the federal agencies to protect us.
That's not the
and our
question that I
well-being
asked.
and our sovereignty.
That's not the question that I asked. Answer the question I asked.
I believe that our sovereignty was protected by our federal
That's
agencies.
not the question
yes.
that I asked. Answer the question that I asked.
We don't have to get into personal opinions.
We certainly
Dean.
do. Answer the question that I
What?
asked.
No.
We don't have to get it. This is a debate. What?
No, but you're asking. That's where you guys are not understanding. Like there's legality versus a personal opinion.
We're asking you for your
And
personal opinion. So because you think that the use of lethal
already
force
gave
was
you my
unjustified,
personal opinion.
I'm asking for another personal opinion. Hopefully you have more than one opinion, dude. Maybe you don't, but I'm hoping you do. So you told us your first one of your opinions is that you think that the use of lethal force was unjustified. So because you think that the use of lethal force was unjustified, from your view, is it therefore the unjust termination of a human life?
No.
How could you argue that it wasn't the unjust termination of a human life if you think the use of lethal force was unjustified?
Just because me as a person believes that there should never be a time where somebody is unalived
Wait,
doesn't mean that it does not mean, Dean, that it's not federally.
You always think that
look,
lethal. Wait, so you're telling me that there's not a single scenario where you think that lethal force is justified?
I'm talking about in this scenario. Why are you twisting?
Because you said that you never think anyone should die.
In this, if we're talking about this particular situation, I wish to God that she never had.
Okay, so then you're saying in this
passed away.
scenario, lethal force was unjustified.
I can say that, Dean, just like you can say that, Dean.
Okay,
However,
it's a necessary.
Dean, however,
it's a necessary and logical implication that if you think in this scenario lethal force was unjust, then you think in this scenario Renee Good was a victim of murder. You cannot believe that the use of force was unjust and think that her death was just. You also can't believe that you think the use of force was just, yet her death was unjust. Because if the use of force was just, then Renee is not a victim of murder. If the use of force was unjust, then Renee is a victim of murder.
Dean, let me ask you a question.
It is definitionally implied because literally the textbook definition of the word murder is intentionally unjustly ending a human life.
Dean, this isn't a question of if it is or not. Your conversation, your debate is opinion based. This is not going by federal regulations. If we're talking about legalities, if we're talking about legalese, this was in the person had the right to defend themselves in a situation where they felt threatened by our First Amendment to carry Yes, they did.
Because of the
aiming to carry out this.
because of the objective reasonableness standard set forth by Graham v. Connor, you're wrong. When you're a cop and you're like a cop, an LEO, an ICE agent, and you're gonna shoot someone and kill them, you can't just merely think that your life is threatened. You have to reasonably think that your life is threatened. And I'd say that he didn't reasonably think his life was threatened.
Wait,
I'm
I have
sure
a
he
question.
did
Do you
at
think
that
that
moment.
he reasonably could get away from the car and not be hit?
That's not really. I don't know what you're asking.
Do you think, from his perspective, he could reasonably get to an area where he wouldn't get hit?
What he was trying to do was impose his authority. He asked the woman,
Impose his authority. That's
What
the
are you
most.
talking about?
That is legitimately
Get out of the car.
Against a car, you get out of the way, right?
That's literally
No, if
legitimately
you're-
the
if
most
you're dealing with-
fascist thing
with
I've heard all day.
legal
He
authority-
murdered her to impose his authority, and you support it. Like that's some Nazi
you're- if-
shit, dude. That is straight up some
if
Nazi
a policeman, like Dean, if you get pulled over and a policeman tells you to get out of the car, you're gonna do it.
shit. If I didn't get out of the car and they killed me, it'd be murder.
Situationally speaking, if you would have tried to run over, or if the policeman thought that they were being run over by this person, yes, legally they can
No.
impose force.
No,
Well,
that's
I'm
not
just
Yes,
asking
they
you.
can.
Do
That's
you
the
think that
Fourth
they
Amendment.
do you think they
That-
reasonably could get away in that circumstance? I'm just asking. I want you to answer that.
Yes, I believe that the federal agency can get away with this. Yes.
Okay, wait, no, I'm not asking if the federal agency could get away. I'm asking if the officer could get out, away from the vehicle being hit.
Oh, just move out of the way?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah, they probably could.
Yeah. So then, why didn't he do that rather than reach
Hopefully.
for his gun? Under your view.
Yeah. Well, if that's your argument, then it's the same thing as saying that somebody had intention. Like, if my intention was to harm you, Parker, if my intention was to harm you, Parker, and I wasn't able to carry out my harming of you, but then you defended yourself because you knew I was harming you, then you would have more rights than I would if you defended yourself because you knew I was harming you. That was the same situation that's happening.
I'd love to ask you a question. So you said that the Fourth Amendment would give that LEO the right to kill her because he thought his life was in danger, right?
Sorry?
You said that the Fourth Amendment would give that LEO the right to kill her because he thought his life was in danger, right?
Yes.
I have a question. Who's the ultimate interpreters of the Constitution, including the Fourth Amendment?
The U.S. citizens.
No, wrong. SCOTUS.
Our sovereignty.
No, wrong. The Supreme Court. Right?
No, that's not true.
Dude.
That's not why the Constitution.
Dude,
that's not why the Constitution was established.
The old
What are
time.
you
Great.
fucking talking about?
This guy's just a nut. Okay, so are you rejecting that ultimately the Supreme Court has a final say on what the Constitution?
Did you ever
means?
take like an economics course for the U.S.?
Yeah.
Like, what the hell?
Yeah, economics
Yeah, I
has
have
nothing to do
taken-
with this.
Yeah, I was like,
No, it does.
yeah. I have a degree in economics. Tell me what it has to do with this, please.
Dude. Oh my god.
All right, so the Constitution, we have a constant with the Constitution. There are different types of things that we can question within the Constitution, and the law can make their own decisions upon. However, it does need to go through certain courts to be approved.
What
In this
has to do with
instance,
economics?
Because we're talking about the entire economy or our existence. If we're talking about macro, we're talking about our sovereignty here as U.S. citizens. The U.S. federal government does have the ability to impose their rights on us. We agreed to that
I'm
within
sorry,
the U.S.
but
Constitution.
I haven't done this in a while. This guy is a gibberish generator.
Dude, purely gibberish generator. It's like kind of fun just because it's all bullshit. It's just really easy to kind of cut through. But it's also really annoying because once again, it's all bullshit.
Well, I just think you guys always resort to like name calling.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like, I have no clue what you're saying right now.
Well,
this
I
is
guess
gibberish
I did call him a nut.
generation.
I did call him a nut. Do you know what Marbury versus Madison is?
No, go ahead and educate me.
That's a SCOTUS ruling from 1803, where SCOTUS ruled that SCOTUS has the ultimate say over the Constitution. In consideration of Article 3, Section 2, and then the Supremacy Clause of Article 2, Clause 2.
Oh my God! You have writers, you have ChatGPT, you have whatever you're trying to use to like make yourself sound more
Yeah,
smart.
Dean, you have the
but
DNC.
you don't even actually understand.
You have everything.
You don't understand what you're saying. You don't understand even what you're saying.
Yeah, Dean, you understand nothing, Dean. Owned.
How many branches of government are there?
How
many branches of government are there?
Shut up. Or please, Dean, let me finish.
How many branches of government
the
are
LEO,
there?
it relies
Dean, I don't
on-
need to know
on-
that.
No, because this is what you guys go back to. You try to make people feel smaller if they don't know.
You just told me that I don't know
basic
what I'm
things.
talking about.
But Dean, at the same time, with the questions that you're asking are literally the questions that they put on people who are trying to become U.S. citizens. That is a citizenship questionnaire.
Which you believe in, by the way. You believe that should exist, correct?
Oh
you
my
believe
God.
that people should have to go through a citizenship test to get into the country?
You're going in circles. You guys
Wait,
go
no,
in circles.
do you believe that? I mean, you're a Trump supporter. You probably do believe that, right?
Constantly. You constantly go in circles. You're what
Wait, I'm asking to answer the question.
You guys are
do you believe that you need to take a citizenship test to be able to get into the country through immigration? Legally?
I think you need to go through due process, just like if I was going to be in Germany and I have to go through their type of strenuous courses.
Do you think that
to
there should be
become
a
German
civics
citizen.
test?
Yes, I think there should be. Just like every other country.
If there should be a
every other
civics
country does
test,
that.
well then maybe you should be able to pass it too, right?
I mean, sure, but I'm already here, so that doesn't mean
So?
anything.
So you should still be able to pass it, right?
Why are you spinning? You guys are literally going in a circle. Like you're like trying to point out things.
I'm going in a circle. You're saying
about
it
a
should
person.
exist, but then you can't even pass it yourself.
I didn't say that, and that was not proven.
What are you talking about? How many branches of government are there?
Again, you guys intentionally.
And wait, just answer the question real quick.
No, I'm not going to.
Do you not know the answer?
Oh God, jeez, this is who we're fighting against, people.
No,
wait, I'm just asking you, do you not know the answer? It's okay to admit it.
No, I do know the answer.
Okay, so what is the answer?
I don't have to prove it.
Yeah, you do.
You don't have to prove it, so what is it?
Again, you're deflecting right now.
I'm not deflecting anything right now.
Wait.
I would just carry on what Dean said.
Well, Parker, check this out. I'm gonna be the most fair I ever have. Tell me and Parker specifically what we're deflecting from, so we could answer to what you think we're deflecting from, so then you could tell us how many branches of government you think there are.
Yes.
Where we started in this conversation.
No, not where we started. What were we
person-
deflecting from?
That entire conversation.
Be specific.
About the woman.
What specifically were we deflecting from?
You were thinking that the Republicans are at fault for this, and that our belief system isn't just, and that.
So what do you want me to answer to?
Was,
do you have like a question that you want me to answer, or an argument that you want me to refute? Because we had to be deflecting away from something of value, right? So what question were we deflecting from? What argument were we running from? Be specific.
I think that this conversation that you're trying to hold was specifically about what just happened in Minnesota, and now we're here, and you're asking me about the United States branches of government. So
he doesn't even know what we're deflecting from, Parker. Here, one second.
He has no clue.
Dude, also,
so since you have no clue, can you just answer the question? Can you just answer the question because you have no clue?
What?
You have no clue what we're deflecting from, so just answer how many.
We have three
how many
branches
branches
of government.
What are they?
We have judicial, legislative,
yes,
and executive.
you tell me the two main aspects of the legislative branch?
No, he didn't Google
Be
that.
more specific.
Yeah, he didn't Google that part, Parker.
What are the
That's
two main aspects of the legislative branch?
It's really unfair to ask him because he didn't Google that.
Thanks, Dean.
Here, let me thank a couple people.
I'm not like.
Let me thank a couple
I'm
people
not an
real quick.
economist, like-
Hey, Hannah, I appreciate you for the $10 over on Venmo for the money pit. Show some love to Hannah in that chat. Chloe, thank you for the $5 and for your kind words. Casey, thank you for the $10 who says the egregious levels of apathy and hoop jumping from these people to justify the atrocities of their party never fails to sadden me. Me neither, Casey. Thank you for the $10, as well as Jessica Lynn, thank you for the $5. Tom, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you for sending me that link. And then Bridget, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo as well. Bridget, we tried to talk to him about the SCOTUS cases. He doesn't even know what SCOTUS is. Let's get 100 Bridget W's for the $10. Then Marnie, thank you for the $5. And Tom with another $10 with another link to another clip. Thank you. And then Line of God, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, who says ICE is not fucking law enforcement. Well, they're not police, but they technically are a class of law enforcement officers. They're a class of LEOs, but they just don't happen to pertain and exist in the same class as like your local police force. Thank you for the $10, Lion. Avery, thank you for the $10, who says, hi, Dean, I love you. Thank you for educating our generation. I love you too. Thank you for the $10. Thank you, thank you, thank you. After all the propaganda thrown out, can you clear up why people are saying that Renee's kids were taken away and that she was abusive? Yes, I actually can clear that up. Really good point. A lot of people on the right are saying that she was abusive and her kids were taken away from her because of a random account on Twitter that said so. There's no evidence for it, at least not that it's been made public yet. So don't believe it until there's evidence that you could see, right? Thank you for the $10, Avery. I'd also like to thank Sandra for the $10. I appreciate you so much for the love. Let's get 100 Sandra W's and 250 Jessica W's for the $25. Thank you so much, Jessica, who says, Dean, I missed you. I was working throughout your streams the last couple of days, and I'm so happy I'm able to tune in today. I'm so sorry about how people are twisting your reaction to Renee. Yeah, you saw my Instagram and TikTok story. Yeah, they're just fucking weird. Thank you for the $25, Jessica. Seriously, it goes a long way and it means the world. Bobby, thank you for the $5. Morgan, appreciate you for the $5. Jose, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the love, Jose. And thank you for sending me the at on Threads. I'll check that out right now. Let's get 200 Jose W's and then 250 Scott W's for the 25. Thank you so much, man. He says, Dean, just a little something to support what you do. I try to donate what I can. Dude, Scott, don't worry about it, man. I just appreciate you for the love. Thank you. He goes on to say, I have hope because of you. I'm 48 and I've seen a lot. This world is doomed without people like you. Dude, thank you for your kindness. I appreciate you for enjoying the streams. And I love the work we do. I think that it's really important to be outspoken. Thank you so much for the $25. And then one more here, Emily. Thank you so much for the $10. She says, my dad is an LEO of 22 years and he's never discharged his service weapon on someone for fleeing in a vehicle. It's not that hard. Yeah, because it's illegal. You can't kill someone for fleeing. DK, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Thank you. I appreciate you so much, DK. Show some love to DK down below in that comment section. And then one more here on YouTube. Christina, thank you for the $20 as well. And this is actually your first Super Chat ever on any live stream. Thank you for bestowing that great honor upon me. And then Arctic Gaming, thank you for the 14 Canadian dollars, who says, don't forget your tithe from the DNC. Dude, let's go. The DNC's filling my pockets. And Michael, oh my God, yo, Michael with the $100 on PayPal. Dude, you absolute legend. Holy shit. I want to see 1,000 Michael W's down below in that comment section for the big $100 donation. Michael says, I just took a XANAX, spell it out, and this collar is still working my nerves. Oh my God. Michael, I would just recommend, taking a chill pill from the stream for a little bit, because this guest is very dense and insufferable. But simultaneously, I don't think he'll be here for too much longer. Thank you, seriously, so much for the $100, dude. It is so undeserved and incredibly appreciated. And then Drew and Michelle, I appreciate you both for the $10. Thank you so much, Drew and Michelle. And then Matthew, thank you for the $25. I appreciate you so much for the love, who says, I've done the math and Parker gets enough donations to support his 10 kids in California and to buy me a new Burberry scarf. Thanks in advance. Absolutely true. 10 kids. That's how many children Parker has. And then Jenna
I do have 10 children.
Absolutely. Then Jenna and Joshua, I appreciate you both for the $10 over on PayPal. I do see y'all's messages. I'm going to go and keep them to myself. I'm going to read them to myself. Thank you both very much. Then Aaron, ERYN, thank you for the $10, who says, men don't seem to understand the fear that women feel when masked men toting weapons walk up to their car. Yeah, not at all. Thank you for the $10. You were absolutely right. And then George, thank you for the $25. Oh my God, dude.
Just respect.
George with the $20 says, Dean, you're truly impressive. When I was your age, I was not involved with making this world a better place. Keep up the great work. Oh, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much for your incredibly kind words and the $25 donation. Let's get 250 George W's. That's nearly everyone. We have a couple more people to thank. However, I'm going to hold y'all off just for a second here. Seriously, thank you everyone so much for all the love. If you're watching and you want to support me, you could actually find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on my TikTok account. Pin message on that YouTube stream and top of the phone screen right there with a handle. Same thing goes for Parker. You could find his Venmo and PayPal in the link in his bio as well. Hey, Thought 2.0. Do you mind if I just... Actually, I was about to kick you, but then I saw that Law of the Wild's in the queue.
Wait, Thought. I'm sorry. Wait, Dean. I have a...
I'll give Law of the Wild... Oh, no, he actually just left. Law of the Wild, if you're still in here, feel free to hop inside the guest request. Hey, Thought 2.0, do you mind if I just ask you a quick question? I have a request.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was muted. No, if I could please stay in here, I would love to stay in here. I will be quiet. I'll mute myself, but I would love to have somebody else join your chat, and I want to hear this.
You basically want someone else to take over for you?
No, absolutely not. But I would love to just.
Wait, I'm sorry, man. I accidentally just kicked you. I didn't mean to do that. My bad, bro. We're going to move on to the next Trump supporter. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. If you're watching on TikTok, make sure you're tippity-tap-tapping away on that phone screen, y'all. Let's get that next guest, J-Rock Da House, loaded up in the box. Oh my God. Dude, J-Rock continues to, jump around in the queue. I'm trying to get J-Rock up here. Where is he at? Where's J-Rock at?
There's a good boy in the box, too. Lol.
Oh, there's a really good boy in the box.
There's a really good boy. You get good boy him real quick.
Did he just leave?
Oh, I think he did. As soon as I called it out.
Oh, he did just leave. The good boy left. Unfortunate. What's up, J-Rock? You support Trump? J-Rock. I'm going to give you 5 seconds to respond.
Hello.
Sir. Oh, dude, the lag is real.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, man.
J-Rock, as soon as you get a better connection, man, feel free to hop back inside of that queue. Your current connection is just literally incompatible with dialogue. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I do.
How do you?
45.
Could you turn off that background noise for us?
Yeah, give me 2.2 seconds.
Okay, you have exactly 2.2 seconds.
There you go.
Wow, good job. Why the fuck do you support the worst president of your life?
I wouldn't say he's the worst president of our life, but first and foremost, he is our leader and our commander in chief. So that's first and foremost. Parker, I got a question for you, buddy, because I just watched the debate. You and Dean, you were in it as well, between you and Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, what's your question?
Yeah, so why did you, every time you came up, why did you always not actually answer the prompt that was given? Why did you always go back onto a religious view instead of actually answering the prompt?
Because he doesn't know how to debate, obviously.
Yeah, I clearly don't know how to debate at all. But yeah, I think I did that maybe on one topic.
No, it was two.
I
know
I
for
don't.
I
Think
know
that's
for
true.
certain it was. I'm positive it was the abortion topic.
When it had relevance, I think I did it one time without relevance.
You did it. You definitely did it twice. I know that much.
No, at that time it had relevance when we were talking about gender.
Oh yes, Yeah, the one was gender, and the other one was
that had relevance.
Was
the other one was we didn't. I guess maybe we did slightly talk about it then. That all of those had relevance. Like the one in terms of abortion, because his abortion view is based upon his religious view.
Yeah, but you didn't actually answer the prompt. You went straight.
I did. What prompt did I not answer?
You went straight into his religious stance, which was not the prompt. His What
His
prompt?
debate was not under a religious view.
Yeah. What
His
prompt?
debate was under. I'm sorry.
What prompt?
We just stated both of them.
Hey,
The
Jimmy, can I
abortion
ask you a
and
quick
the gender.
question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Who fucking cares? Like, legitimately.
Obviously.
I don't mean to come off as an
wait,
like. I want to be clear. I do not mean
Okay.
to come off as an asshole. Legitimately,
Okay.
who gives a shit?
Well, legitimately, obviously, y'all gave a big enough shit to actually attend it. So that's kind of on y'all. Y'all actually attended this debate. So
We
that's
did.
I didn't attend it. I wasn't there.
Okay,
So maybe that's a
Yeah,
bigger issue for you.
I also attended elementary school and had a best friend. But if someone joined this live and started asking me about Mr. Lewis, that was his name, my best buddy when I was like 9 years old. Like, oh my God, I wouldn't care. Like, I want to talk about why you support the president that is now punishing the Democrats for revolting against his administration because he's protecting a murderer by refusing to send food stamp payouts to this entire state of Minnesota, putting the lives of millions on the line. I want to talk about the fact, okay, that you're supporting the guy as president that is now saying Denmark has no legal claim of ownership over Greenland, is threatening a military invasion of the country to succumb its sovereignty and make it a part of America, while then we have Greenland saying that they're going to shoot first and ask questions second, which is totally an environment where there's a possible third world war. You know, like, that's what I want to talk about,
well-
right? Not why you think some podcaster beat Parker in a debate like close to 2 years ago.
Well, I wanted to ask Parker that question. You know, I just wonder.
I mean, it may make sense on my
But-
live, but it is
but
Dean's live.
Sure. So Dean, back to your Greenland thing. Actually, that them firing first is actually an act of war. So and then at that point we would retaliate from that under the Geneva Convention.
No,
so
they didn't say.
That's actually a Geneva Convention thing.
So
Same
point-
thing that
so point
happened
number
in
one.
Iraq. Same thing that happened in Japan. So that's, I mean, do you realize World War II started from Japan bombing Pearl Harbor?
That was when
And then we
America,
retaliated.
that's when American involvement started. But point number one, I want to make it clear that they didn't say that they would shoot first as a declaration of war. They said that they would
That's-
shoot first and ask questions second if they were
Right.
invaded by America. It would be America's invasion of Greenland that would start the war. Second point,
Okay.
Donald Trump doesn't care about either of the two Geneva Conventions. I mean, he's guilty for a violation of the the 12th article of the Second Geneva Convention with his war crimes on suspected narco boats in the South Caribbean. He doesn't care. In fact, he's went to the ICC and asked them to revise their Rome Statute to give him all immunity from breaking international law. So, I mean, I think that's something worth note. But I think the meat on the bone here that I really want you to address is that they didn't say they were going to start war with America. They said if America started a war with them, they weren't going to like try to, seek some diplomatic solution, since that's what they're doing right now by telling Donald Trump to stay the fuck away. But they're rather going to shoot first and ask questions second, with the blame and culpability for that war being placed on Trump for invading a sovereign country in the first place.
And then, do you really think they want a war with the U.S.?
No, I don't think they want a war with the U.S. at all. That's why they're continuing to,
So do you
to
really
seek
think-
diplomatic solutions of saying, don't fucking invade our country. Don't do it. Don't fucking invade our country. You have no claim. You have no right. Stay away. Mind your sovereignty, and we'll just completely forgo the threats of violation. Obviously, they don't want war, but inevitably, if it comes down to it, if war is what Trump wants, then war is what Trump will get.
And do you really think Greenland's going to shoot first and ask questions later and go to war with the U.S.?
Yes.
Oh.
Because it's not
Part of
just
NATO,
Greenland.
genius.
It's the entire Danish empire, the entire Danish kingdom, as well as many other NATO allied countries.
Okay. Well, thanks, Parker, for conceding. Y'all have a great day. Bye.
When did I concede?
Is running away.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Guest follows young girls. He probably was following young girls. Even though he's gone now, if you have a screenshot, you should drop it in the Discord because I want to see if the reason why he ran away is because of what y'all were spamming. This isn't going to be too long, y'all. We're not going to have him up for too long. I just want to ask this guy a very special question. Hey, don't speak, don't mute, don't leave, okay, and don't stay quiet. Wait, actually, no, I asked the questions wrong. Speak,
You
mute,
can't beat me in a
leave, or be quiet.
Dean. I want to debate right now.
Oh,
You and
good
me,
boy,
one-on-one.
Liam. Good boy.
One-on-one, big dog.
You're such a good boy. 'Cause you listen.
One-on-one, snowflake.
Well, remember what I told you at this point like 3 days ago?
We got over that. We already went past that.
Nope.
Yes, we did.
Nope.
I told you I had no problem apologizing to someone if it hurt their feelings. To that person, one-on-one. No problem. You said, oh, okay.
So I just want to be clear. The current position that you hold is that you would be willing to apologize to Santana.
Yeah, if he was like, hey, you hurt my feelings, I worked really hard on my physique, and I hurt his feelings, yes, I would apologize to him.
I don't really like that hurt his feelings part because I basically what I'm trying to identify is if you feel bad because what you did and what you said was fucked.
If I hurt his feelings, yes, I feel bad about that. I do have feelings myself.
Okay.
Can we move past
So
this?
you would feel bad and you would apologize.
Sure, if that's what you wanted,
Okay,
yes.
we'll just leave it up to the chat, okay? Because that was like my one pre-qualification is that I wouldn't talk to you until you'd be able to admit that you would feel bad and that you would apologize if given the
Yeah, I
if
think that
given the
yeah, I
chance.
don't have a problem.
So chat.
I don't have a.
Do you guys want to keep or kick?
I want to debate Dean right now, chat. And I'm going to dog walk him, so you might want to keep me around.
Yeah, it's up to the chat. Keep or kick?
No, you're running from me right now. Is what you're doing.
No, I'm asking the chat if they want me to keep or kick.
I get it, and I respect the chat, but you're still running.
No, those are just the two qualifications that I wanted to denote. The first qualification for having you on the live stream again was a willingness for you to apologize and just a statement. That
Yeah,
you feel
and I
bad.
get it,
And then
but
second of all, the fact or a general sentiment from the viewership that they even want you to be on the live stream. If those two things are
Yeah,
met,
but
then
you
we'll
know
keep up
something?
here.
I debated Dean on his. Listen,
Dude,
I debate.
There's seriously not a single person on the YouTube stream saying keep.
I'm not on YouTube. I don't do YouTube.
Oh my god, there's not a single person. What the fuck? No, I gotta show you this real quick, because that's actually crazy. I gotta show you all this real quick.
What are you doing, bro? What are you doing right now?
I just gotta show everyone this real quick.
Is so bad faith, man.
There's literally not a single person watching the live stream on YouTube that wants me to keep you up here. I gotta show this to you real quick. Look at this. Here's the YouTube chat.
Parker, what percentage of your live do you think are supporters of you?
Are you asking me? You're talking to Dean.
Both of you guys.
Not a single one. Not a single
what
fucking
percentage
one.
of your guys' lives are your supporters?
Everyone hates you.
I don't know, maybe
More than
50 to 60%.
Over 50%, right?
Yeah. At least.
Hey, I don't come up here to win over your audience, okay? I come up here to present an argument, a debate, and a conversation. Okay, if you want to play your childish games, that's why people don't listen to your rules.
Democracy is not childish, sure. I've never seen such a consensus ever before. We're gonna go, dude. That's crazy. Like there wasn't even like one person that was saying to keep. That's nuts. What's up, Reckless Digging? You're a big Trump guy. I see it in your bio. Pretty embarrassing if you ask me, but that's what we're here to debate.
No, actually, I want to debate something with y'all. Let's put your money where your mouth is. Let's play big bank. Listen, you and Parker, let's play big bank take small bank right now. Let's put it both of y'all versus me right now. Let's see who has more money in their bank account. I'll load it up on my computer right now. Let's see.
So this guy,
I don't
what is
care.
he doing?
No. Let's play big bank take small bank. Y'all act like y'all are so cool and so hard. Hang on. Let's play. Y'all want to play?
What? I don't
you know
care
what?
if you have more money than me.
Yeah, let's see.
No. I'm just saying. Y'all want to play?
You know what? Yeah.
No.
I want to see your bank account.
Okay, hang on. Are people going to leave me bad reviews on my company?
Should probably
don't
keep
know. I
that
don't-
information concealed.
Okay, right there. Fifth Third Standard Checking 4991. That's the end of my account number. See it?
I have a question.
How much does it say? I
Yep.
can't see.
It says like $960,000. I have a question.
Where? What? There it is.
Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So why are you, as a grown-ass man, so
Yep.
grown that your beard is going gray with...
Because I own companies.
One moment. With close to $1 million in your bank account, okay?
Yep.
Coming up here and demonstrating that even though you are a grown-ass man that owns companies with $1 million in the bank, that a 21-year-old on your fucking phone screen makes you so insecure, hot and flustered that you gotta come up here screaming, saying, I'm gonna sit you down and let me show you my bank account. I am so successful that I make grown-ass men with $1 million in the bank feel insecure. Wow. At 21, too. I gotta say, I'm proud of myself.
I'm
proud of
myself. I'm just saying, y'all act like y'all are so cool. And
You know
so
what?
hard.
You just made me 10 times cooler because I make grown-ass men with $1 million in the bank feel insecure. You just made me 10 times cooler. Let's fucking go, dude. I take that as a
I
W.
can do that for you. I'm glad I can do that for you. But here, let's talk politics real quick, though. I have y'all heard of the Nancy Mace bill? A bill that Nancy Mace was going to try to pass. You heard about that bill?
Nah, I think I've heard of it. Don't know what's in it.
Oh, okay. Well, you should look it up real quick, Parker. Look it up. You're on your computer. Look up the Nancy Mace bill. Tell me why Democrats won't, I don't know the word to say here. Why do they start with P? I'll say they start with P. Why do Democrats want people that grape people to stay in this country? Why do Democrats want that?
Why do you want someone who grapes someone to be president of the United States?
No,
we don't
no,
want them to
this
stay in
ain't
the
about
country.
Trump.
We don't want them to be in the Oval Office either.
this ain't
So
about
explain.
Thank you for the unicorn fantasy. I
This
appreciate
ain't about Trump.
It
This
kind of
about
is when
all
you
the
vote
Democrats.
for a rapist. It kind of is, right?
No, this is about all the Democrats.
I'm serious,
voting
dude. Wait, hold
to
up.
keep-
Answer that question. You said you don't want a rapist in the country, but you want him in the Oval Office?
So first of all, that's
No
not what I
response.
said. I'm talking about the Democrats. So then, are you saying that Democrats are just as wrong?
We don't want rapists in the country.
Well, then how come Democrats voted against Nancy Mace's bill?
I don't. What does the bill say explicitly?
Look it up. It's very easy. Google Nancy Mace's bill.
Yeah, that's very vague. There are many bills that she's tried to bring up in Congress. What specific bill?
I don't know what it's called. No, seriously, look it up. Just look up Nancy Mace's bill and you'll see. It'll pop right up. I promise you.
Oh.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm actually familiar with your bill. Do you want to know why Democrats voted against it?
Because they wanted illegal rapists to stay in this country.
No. Can I tell you the real reason?
You can't tell me the real reason because that's why.
I can definitely tell you.
All right, tell me. I got to go. My wife's going to yell at me for being on TikTok.
Because of its redundancy. You could already deport somebody on the basis of a conviction of sexual violence. And real quick, Ariel, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Let me thank my donors real quick. Pipe down low, bro. Thank you for the $10, Ariel, who says, thank you so much for mentioning how officers were getting in front of cars to excuse deadly force. Yes, it is so important to know that. Thank you for the $10, Ariel. Show some love to Ariel down below. Crystal, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo, who says, thank you for all that you do, Dean. I'm a survivor of sexual assault and no one believes me, not even my own family. We believe you, Crystal. We fucking believe you. Thank you for the $25, and I'm so fucking sorry that your own family doesn't believe you. That is sick. Thank you so much for the love, and I'm sorry. Shane, thank you for the $5. David, I appreciate you so much for the $5 as well. Then David as well with another $15, so that's $20 total. Let's show some love to David down below. I appreciate you so much. Who says, I wrote a short memo modeling Missouri's rural hospital risk over the next 18 to 36 months post-ACA subsidy lapse. Actually, David, can you share a link to that with me? I'd actually really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $20, man. Then Alec, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo for the money pick. Show some love to Alec. That is ALEC. By the way, he left. Julia, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, why aren't we starting a revolt? I'm so confused. Well, I think most people's takeaway is that we just need to vote for Dems in midterm. I just hope that the Dems that we're voting for are like gonna get Trump fucking out of office. And JD Vance too. Thank you so much for the $10. Then Kat, thank you for the 5. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, my friend. Over on PayPal, Lexi, thank you for the $5. Who says you've educated me more than any class I've ever taken in school or news outlet. Dude, that is honestly such a massive gesture. Thank you for the $5, Lexi. Then Madison with the $16, who says, hey, from Australia. The argument that they have that he feared for his life from a previous incident, I would actually argue that makes him like more unreliable, because you can't use info from previous incidents to justify the use of deadly force in another. That makes him like more unreliable, less likely to be justified in his claim of self-defense. And then Miss Joanna, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Holy shit, Joanna, God. Thank you. And then Susanna with the $50 on Venmo. Joanna and Susanna, the fucking goats. Thank you both so very much for the love. Oh my God. Joanna with the $50 says, Dean, since you wouldn't read my super chat, you are... I can't read this one either. Joanna, thank you for the $50. The same thing I said to your super chat. I can't read that either. And Susanna, that is spelled Susanna. Let's AH. Make sure let's get 500 Susanna W. Susanna with the $50 says, you really don't know how much my autistic son Jonah and I love and appreciate you. You are a light in this dark world. Get something nice for your girl and Momo. Oh, Susanna. Well, please give the best to your son. Jonah, if you're watching with your mom, I love you. I appreciate you. Same thing goes to you, Susanna. And I genuinely really appreciate y'all both. Let's make sure that we're showing some love to Joanna, Susanna, and her son, Jonah. Thank you, you guys. Oh, you guys are very, very kind. Let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up in the box. You guys are so awesome. Thank you so much for all the love.
Dean! Oh, I love you!
Thank you guys so much for all the love today. We got Splinter Thumb loaded up in the box. Dude, that last guest was so insecure. What's going on, Splinter Thumb? Do you support Trump?
Sí, señor. Yes.
How do you?
I 54 from Florida.
Okay, Steven, do you support Trump? No. Ali, hey, Ali, I appreciate you for that swan on TikTok. All right, Splinter Thumb, why do you support Trump?
Because Democrats, they don't have a good history for defending the Hispanic community.
So you voted for Trump to defend the Hispanic community?
Yes, you don't know this. Maybe you were only an image in your dad's balls, but you remember John F. Kennedy? You remember this guy, John F. Kennedy?
Yeah, JFK, elected president. And
yes, he let our people get slaughtered in Cuba because he wouldn't assist the Cuban people in the Bay of Pigs. Do you remember this?
No, because he was executed in November of 1963.
Correct. So then Bill Clinton, this guy, do you know the Cuban people were trying to come and he put wet foot, dry foot? Do you know what that means?
No.
Yes, the Cuban people, when they're coming from Cuba, avoiding the communist takeover that was happening, the Cuban people, they come to the United States to free themselves. And Bill Clinton, he put in one law that you must touch ground. So people come from many miles away and days in the ocean, they not can get their freedom until they touch ground. And the Clinton administration...
Did you know that if Trump was president instead of Clinton, then the Cubans would have touched ground and lived here for 20 years? Then Donald Trump would have basically accused them of being a violent gang member and deported them to be tortured in Secot in El Salvador?
Oh, is this what you know?
That's what he's doing.
And are you telling me you know more about Venezuela than a Cuban person?
Well, I'm definitely telling you I know more about what Donald Trump is doing to Cubans, doing to Hispanics, and doing to Venezuelans, that are in this country than you, because I'm familiar with his policy, I'm familiar with his regime, and I know that he has deported multiple planes worth of Venezuelan immigrants in violation of their Fifth Amendment right to due process to seek out in El Salvador where they're beaten and tortured. Okay, this all started with...
Do you ever file for immigration status?
No, I've not personally ever filed for immigration
Correct,
status.
because you're a white boy. I understand Democrats say that the white man is a problem. That sounds like you, young man.
What? We're not saying that. What are you talking about?
Well, that's what Democrats tell me, that the problem is the white man in America.
Democrats don't tell you that white men are the problem.
That
Democrats
I
try
hear
to
it all the
inform you
time.
that white men are significantly more likely to hold beliefs that are the problem.
Oh, so you believe that you are the problem?
No, you didn't listen. Again, white men are more likely to hold these bad beliefs. That doesn't mean that all white men are going to hold these beliefs.
So you don't believe that the white man is a problem in America?
I don't believe being a white man is being a problem. Does that make sense?
I don't think that being a white man makes you the problem.
The problem in America is the white man.
No, dude. I'm sorry, dude. You were looking at a very large Democratic influencer who spends his days on live with an audience of 20 to 30,000 viewers. That has built a strong and good community. And I'm a white man, which I think kind of serves as evidence to the point that, the Democrats don't really think that if you're a white man, then you're a problem. But more so, they just recognize the realistic fact that typically white men in the American society are at a high propensity to hold bigoted beliefs because from a perspective of ignorance, equality can feel as like oppression when you are already a privileged individual.
Who is privileged?
Like in what sense?
Do you say white people are privileged?
Oh, in the sense in which I just denoted, men would be privileged through the patriarchy. White people would be privileged through the lens of systemic racism. And these are just different. These are different different forms of oppression that can often intersect with one another.
I let me tell you something, young man. I come from Cuba. My parents, they come from Cuba. I have 2 houses and 4 cars. You tell me, how am I oppressed? Who oppressed me?
Sure. So, and under systemic racism, because you are Hispanic, right now, one form of oppression, and which would apply to you, but wouldn't apply to me, is being labeled as a subhuman, being labeled as a violent gang member, being labeled as an other, being labeled as a member of MS-13, all because of the color of your skin and the fact that English isn't your first language. I mean, that's what Donald Trump is doing to Hispanics today. Donald Trump, has labeled all undocumented immigrants as this, and then him as well as his supporters then apply that same rhetoric to individuals like you that are undocumented immigrants that are here with documentation, and then the Trump administration has turned around and has been deporting immigrants that we don't even know are definitely undocumented because he's not granting them due process to El Salvador. That is a system of oppression that would apply to you that would not apply to me.
I see. And do you think Jimmy Carter felt the same way when he put the Cuban people in cages under bridges in the tanks when the Mario boat lift happened? Do you think he believed the same way?
So I have no clue what Jimmy Carter did or did not do, but watch this. We're going to assume that everything that you just said about Jimmy Carter is absolutely true.
Mario boat
the very obvious takeaway would be to condemn the actions of the Democratic president like fucking 50 years ago and not support Trump because he's doing similar shit today.
But my friend, I know look at my I saw in my English
maybe how Kamala Harris would engage in policy that you think is bad.
Mr. Parker, I talking to the gentleman on the top. If you don't mind, please respect the conversation between me and the gentleman in the top.
No. Parker's my co-host. He's here to converse with you too.
I apologize for this. I was not very aware how the communication happened.
Yeah, well
young man, let me ask you.
I just want to clarify. Parker's my co-host. Okay, he's here to converse with you too.
He's the co-host.
Now,
yes.
Please let him ask his question and please respond to it.
Oh yes, please ask me, senor.
No, it's okay. It's okay. You can continue.
Muy bien, good. Listen, let me ask you a question, senor. The Democrats, they enslave the people and they fight to keep the people enslaved, and then they go. And they slaughter my family members in Cuba. They go and they pass a bill, Joe Biden, to incarcerate the people. And then you have the genius guy, Bill Clinton, not let my people come to this country during wet foot, dry foot. And now you're telling me the Democrats don't want to let go of the people so they could be the slaves so we can pick your fruit.
I just want to clarify your
argument. So you want us to pick your fruit for you, right?
I just want to clarify. Your argument is that because some Democrats have done bad things historically.
All Democrats.
Okay, listen. All
Everyone.
Democrats? No. I'm so sorry. You can't equate me to Bill Clinton. You can't equate me to Jimmy Carter.
White man.
You can't equate me.
You got to take the responsibility of the Democrats who tell you that the white man is oppressing the Hispanic and the black community, senor.
Okay, let me know when I can speak.
Por favor.
Okay. So I've already disputed the basis. I don't think that all white men are bad. I just think that white men are significantly more likely to hold bigoted beliefs. In fact, I've already given you an argument for that fact. So please stop supposing a fact to be true when in all reality it's false and it's already been debunked by myself. That's very bad. That's very bad faith of you. And B, please don't interrupt me because I was just simply seemingly reducing your argument down to a very absurd fact. Basically, what you're saying is that because some Democrats have done bad things historically, that therefore you are going to support the bad things that Trump is doing today. You're basically saying because Jimmy Carter fucked the Cubans over 50 years ago, that you're totally okay with Donald Trump not just fucking the Cubans over, but everyone with brown or black skin today. You're totally okay with Donald Trump supporting state-sanctioned murder today. You're totally okay with Donald Trump breaking the law by refusing to pay out food stamps to feed 16 million American starving children today. You're totally okay with Donald Trump using the phrase DEI as the N-word today. You're totally okay with Donald Trump disenfranchising Hispanic individuals by labeling them as the poison of the blood from our country, pulling from the Mein Kampf, deporting people with no due process, detaining citizens and legal residents like Mahmoud Khalil in ICE detention centers for 3 months today. And you're totally okay with him illegally deporting people like Abrigo Garcia in violation of a ruling from SCOTUS to Sica in El Salvador, where they're being beaten, tortured, and starved today. Listen, let's assume that every single Democratic president that we've ever had has been terrible. It still wouldn't follow in accordance with that logic that it's a good thing to support the atrocities that are being perpetuated by Trump today. I could tell you with certainty that if Donald Trump lost the 2024 election, we would not see state-sanctioned murder like what happened to Renee Good. We would not see millions of people being deported to Sikot where they're tortured. We would not see citizens and legal residents being rounded up, black-bagged, and then thrown into nice detention centers 1,000 miles away in the violation of withholding order from a judge. We wouldn't hear the president labeling all undocumented immigrants as prison escapees, mental institution escapees, violent criminals that are going to grape your wife, kidnap your children, and eat your family pets and dogs. It's funny because your only argument insofar as why you support Trump isn't to touch on why you think his policy is good because you know it's fucking terrible, but rather to attempt to point out the bad actions of Democrats historically, to attempt me or Parker to bite, to argue otherwise. But see, the thing is me and Parker, unlike MAGA, are not party loyalists who are willing to contort reality to bend to the betterment of the Democratic Party. We could recognize both the historical and present-day shortfalls from individuals in positions of power or otherwise it claim to be a part of the same party as us because we want to progress our party in a genuinely positive direction, in which would include the criticizing the downfalls of the leaders of said party. All that I'm saying here, all that Parker's saying here, is that objectively, things would be better off if Donald Trump lost election. Objectively, his policy is harming, hurting, and disenfranchising 98% of Americans. Objectively, right, you as a Hispanic individual, out of everyone in this country, have some of the best reason to not support him because of what he is doing to Hispanic individuals, which, by the way, in accordance with the logic that you've described so far, is something you should care about because you care about it when Bill Clinton does it, you care about it when Jimmy Carter does it, but then you support it when Donald Trump does it, which also makes you a fucking spineless hypocrite.
Are you finished?
No, I'm not. I could go all day with this shit.
Know,
but I'm going to naturally cut myself off to allow you to speak. Define socialism.
This is a socialist playbook where you go on like the Americans say, tangent, and you mute people so you don't give them an opportunity to rebuttal. This is the problem with the socialist people.
I'm not giving you an opportunity to rebuttal.
And you want me to define socialism. I'd be more than glad to do that for you, young man. That's where the people own the means of production. But the ignorance behind you people is that you think a definition has anything to do with the way of living. This is the problem with you young communist people. This is your problem.
We're not communists.
You are 100% communist.
No, I'm not. Can you define communism?
This is
interrupting and muting you is not communism.
Yes, I can do that too.
I'm being a commie right now. Look at this commie right now on the street. Parker, get a job. He's interrupting. Look at this communist. He's just doing it so much. The communism is flowing from his veins, everybody. The communism
because I know what the definition is.
I'm actually just being a commie right now. That's what I'm doing.
I'm
just being a commie. Okay, give me a second. I just wanted to be a commie. And I'll stop being a commie in 3,
to know that I know 2, these definitions.
1.
Yet you don't know how the living is. How you tell me, Parker, saying as I know the definition of socialism and communism. Now, can you tell me what is it like living under socialist and communist dictatorship? Can you tell me this?
You
can't.
I can't give you a first-hand experience of me specifically living in a socialist or communist dictatorship in terms of ideology, but I can say that
No,
from
no,
an
no, not
ideological
ideology.
perspective,
I
that
want
I'm
your
not.
experience.
Wait. I can say ideologically speaking, I'm not a socialist or a communist, so I don't see how there's any relation to me in any of those particular ideological frameworks.
Because I find it funny that you asking me to give the definition for the socialism and the communism. Yet
Yeah,
you
because they're
think
not
that it
applicable to
only has
us.
definitions.
You called
and
us
it does not
communists,
apply
and
to
they're
a
not
way of
applicable to
living.
us. So I'm just being a communist by interrupting you.
You are. This is Benito Mussolini's tactic is to go
What?
and interrupt people when they're
You
making
mean
points.
fascist? You mean fascist?
Yes.
But
You
you know,
know who
Mussolini,
Benito Mussolini is?
came
Or
up
you
with
just read it on
interruptions.
TikTok.
I have a question.
You just think because you read some guy on TikTok, you know who Benito Mussolini is?
Can I ask you a question?
You could ask me 100. I'd be more than glad to answer for you.
So why do you think that Parker's a fascist for interrupting you, but Trump's not a
Because
fascist?
this is the role.
You just interrupted me, you fucking communist freak! You fascist!
Oh, I see.
You
This is the
fascist.
tactic as well.
You just interrupted me. You are. Oh my god!
I was answering your question. I don't have to listen to a diatribe of a question to answer you, young.
You are a communist, socialist, Marxist, fascist
And now you mute me.
freak, sir.
There you go,
Oh
you
my
muted
god,
me.
2 more interruptions. You were
You
just.
can't do it.
Oh my god, dude.
Look at him being a communist. It looks
Dude,
like we're both
you
commies
are-
now.
You are basically. You are. Oh my god. You are basically Stalin. I
see. I am Stalin.
You are
You know who
basically.
Stalin was? Tell me who was Stalin.
Well, a fascist because he muted people on TikTok lives.
Yeah,
That's
he
what you're
interrupted
doing,
people.
and
That
you
makes him a
interrupt me.
communist.
You don't like when I tell you the stuff that you don't like to hear.
Okay,
I
no,
understand.
just
That's
acknowledge
what
that this isn't
that's what the
communism.
communists do.
Can you acknowledge that that does not make us a communist to interrupt you?
Well, yes, it is because what you're trying to do is prevent me from telling the people you are listening that you are wrong. Tell
Okay.
me, young man, Parker, you say you know that the definition of socialism. You say you know this, right?
Yeah.
What is it like to live like that?
Well, I don't think a particular socialist system has existed, but I do think that
They
people
all
with
existed.
I do think that people with socialist ideologies within these particular systems did try to enact them, and they didn't fully get like a social system. Again, I'm not a socialist. I can't describe exactly the conditions of every single type of system, and even so, I don't think a socialist would be held accountable for every single type of social system. They could disagree with a certain type of social system the same way you could be a capitalist and disagree with certain capitalist systems.
Yet you asked me to define it, yet you don't know what it is. Why? Why do you do this?
I do. It's the workers control the means of production.
But I ask you again, a definition is very simple. The color of the sky, the definition it says is blue. If you are blind, do you know what blue is?
You know that it's a color.
Well, but if you are
And
blind,
also-
you don't know what the color blue is,
Yeah, you
right?
technically you can. Yeah. Yes.
No, you
can.
cannot
know-
if you are
think
blind.
that-
You
think
see the
that-
problem with definitions and not
I'm
experience?
sorry. Do you understand that there are people who are blind that have previously seen before and have seen those colors, right?
Oh, so now you're gonna go to the another topic.
If you close your eyes,
engage with the
wait,
with the
hold
actual.
up. If you close your eyes,
Mhm.
would you stop knowing what blue looks like?
This is why I specifically say to the blind person.
I'm asking you. If you close
You see
your
the
eyes
problem?
for
Now you're trying to
close,
make it
if you close
an
your eyes, do you
exception
forget
of the
what blue
rule.
looks
You see
like?
how you guys are an exception to the rule?
I'm just asking if you close your eyes, do you forget what blue looks like?
This is why you have the hypocrisy on the Democrats, right? Let me ask you guys something. When Donald Trump he ran for president the first time, what did he run for? What was his goal?
Well, he called-
Populism, and into the deep state.
No, his
A
main
Muslim
was
ban.
immigration. See or no? Yes or no?
He wanted to ban all Muslims from coming to the country.
So then you tell me, this was President Trump. He win the election by your democracy. Yes or no?
Yeah, 2016.
So then why do Democrats?
not a popular
Wait
vote,
a
but
minute,
by
Parker.
electoral
Why
college.
do Democrats flood your country with illegal immigrants when the people clearly voted for immigration control?
Wait, so
Why?
are they controlling too much and not allowing undocumented immigrants to the country and being too brutal to them, or are they
See-
allowing too many into the country? Which one
No,
is it?
you see the problem? The problem is this: the American people vote
I actually
for
think
immigration
Actually,
control.
I think that Trump flooded the border.
You think so?
Yeah,
but the data doesn't
that's-
show this.
That's not even like a troll. Like I actually do think that. I could explain how.
You think so?
Yeah, I could explain how.
So then, No, you can explain, but you can lie as well.
Okay, well then just call me out when I lie.
You are lying already because you said that he'll allow more people in.
Yeah, Dean, you haven't spoke yet, and you're already lying.
So true.
He is.
So true. You know what?
Did Donald
Oh
Trump
my God.
put in policies to stop people coming in his first administration? Yes or no?
Yeah, so he didn't want immigration under his term, but he did want immigration under Biden's term. He flooded the border
And
under
he
Biden.
did this how?
By
did this how?
By A, telling
Dean, how did he
Republicans telling Republicans in Congress to vote against the bipartisan border bill. B, basically screaming and shouting from the top of every mountain TV and podcast for 4 years straight that the border was wide on open, incentivizing many more individuals to like come and attempt to come to the southern border and attempt to enter into America.
I see. So let me ask you, Dean. Do you say Trump stopped the border bill for this one, right?
Yeah, the bipartisan border bill proposed by James Lankford.
So what bipartisan border bill passed when Trump got into office?
Fucking none. Because he doesn't want a
And
legitimate solution.
And is immigration lower now after Trump or before Trump?
So undocumented entry into America has dropped by over 90% since Donald Trump's second administration begun. But that's not because of any good, proactive, long-term policy, but that's rather because of bold-faced fascism and human rights / constitutional abuse. The reason why we see lower immigration numbers is because he's disincentivizing undocumented entry by scaring them away, by violating the human and constitutional rights of the undocumented immigrants that are already here. Of course, when he's calling them the scum, of course, when he's saying that they're poison of the blood of a country, when he's deporting them illegally to CCOT where they're tortured, when he's rounding them up illegally in detention centers where they're being fed one meal a day, not given clean water to shower, and of course when he's then sanctioning the people that are running the deportations to murder citizens on the streets of this country. Okay, undocumented immigrants are no longer going to want to come in here because they're scared. But this is obviously bad for the first reason that it's immoral, it's fucking fascism, and the second reason being that it's not long term. The moment we have a president that is not a fascist with no material change in our policy nor legislation, we will see that reverse because nothing is stopping it from reversing, because the only reason why it existed in the first place was because of the abuse of Trump.
So you say that Donald Trump is fearing people from coming to this country?
Yes.
Is your position? So what you're saying is that the illegal immigrants did not fear the Biden administration?
Yeah, because Biden wasn't rounding them up, systemically deporting them illegally to a center where they were then tortured. Yeah. Or
So
sanctioning the
you
murder
mean-
of the people that are supposed to
I
find
see.
and catch them on the streets. Yeah.
So you're saying then that the people who come over here had no respect for the president of the United States or the country is your position?
Holding less fear doesn't mean holding less respect. In fact, I would argue
Yes,
that they
it's both
held
in the
more
same.
respect towards Biden because he wasn't like calling them all violent criminals. And by the way, if you just think that being more fearful of a person makes that person a better leader, well, then your argument would just reduce down to the claim that Hitler's the best leader this world's ever had because he was the most feared leader this world's ever had. Genghis Khan is the best leader that this world's ever had because he was the most feared leader that this country's ever had. Mussolini was the best leader that this world's ever had because he was one of the most feared leaders that this world's ever had. Do you see how your logic actually completely reduces back to you supporting fascism, which is ironic considering your projection onto me and Parker by labeling us as fascists for interrupting or muting you?
Oh, this is good. This is good because Parker asked me a question. So I ask you, Dean, what is fascism?
Well, I define fascism based upon
Yes, not
14
not the 13 tenets that's make believe. I want the from Gentelli and Bonito Mussolini.
fascism, an exclusion of the 14 tenets, which I don't think we should exclude, and I'll get around to why
Those
I
are
don't think that we
fake.
should exclude them. No, because they help us understand the textbook definition.
You're muting me again, fascist.
Because you're interrupting me while you're asking me to define the word fascist.
From Bonito.
Sorry, I just wanted to do that for fun.
The textbook definition of the word fascist is an ultra-nationalist and ultra-authoritarian regime would typically having power condensed to one small group of people or one person. And I think that we could best understand this textbook definition of the word fascist historically with the 14 defining characteristics of which have been true of fascist regimes in the past.
No, senor. First of all, I want it from Bonito Mussolini.
Okay,
He's the only one who's been categorized a fascist, senor.
I don't think that Mussolini's the only fascist ever. Was Hitler a fascist?
Yes.
Was
Okay.
Hitler a
So let me
fascist?
ask you. You say
Was
you
Hitler
want
a
to control.
fascist?
Well, wait. Hold
Was
on
Hitler
a
a
second. You said
fascist?
the power
No.
is
Was
controlled
Hitler
to
a
small group,
fascist?
correct?
Was Hitler a
You say that the
fascist?
power is controlled to a small group, correct?
Yes.
So then why Donald Trump want to give power to the states? That will give him less power.
I actually don't think he does.
Oh Jesus!
I can explain
Well,
how.
actually, he wanted to restrict women's access to abortion, so leaving it to the states allowed for them to restrict access to abortion to a greater extent, whereas it
Parker,
being
I
left
would
up
agree
to the
with
federal
you.
government did not allow for them to restrict as much. So
I would agree
actually,
with you,
he was
Parker.
trying to control people more. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I would agree
and
with
then
you. I think
and
your
then
mommy should have aborted you.
You're an asshole for
Is that your
What?
best
You
argument?
don't want women to have rights?
Is that your best argument?
I'm
Is that
just
my
saying you
mom?
want
Did you know that my
I say you
mom
mommy
wanted to
should
have
have
me?
done her for her rights.
Did you know that
and
my
abort
mom
you.
chose to have me? Did you know that?
Oh, so
Did
now
you know
you
that's a
like
choice
life?
that she made?
Can I ask
So
you a
now
question?
you like life?
She chose.
Hey, I have a question.
Correct.
I have a question. This will be super duper simple. Real quick. My question is, should men have the legal right to pull out?
Well, they do. And should men have the legal right to not pay child support?
1 second. Sorry, I just froze there. What? Real quick, answer my question. Should men have the legal right to pull out? Should they?
Well, they do.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. Should they?
They don't need the legal
No,
rights.
no. Should they have the legal right to pull out?
This is the most ridiculous question.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had to kick him because he got a flag. But anyways, the reduction of his position there is because we're arguing that women should have access to abortion. Therefore, Parker's mother should have aborted him. Because like any reasonable person would think that men should have the legal right to pull out, that he thinks his father should have pulled out. But I had to remove him because he got a flag. I really wish that he would have answered that question instead of running away. And like the 10 seconds that I had before, I just absolutely had to kick him. Because then he would have conceded that he thinks his father should have pulled out. All right, let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Dude, what a total destruction. Yeah, keep on coping in that comment section, Trump supporters. I mean, it's cute. But like, obviously his logic implied that he thinks his father should have pulled out and somehow I got cooked. Very cute, very cute, very cute. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Only up inside
They're
of the
just
queue.
jealous and want attention. That's what it is.
Yeah. I mean, if you
That's
want
all-
attention,
that's all
feel
they
free to hop inside of the queue. I mean, I literally invited like the first 5 people that spammed I got cooked and none of them accepted it. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box, yo. Hello, do you support Trump?
Hello?
Okay. Hey, Billy Boy, are you a Trump supporter?
No, I don't support Trump or
Okay, goodbye. We're all looking for people that do, guys. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA, please. Cleve, do you
Holy
support
crap,
Trump?
you got cooked by the last guy. Oh my gosh.
Okay, how old are you?
I am 20, but oh my gosh, you got cooked by the last guy.
Very nice. What year were you born in?
2005.
2000 and what?
2005.
2005. Very nice. How did the last guest cook me?
He was just cooking you. You started asking him if his dad had the legal right to pull out. That's a stupid ass question that doesn't even deserve an answer.
Then
You ask
obviously-
stupid questions.
Then obviously you weren't tracking the argument. Because the guest's argument was because Parker thinks that women should have the legal right to access abortion, that therefore Parker's mother should have aborted him. Okay, it would obviously follow in tracking that logic. If he thinks men should have the legal right to pull out, then his father should have pulled out. You're just so the reason why you think that last guest cooked me is because you have like the brain of a toddler and you can't critically think.
I think that's honestly disrespectful to toddlers.
So true.
Fans have the brain of a toddler. Every time that you go against your fans in anything that you've ever done, like when you talked about Charlie Kirk, now when he came out and said that the woman.
Oh, are you gonna make up some random
weren't
point to
trying-
get mad at Dean about instead of address the point he just made?
I mean, yeah.
Aw.
If you want to pivot, feel free to try to. I mean, I don't care. I mean, you're just gonna inevitably
Your
look like
liberal
shit.
followers, they have no baselines to what they believe. So then when you go against them in the slightest ways, you're gonna lose followers. I mean, I saw countless videos of people.
Oh my
on
gosh, Dean's gonna lose followers. No, people are gonna disagree with Dean. Oh my gosh, Dean, when you go on a platform, a debate platform, people are gonna disagree with you, and some people are not gonna follow you. Some people are not gonna agree with you, Dean.
He clearly cares.
Oh my gosh.
He clearly cares. But,
I'm not even sure on the argument that you're trying to make.
Yeah, I'm making the argument that your fan base is full of people who don't really think logically for themselves, and they base their ideologies off of you.
So what makes you think that you think
Go against
logically?
their ideologies, they start hating on you, and then you lose
Wait,
followers.
you just
lose
contradicted yourself. You just clearly contradicted yourself because you made the claim that when I go against the ideologies of my viewers, they unfollow me. But then you claim that they build their ideologies based upon what I believe. So if they if they were to build their ideologies based upon what I believe, then I would never go against theirs because theirs would just be a projection of my own. Nice contradiction.
Okay, yeah.
And you're trying to call liberals illogical. Jesus
Cooked.
Christ.
Cooked, dude. How does it feel, man?
I mean, it's just crazy to me how your own fan base is going against you because you didn't
No
shed
response.
tears for a lady
No response.
who was murdered by ICE. Like that's
Do
just crazy.
you have a response?
The response to what?
Okay.
what you just said.
I'll actually respond to what you just said there. So I don't think the individuals like saying, "Oh, Dean didn't cry on live for Renee, therefore he's bad." I don't think they're part of my fan base. In fact, I think that they're fucking crazy, and like seemingly like my fan base agrees. Right? Like, I mean, I posted about it on my Instagram story. I like pointed out the differences. I was like, I was live when Charlie Kirk got killed. And then you saw like my in real time expression of like feeling scared that this could happen to me. I wasn't live when Renee Good was murdered. I did cry off live, but then I later collected myself and made a video multiple hours later. And I think that the people who are like condemning me for not crying on live in response to Renee, even though I wasn't live when it happened, are legitimately insane. And I think that my fan base agrees.
Okay, so then would you also call the people insane for when they made fun of you for crying over Charlie Kirk's death, which seemed to be a large percent of your fan base?
No, I wouldn't call everyone insane that made fun of me for crying over Charlie Kirk's death, because I think that a lot of people were succumbed by like just blatant misinformation and propaganda over why I cried. Like there's like legitimate creators that made videos that were like a minute long saying, "Oh, Dean cried for him because he's secretly conservative and he's like a fucking Nazi," right? Like I'd say that the creator that made that video is insane, but I wouldn't say everyone who fell victim to the propaganda was crazy.
Interesting take. I mean, I just think that you're going to one day realize that you have to hold to certain ideologies to appeal to your own fan.
Wait, is this all you could do? Is this is like a desperate attempt to get attention? You're like trying to find some way of owning us. Is this your way of owning the libs?
To say certain things, because if you guys were to actually
No, you know what's crazy? Dean can say what he literally believes, and you're just mad about it. Dean goes on this live stream and he says exactly what he believes in, and you're mad. And you're jealous of the fact that he has the ability to do that, and you can't fathom the fact that someone has a different opinion from you, so you have to superimpose the only reason they would do that is because of some reason that is just going to grift. Because the only reason that you would be in a position like that is because you would grift, because you couldn't understand possibly caring about your country that much.
Yeah.
Putting your country first that much. That's what Dean cares about. He cares right now about getting people factual information, getting them to critically think, and getting them to change their minds so that he can benefit the country that he cares so much about. And right now, you're so focused on everything that you don't like about Dean rather than things you can do to better your country.
So true. I wish you'd criticize.
Also-
Wait 1 second. I wish that you would criticize Donald Trump for raping E. Jean Carroll the same way you criticize me for the supposition that I'm scared to go against my own fan base. If you and the million other Trump supporters held that same energy, I think that our country would be a significantly better place.
I mean, I don't think that he raped E. Jean Carroll, but I do disagree with a lot of other things that he has done. But I don't
Can you name one piece of evidence in that case you dispute?
Yeah, that's what a court determined. No court determined that I'm scared to go against my fan base. So it looks like you're willing to engage in conspiratorial rhetoric when it goes against your political your opponents, but you're not even willing to accept the outcome of a court case when it determines that your favorite
Someone
president is a
recently
rapist.
got sued
Now,
for saying
please,
that Trump was a
please
rapist.
answer Donald Trump's question.
Donald Trump.
Parker's
Dude,
question about Donald Trump.
No, not again.
Yeah, you're
no!
cooked. You're cooked, buddy.
Oh my gosh. Can you name one piece of evidence in the case you dispute?
Yeah, so one piece of evidence, I think that the only couple pieces of evidence that they gave testimonials, they gave her therapy notes, and also I know that she couldn't remember the date, the time, the location. She couldn't remember.
She did know the location. You are making up lies right now, by the way. The location was Bergdorf Goodman. Wait, Bergdorf Goodman was the location? You just lied about the case. That tells us you don't even know anything about the case in general.
I just told you about the case. I didn't.
You
mean to say
literally
location.
lied. You just said that she didn't know the location. You were completely wrong.
Was it in a series?
Did she know the location, yes or no?
Yeah, she knew the location. I didn't.
She knew the location, so you just lied?
Yeah, I misspoke. No, I don't think I was
You
an intentional
misspoke?
lie.
Okay.
Also, she definitely did know the year it happened. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she did know the year it
1995
happened.
to 1996 is within 1 year.
So you just lied. You said she knew the year it happened and gave a time frame. So why are you lying
that's
on
within
here?
1 year. That's within 1 year. Like if
That's
you're talking about the
just
1985 to 1996 season, that's within 1 year.
I've been through
so
this
dumb.
before. I know the quickest way to in this position. Define the word year.
I think a year is within like 2020. If you're saying the year 2025, it's within 2025.
So
I don't think that expands.
Can you define the word year, please?
Well, a year's 365 days, but I most people wouldn't think of it like that.
Perfect. So the definition of the word year is a container of 365 days. Would late 1995 to early 1996 exist in a container of 365 days?
You know that's bullshit, but yeah, it would.
Oh, he's so mad.
So
Get
it just
cooked, buddy.
logically follow in accordance with your
No, that's
definition
bullshit. That's
of the
asking me,
word
like,
year. It was a
when do I
year.
graduate college? You're asking me like, when am I going to graduate college? I would say 2028 through 2029. No, I graduate in 2028. That's just a stupid response. Like, no one talks about time like that. They don't give a general time.
No, what was your sophomore year? My sophomore year was between 2016 and 2017. Wow, you sound like an idiot, dude.
You thought about it for 5 seconds.
Genuinely, like, dude, is he really that confused?
And by the
my
way,
sophomore year, like, dude.
By the way,
come on.
I'm gonna try to be as like kind and as like goodwilled as possible. I think that it is true that people often equivocate between the word year and the phrase calendar year because the phrase calendar year would be defined as January 1st through December 31st. Meanwhile, the word year would be defined as a container of 365 days. And in many scenarios, we just use them interchangeably. So if you want to say that a year is 2025, yeah, that's right. But the technical phrase would be calendar year. Or you could say sophomore year was a year, which is also right, even though sophomore year extended 2 calendar years.
Okay, here's my thing. The reason why I'm a little spectacle about the situation is because I think in a case like this, you should know the at least exact year that it happened. You shouldn't have to give a general time frame of a full year. You should also maybe know the day it happened. I don't understand why Trump, the richest person...
Okay, so if a victim doesn't know these things, that means it didn't happen to them?
He walks into the store. He walks to the back of the Sears, or I think it was Sears.
Sears? No, I told you already. Bergdorf Goodman.
I thought it was Sears. But,
nope, you're wrong. You know nothing about the case.
Parker's
I'm literally
right.
telling you. Okay. Well. Okay, cool. But also, he didn't even get charged as rape, and actually, people have gotten sued all around the United States.
Oh my god, dude! Do you think forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will is rape?
Yes. I
Okay, that's what happened. Plus, the judge said that in fact Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll.
Yeah.
And then New York also changed their statute of limitations so he could get charged. And also the person
No, not
called it
just
a
for him to be charged. Thousands of other people were charged based upon that change of statute of limitations. It has nothing to do with just being for Donald Trump. Because of this, it allowed for them to hold Donald Trump accountable, like thousands of other people.
The person that got appointed to the New York as a judge even said that their sole mission of taking on the case was to make sure that Trump was held accountable. It was clearly
that doesn't mean they changed the statute of limitations to do that, genius.
It was clearly set up.
You're now talking about the prosecutors trying to go after the person they were prosecuting. Wow, nice fucking statement, man. Wow, that's a real new one. No one else expected that one. The prosecutor was going after the criminal. Wow. Oh my god, I couldn't expect that one.
Solely based off the fact that it was Trump, and solely based off the fact that
they never said solely based upon the fact that they're Trump. That's why they argued in court what Donald Trump did in violation of the law. What are you talking about?
I'm talking facts. You're talking emotional appeal.
I'm not. I just gave you facts. All you're giving me in response is nuh-uh.
1 second, both of
you're talking out of your ass, Parker.
Just 1 second.
No, I'm not.
1 second.
Parker, let's get Dean back on the mic. Parker's
one
losing his mind.
No, he's not. I just had a question. Hey, Lita, real quick, how old are you?
I'm not old for it to be on your live. But where's the sobbing video for Renee? Or Renee? Or
Oh,
Renee,
this is
whatever.
exactly what I'm talking about. Get shit on, Dean. Oh my gosh, you're getting shit on again.
I invited her up because she said that in the comment section. But if she's under the age of 18, unfortunately, I can't cook her on the subject
She's
matter.
dead serious. That's one of your followers, and she's literally making fun of you. They just proved my point. I appreciate. What was her name? Lene. Appreciate you,
Unironically,
Lene.
she
You
didn't
just-
follow me.
What does that mean?
She
What
wasn't
is
one of
that
my
So not a
followers?
follower. You said your followers do this. She wasn't following him. Get cooked, dumbass.
Well, I'm following him. I'm not a fan, so that doesn't make logic doesn't make any sense. And Parker, when I speak, why do you talk every single time? Like it's kind of weird. Like I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Dean.
What? Oh, you have been talking to me. You have responded to me multiple times.
I'm not talking to you. I'm
So now
talking
you
to
can't even recollect something that
At
happened
least
30
you bring
seconds
up
ago,
some
genius.
facts. You just hit
You
me.
did
You're
just you
high
literally
facts.
just responded to me. You can't recollect something happened 5 seconds ago.
All you do is Dean hits his vape, you hit your elevator
Elevation
pen.
pen.
You guys
Yep.
will sit on this
Based.
thing for hours a day.
Based.
So we got someone that's absolutely high to the ceiling, and then we got Dean just
Yeah, and I'm
inhaling.
still dunking on you. How does it feel? How does it feel that someone that is literally elevating over the water like he's Pisus? Explain to me why you think that he is so good at destroying you if it is the case that, again, you are completely sober and he's not.
I have a question.
I'm not sober right now. I'm actually really high, and I'm
Do you mind if I
as well.
ask you a question?
That explains it.
You mind if I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why are you so like insufferable? Like, I'm sorry, dude. The whole time you've just been like so like amped, if you know what I mean. It's like you just came in here like riled up and like ready to go, and it's just been like just craziness the whole time. You know, just like slow down, okay? Try to make your arguments a little bit more cogent. I think that a lot of people, including yourself, make the mistake of getting hot and flustered and speaking really fast with no real thought to try to win the argument by being louder, but then inevitably just make yourself look like shit. In fact, I'm just going to give you a moment real quick to calm down while I thank a handful of donors. Miss Lola, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Show some love to Lola down below in that comment section. Thank you so much, Lola. That is incredibly, incredibly kind of you. Lola with a $50 says, I had 2 separate essay/grape events occur, both reported to police. One included a grape kit. I could have given you the same information E. Jean Carroll gave, basically a year they happened, despite all the legal stuff that happened immediately after. First and foremost, Lola, I'm really sorry to hear that. And second of all, yeah, like it is just a fact that like many victims don't remember the exact date and time that it occurred, either because it was long ago or because of a trauma response/reaction, right? That made the victim like forget the specifics because they were tough. You know, it's great. That's one of the worst things that could happen to somebody. So Lola, I appreciate you for the $50. Please chat, show some love to Lola down below. And thank you for sharing your testimony. As well, Samuel, thank you for the $20 who says, Dean, what are your thoughts on JD Vance talking about ICE going door to door? He's fucking crazy. He's insane. I think that he just killed his shot at a politically viable future. Thank you. Thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Samuel W's. And then 200 analytical Linda W's. Linda, thank you, who says, the Cuba guy was killing me. Obama normalized relations with Cuba and Trump reversed it. Think of how the life of the Cuban people could have been improved had it not been for Trump. Linda, thank you for the $20. Samuel, thank you for the $20. And Lola, thank you for the 50. A couple other people. David, thank you so much for the $15. Who says, my wife and I are huge fans. Thank you for what you do. Oh, dude, thank you so much, David. Show some love to David and his wife down below. And then Miss Patsy, thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo. Let's get 300 Patsy W's. It is so good to see you today. Thank you so much for your kindness and your generosity. Patsy says, I can't with these MAGA anymore. Here's to you continuing to put up with them. Thank you so much for the $30, Patsy. You are a gem, as always. I appreciate you so much. Diane, thank you so much for the $20, who says, keep on doing what you're doing. Hopefully people will stop drinking the Kool-Aid. Hopefully, right, Diane? Thank you so much for the 20. Let's show some love to Diane down below. And Joan, thank you so much for the $25. That is Joan. Joan with a $25 says, thank you for standing up to these MAGA clowns. You know it, Joan. Thank you for being here. I hope that you're enjoying the live stream, and thank you for the $25. And then Miss Vanessa, thank you for the $20. Who says, clock it. This guy thinking he's escaped depression while actively participating by supporting Trump. That was in reference to the Cuban guest that we had. Yes, thank you for the $20, Vanessa. It's good to hear from you. Then Kamani, thank you for the $25. I appreciate you so much for the love, Kamani. Thank you so much, dude. Show some love to Kamani, Vanessa, Joan, all of the donors down below. And then, of course, Maura, thank you for the $10 who says, FYI, true communism has never been enacted. I think so, for the most part. Yeah, I think that might be disputable on the basis of some like indigenous communities. But outside of that, like obviously, like the typical references, like Cuba, Russia, China, like it hasn't been enacted yet. So you're right. Thank you for the $10. Then Garrett, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you so much, Garrett. Line of God, thank you for the 5. And then Jessica, oh my God, ma'am. Thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Holy shit, dude. Fucking hell, Jessica. Yo, show some up to Jessica down below in that chat for the $100. Holy cow. Who says, just cause I have a little extra and I love you so much, Jessica. That is completely undeserved. Thank you for your generosity and kindness. I'm flabbergasted by your kindness, by the kindness of so many people today, yesterday, and every day for the last 2 years. Thank you so much for your generosity. I legitimately want to see like 5,000 Jessica W's for just an incredibly kind donation. Thank you. And then Rose with the $10 and Stevani, thank you for the 20. Show some love to Stevani and Rose down below in that comment section for the 20 and the 10. Stevani says, after following and watching for almost 3 years now, Dean is one of the most genuine influencers I've seen. Well, I mean, I'm just myself, and I don't really feel like my view on life has changed too much because of what I do in the last 3 years. You know, like I just still feel like a pretty normal guy. Thank you for the $20. Then Rose with the 10 says, thank you for what you do. Keep it up. Oh, thank you so much, Rose. And yeah, by the way, Stevani, you have been watching forever. Aaron, thank you for the 5. And then Addison, thank you for the 5. Over on PayPal, real quick. I'll make this quick. Michelle, thank you for the $10. And Drew, thank you for the $10. Drew says Ray here. So sorry, not Drew. Ray, thank you for the $10, who says, love your content. You're giving me just a little bit of hope for the future of our country. Oh, thank you so much, Ray. Megan didn't leave a message, but did send a $10 donation. Thank you so much, Megan. And Daniel, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you so much for the love, Daniel, who says, love watching your videos and hope this is the best for you. Hope this is the right PayPal. It absolutely is the right PayPal. Thank you so much for your kindness. Let's get 200 Daniel W's. And then Marcelia, thank you so much for the $10. Appreciate you for the love, Marcelia. Manuel, thank you for the 1. April with a 10. Who says, I think he outsourced his brain to a bunch of broken MAGA talking points. So real, April. Then Madison, thank you so much for the $16. I appreciate you that, Madison. Show some love to Madison down below. Who says, the argument they have is that he feared from his life because of a previous incident. Would you argue that he was medically unfit for duty due to possible PTSD? Yes, very much so. And I think that what he did to her proves that. Then Josh, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Josh, we are just looking for debates right now, man. I do apologize, but thank you for the 10. Then Tatiana, thank you for the $5. She says, I appreciate you so incredibly much. Thank you so much. Jacob with the $10 says, love your work. Thanks, man. Caitlin with the $10. I appreciate you so much for the love. Kelly with the $20 from love from Sierra and Kelly. Dude, shout out to Sierra and Kelly in that chat for the $20 donation. Then one more here. Louisa, thank you for the $5. She says, 5 for you and 5 for Parker. Much love to you both. You get me through the rough days. Oh, thank you so much, Louisa. By the way, it's good to see you. I feel like you are often popping into the stream. And we are all cut up for now. Thank you guys for the love. If you want to donate, you can find my Venmo or my PayPal in the link tree in my bio, on my TikTok, pinned message on YouTube, top of the phone screen with a handle. Same thing goes for Parker with his Venmo and PayPal in the link in his bio. Now, just
all right.
trying.
Thank you, Cleve, for the 10. Thank you, Moses, for the 6. Thank you, Secret Account 101 for the 3. Thank you, Zay, for the 2. Thank you, James, for
Hey, sorry, dude. I just wanted to throw on mute to ask you to stop grifting. It's honestly really embarrassing. You should probably just go get a real job.
Yes.
I'm reading
Seriously, dude. Honestly, go get a real job.
Yeah, people support you with donations. You're such a grifter. You're honestly just like
What a
stealing their money.
grifter.
You're just stealing
I think
their
you're getting
money.
paid by the RNC actually.
Yeah, they're like robot fake donations, and then
Oh,
if they're
oh
real,
my
you're
word, wait,
stealing
hold
their
on.
money by
Have a
manipulating them into supporting you
Jay,
and
for
your
the
lies.
Oh my word! I just got a firework too. This is getting awesome. Okay.
Oh yeah, you're making up fake donations, buddy.
Look, I feel like you guys are projecting. Okay, but I want to get back to what I was saying.
How so? What do you mean? Are you saying that we have fake donations and that we're grifting?
Yeah, was that
I
like
never
was
said
that real or
about
was
you
that a
guys.
joke?
I never said that about you guys, and now you guys are saying it like I'm assuming that about you.
I mean, no. Do you think that we're grifters?
No, I think that you can make a ton of money off of social media, so I would assume that you guys are getting real donations. But I want to talk about what I was talking about earlier, how you guys hold to certain ideologies based off of your comment section, based off the people who follow you. So I'm going to give you a situation, and I want Dean to answer the question, okay? Your son comes to you, he is 10 years old, and he wants to switch genders. Would you support him? Would you allow for him to get puberty blockers even though he is 10 years old? Yes or no?
At 10 years old, I think I would first want to explore like social transitioning to see if, you know, like this is what would work best for them.
So you would be fine with them socially transitioning?
Yeah, to see if that's what works best for them, absolutely.
At the age of 10?
Yeah. I mean, the social transition is pretty harmless.
Okay, so if your 10-year-old came to you who was born a boy and started wanting to wear dresses to school, they wanted to go by a different name, you would be okay with that?
Yeah, but at 10, like, if you're asking me what I would do, I would also, like, pass the reins off to, like, a trained professional, right? Like, for instance, I would, like, seek out, like, therapists that specifically specialize within like a disalignment of one's gender identity with their phenotypical sex traits, and I'd ensure, right, that my child has access to proper and adequate professional resources. However, like, of course, I would support like a social transition. I just want to make sure that they have everything that they need to excel in life. Like my goal as a parent would be to ensure that my child has everything that they need to excel in life, everything that they need to be happy within reasonable bounds of what is best for their own safety and their own future. And I don't think that's unreasonable.
Okay, now the next question is, if your kid came to you who's around the age of 10 and they wanted to become a furry, they wanted to start wearing animal costumes, and they wanted to start being treated as a cat, would you also allow them to do this?
If they were a furry, yeah, I don't care. That's harmless as well.
Okay, this is exactly what I'm saying, is like liberals
He thinks that when they're being a furry that they're identifying as an animal. By the way, I think I've talked to this guy before.
Yeah, I feel like that's like a very harmless, like childish, not in a bad way because they're literally a child, a very harmless, childish thing to do. It's fine. They're children.
For you to be a father of your household, and for your 10-year-old to one day come to you and say that they want to be an animal or they want to switch genders, your role as the father of the house is to teach them to one day lead their family. And if they're coming to you and they want to do girl things, it is your job to go outside and teach them things, to do hard work, to do labor work,
would you let your son wear
learn
pink?
Sports and games.
Would you let your son wear pink?
Wait, I just want to make a point. Adam, you don't need to meet people for saying, why didn't I cry for Renee? In fact, I want to invite people like that up on the stream. Of course, now everyone's going to spam it because they know it'll get them an invite. But like when people are like legitimately spamming it, just let them, because I want to have them up. But guys, go ahead.
Did he ask me if I would let my son wear pink? Parker,
Yeah.
this is, again, where you guys focused on niche things that have nothing to do with the
I'm just
point.
asking you, would you let your son wear pink?
Saying that choosing to solely identify as something and choosing to think that the
Can you
color.
answer your question? Would you let your son wear pink?
Yes, I would let him wear pink.
Would you
because
let him
that
paint
has
his nails?
No, I would not let my son.
You
paint
wouldn't
his
let
nails.
you wouldn't let him paint his nails?
No.
Why?
Because I believe that the gender you were born in is I'm not
Right,
even
like, what if you have daughters and like they want to paint their brothers' nails?
Dude.
You're saying that you would prevent them from doing that?
I used to do that with my sister all the time growing up.
Yeah, like literally, you would prevent your daughter from doing that with your son.
Again, you're focusing on niche things. My main argument
Wait,
is
can you
that
answer
I
the
would not let
question?
I said yes. The
You
whole
would
argument
prevent
becomes-
them, dude. This is
No,
what I
would
mean.
not-
You are just
I would not prevent
ridiculous.
them. I
Oh,
would
you would
let them
not
do
prevent
that.
them. Okay, just to clarify.
I'm saying that the point I'm trying to get across is that I would not let my son I think after 18 you can do whatever you want. You can marry whoever you want. You can switch your gender. I do not care. Before the age of 18, it is the parent's responsibility somewhat. I mean, like once you start getting past the age of 16, it more so goes towards the child. But if a child comes to you, it is your role as the parent to have established roles within the household. If my son came to me and said that he wanted to identify as something different than the gender he was born in, that is an absolute no. If he started wanting to wear dresses, if he started wanting to act like a girl at the age of 10, before you even have hormonal like puberty, before all of these things, when kids go around and they say that they want to be Superman one day, they say that they.
Well, I have a
their
question.
favorite
If they're non-binary and they don't want to change anything about their presentation, or they don't want to get anything in terms of like puberty blockers or anything else, would you be okay with that?
Be okay with what?
Them being non-binary?
No, I'm raising my kids in a way that teaches them godly values, that teaches them things that don't go against their
Godly.
sexual.
When did God say, "Art thou shall not be non-binary"?
I'm saying that kids growing up, this should not even be a topic, but for you guys to think that one day you could support.
This shouldn't be a topic. Then why did you bring it up?
Because you guys are consumed with it. Like,
Wait, you brought it up
acknowledge-
though. You were the one who brought it up.
Dude, I
acknowledge the fact that
I
you
think
let
that the
your
only
community-
political party that's consumed by conversation surrounding gender identity is the right. You guys have made it your identity. If you truly want to know the people that have made gender identity their identity, I'm going to be looking towards the group of people, right, that forego and overlook like literal fascism, a destruction of our economy, an attack on our constitution, an attack on our allies, alongside about a billion other things, by just like claiming that the left loves gender identity and they're also crazy. I have a question for you. Let me know when you're ready.
Destruction of our economy when GDP is high, mortgage rates have gone down, inflation has remained readily stable. The amount of reinvestments that we've received from tariffs from other countries is doing great. So if you just say that the economy is in destruction mode is insane. But what was your question?
Well, I'm
Real
gonna.
domestic. Fuck, I want to respond to that. Go for it, Dean. I'll try to write it down.
No, it's okay, man. You could respond to that because I also wanted to respond to that.
Okay, well, real domestic manufacturing investment has declined since Trump got in office every quarter of his administration. The first quarter, wait, let me please finish. The first year of Trump's administration, we've actually seen lower levels of real median wage growth than what we saw at the last year under the Biden-Harris administration, and that's by factors of it. We've actually seen a stagnation between quarter 2 and quarter 3 in terms of real median wages. So although you saw an increase in GDP percentage, you didn't see that carry over to the average person, and that's why people aren't feeling this in the economy and things have not felt more affordable because median wages have not increased with the amount that GDP was increasing. Secondly, we can also point to the fact that unemployment has gone up as well, or that's like thirdly, unemployment has gone up as well, which is definitely worse for the economy. This is the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years.
Wait, I know who this is. You've been on this stream like 25 times. Why did it take me like 20 minutes to remember you?
Was this Chris?
I forget his name. He used to come up like almost every day. And then like I started catching him. And
I know
then
his
kinda stopped
name.
coming up.
He sounds familiar.
Yeah, I've debated you over 20 times.
He just loves getting dunked on. That's what it is.
Yeah, you like
And it seems like I shit on
are you a
every single
masochist?
time. How do I shit on you every single time I come up here?
You don't.
Like,
Name one point you've ever beat us on.
I mean, I just shit on you guys. I just showed all of your
didn't.
fans I support your 10-year-old transitioning genders. That's insane, but that's a literal wild take to have. Like, for you guys to think that that take is normal and to sit up here and act like you guys have this moral superiority is insane when you would let your own son at the age of 10 transition.
Yeah, change their name. Yeah, so do you have an issue with JD Vance changing his name?
That is
Do
insane.
you call JD Vance by his assigned name at birth, or do you call JD Vance by his preferred name?
Okay, so
that's insane to me.
I'm gonna go ahead and just state this. So what I said is that I'd be okay with like a 10-year-old son or daughter, right, engaging in a social transition with the backbone of like trained. Are you gonna allow me to finish?
That's just crazy.
Okay,
But go
well,
ahead.
I think what's crazier is you being unwilling to hear me out. And by the way, if you think it's insane to want to allow your 10-year-old son or daughter to socially transition, backed with a framework of trained professionals to see if that's what's right for them, see if that's what would work, or having like no long-term commitment because it's not like HRT, it's not a sex reassignment surgery, so on and so forth. But then you turn around and in the same breath, you don't think it's insane for Donald Trump to be a president while actively protecting the people that rape 10-year-olds, protecting the people that exploit 10-year-olds, protecting the people that have abused 10-year-olds by defying Congress and breaking federal laws. Not insane? Then I think you're a hypocrite. And I legitimately think that you think it is worse for a parent to think that it's okay to be trans as a kid, right? Then you think it would be for a parent to say that it's okay for this child to be sex trafficked. Because Donald Trump is protecting the sex pests, the sex traffickers, while also being a man that has boasted about sexually exploiting naked children, like 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18-year-olds, on top of adults at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, and you think that he should hold on to the most powerful ranking position of power known to mankind. If you want to know what's truly crazy, that's crazy. And you couldn't care less, you fucking hypocrite.
So you just put a bunch of words in my mouth, and really, I never said any of that things. But if you
Oh, okay,
look
so
at,
do you care that Donald Trump boasted about sexually exploiting women and girls? Yes or no?
not girls, they were women, but I also don't agree with
women
that.
and
I think that
girls.
was locker room talk. I think that was locker room talk.
What do you mean by locker
But,
room talk?
Yeah, I think that he was on a interview with Howard, or not,
Yeah.
not Howard, Howard Stern. And I think that when he was saying that, I don't think he would actually do it. I think that's just something he said because it was implied by Howard Stern. So
Okay.
I don't think that actually.
So you don't think it actually happened?
I want to bring up something you
Well,
said.
no, because I
before,
want to
'cause
respond to
I'm
those
not-
2 points real quick. Don't
I'm
run
not-
away from allowing me to address those 2 points. So your first claim is that it was locker room talk. I asked you what you meant by locker room talk, and you never answered the question. So I actually want to go back to that question. What is locker room talk?
Yeah, so in PE, my middle school year, the kids would say all sorts of things. They would try to boast about things that they did with other people. None of it was true. They just thought that if they said these
And you
things,
said
they-
in middle school, right?
Yeah, I mean, high school we didn't have PE, so
Okay, so
I
you're just
didn't
saying
have
that
as
locker
much-
room talk is boasting about engaging in sex with women that you haven't?
I mean, like even in football locker rooms, I think that people
Is
say
that
all
what
sorts
you're
of stuff.
what you're saying? Is that by locker room
think
talk
that
you just mean that
sometimes
Donald Trump was boasting about doing something that he hasn't in all reality done?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, all right. Well, we know that it's the case that he's not just boasting about something that he hasn't actually done, because point number one, I can agree that men will often boast about sleeping with women that they haven't actually slept with. I hear that all the time. But it's usually done as like as a social hierarchy thing. They're saying, well, here's this woman that's high on the social hierarchy, and I'm going to brag about sleeping with her, even though I haven't, to make myself look more appealing and attractive because that woman wanted to sleep with me, which is framed in the sense of consensual sex. I can't really name a time where I've listened to some boastful, braggadocious, prideful POS, rich billionaire that has like falsely claimed that he sexually exploited a woman or girl when they haven't actually done it. And then on top of that, Howard Stern actually had him explicitly clarify that it's something he's actually done. And on top of that, we have corroborating victim testimony from 4 teens at Miss Teen USA, one adult at Miss USA 1997, one adult at Miss USA in 2001, on top of many other women and girls. And for all those reasons and more, I would just simply argue that it is false to assume that he was just telling a joke or not telling the truth.
Okay, so I'd be interested in the exact names of the people who did come out, because I know of many other people who came out and said that he was very professional. He would have never done anything like this. So if we equate those two, it can kind of just go either way. And I would rather choose to believe that the numerous people who came out and said that he was professional during this time is more than the people who didn't even say their names out loud, and then one person ended up fleeing the state because they were scared of being sued by them for coming out and saying this. So I think that we can pick and choose for
So that was a very cute attempt at a counter argument, but I think what you forget is that I'm more knowledgeable than you on the subject. And I think that this is like the big point where people like you lose the debate, because you just made a bunch of shit up. So first and foremost, no, there hasn't been multiple women for Miss USA or Miss Teen USA that has come out and said that he never did this. There's been one. I think her name was Victoria Hughes. Now, Victoria Hughes said this never happened to her when she was a contestant in 1997. And we'll talk about her. We're just going to compartmentalize that and set it aside for now. Another claim that you made is that there hasn't been any women that have named themselves that have come out and made this allegation against Trump. That's also false. I'll just give you the name of one of the girls from Miss Teen USA, Mariah Delgado. Shit, see how I'm able to debunk the shit that you're spewing just simply because I'm knowledgeable in the subject matter? And then the next thing is, I don't think that what Victoria Hughes said, because you're interrupting me. No shit, dumbass. I don't think that what you're actively interrupting me, you can't say that you're not interrupting me while you are interrupting me. You lack a brain. I don't think that what Victoria Hughes said contradicts what Mariah Delgado said, because I'm only going to expect Victoria Hughes to speak from her own experiences, because Victoria Hughes is not an omnipresent, all-knowing entity. All right. So I completely believe Victoria Hughes when she says that Donald Trump has never personally walked in on her and looked at her while she's naked. But I just happen to also completely believe Mariah Delgado when she said that Donald Trump has walked in on her while she's naked. And I completely believe Donald Trump when he said that he's walked in on contestants naked. I think all three of those things can be true at once, and I don't think that they contradict one another.
Is that all Mariah said that happened? Is there a written testimony, verbal testimony? What kind of testimony is it?
Yeah, there were verbal testimony given to people when asked.
And what was the circumstances of this?
Donald Trump started running for president in 2015. All of a sudden, he became a nationwide name. People were curious, looked into who he is and what he's done. They found that clip of him bragging about sexual exploitation to Howard Stern. They got curious who the victims might be. They started reaching out to different pageant contestants from Miss Teen USA and Miss USA over the years, and they were able to get hold of people like Victoria Hughes, like Mariah Delgado, on top of many others who either gave the testimony that this happened to them, which was around 95% of them, or the testimony that this didn't happen to them, which is around 5% of them, which, by the way, both of those accounts are completely in alignment and compatible with what Donald Trump said, because Donald Trump sexually exploiting beauty pageant contestants doesn't mean he's going to exploit every single one of them.
Okay, so you made fun of me beforehand by saying that there was multiple people who came out, and then you just said it was 5%. But you just said it was only one, so that doesn't really make any sense.
The only one I could think of is Victoria Hughes.
But you just said 95% to 5, and I think you kind of just got that number out of your
that was just quick math by thinking of how many women and girls can I think of that said that this happened to them, compared to how many women or girls can I think of that said that this didn't happen to them. And I just did quick math. If I were to add the numbers together, I'm just making an assumption that Victoria Hughes would account for 5% of the total.
That's just a complete statistical error. You have no reason to assume that it's 95 to 5, and yet you spew out people in your comment section are probably thinking, "Wow, 95% to 5%," and you literally just got that number out of your ass. And then
Yeah,
you
it's an
spewed it.
assumption. Probably like the
If I
least
wouldn't have
important
said
part
it-
of everything that I just said, by the way. Because the meat on the bone of what I just said that's important is the fact that we had multiple women speak out and say this happened to them. And this doesn't contradict the
Multiple? You just
testimony
said
of Victoria
multiple.
Hughes, who said that this didn't happen to her. And it actually aligns with Donald Trump's admission of guilt to Howard Stern when he said he'd walk into their changing rooms and look at them while they're naked. So I find it funny that you are now just purely attacking a passing assumption just to further the point that was driven home about Donald Trump admitting to this, then it being corroborated by victim testimony. Because you know that if you were to respond to the meat on the bone, you get fucking deep fried because I'm smarter than you, I'm more knowledgeable than you, I'm a better debater than you, and I'm in alignment with reality, and you're not.
Yeah, so you probably do know more information than me. You're probably a better debater because you do this every day. But then again,
He
you just
admits he
said
gets mocked.
you just said for the third time in a row that multiple women came out and spoke up against Trump. But you just said previously that it was only Mariah. So which one is it? Is it multiple women who they have records of saying, or is it just Mariah?
I never said it was only Mariah. That's a lie. Would you like to put money on it?
No, that's not what I just asked you. That's not even what I just said.
That is what you just said. You just said that I gave a contradictory narrative by in one breath suggesting that it only happened to Mariah, that in another breath suggesting that it happened to multiple women and girls. I never stated in any breath that it only happened to Mariah.
You said that the names you could think of are Mariah and Victoria. Are these the only names that came out and spoke up against it, or were the other ones all anonymous? Do you know that?
Okay, so first and foremost, Mariah being the only name I can give you does not mean that was the only individual who came out named. By the way, Miss Arizona of 2001 has a name that's public. I just don't know what it is. On top of other women that I'm not familiar with. What you're trying to do is, it's an appeal to ignorance fallacy. You're basically saying because Dean doesn't possess the epistemic knowledge of these names, that therefore they don't have names or they were reported anonymous, which would be a logical fallacy. But one is enough. In fact, 0 is enough because we should just take Trump for his word.
And I think that this is exactly why people come out and speak up against certain people. We've been seeing this with other celebrities as well. Everyone did not have a problem with Trump. Everyone absolutely loved Trump, thought he carried himself professionally. And then as soon as he gets a name to himself, these people come out and they spew things about Donald Trump. Whereas
Donald Trump said that he
other
did this in
people are
2005.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're saying. He said that he did this in 2005. And it wasn't anyone else. It was him.
Okay, but then again, that he was on his talk show. The
Yeah?
circumstances of the talk show, he said it in a joking manner.
What do you mean
these
joking
are all
manner?
things-
Are you saying that he
Like-
said it in a joking manner because he said it was funny?
Howard Stern gets people to say things that are not true, that are truthful. Like it's a Howard
Can you please
Stern
point
show.
me towards one other person that's ever been on Howard Stern's radio show that said that they've sexually exploited a woman when they haven't?
Yeah, so I think that actually no, I'm not going to say this so I don't get sued. I don't think it was sexual exploitation, but I do know that he
It
got.
definitely
I
was.
think this. He got Nick Cannon to say that he cheated on his wives during a talk show of his.
And
So I
did
think
Nick
he gets
Cannon
people
and
to
did
say-
Nick Cannon actually cheat on his wives?
I'm not even sure if he did.
Okay,
But I know
well,
it was
well,
like
then you don't have a cogent argument because what I asked you. Wait, whoa! Wait, you're saying that because Donald Trump said this to Howard Stern, you know that it's false. But regardless of the fact that Nick Cannon said this to Howard Stern, you're not sure if it's true or false. Dang.
I'm just saying that this is the kind of show.
Wait, let's
that
just look it
people-
up. Did Nick Cannon cheat on his wife? Oh my God, he did. Yeah,
of course he did.
dude,
He has, like,
he
7
did.
kids,
Wait. This is a terrible argument because what you just brought up is that Howard Stern got Nick Cannon to tell him that he cheated on his wife when it was true that he cheated on his wife. So in other words, are you stating that because Howard Stern can get bad people to tell him bad things they've done that are true, that the bad person who told him the bad thing they've done, sexual exploitation, and the bad person's Trump, is false? That's completely contradictory.
I don't think that it was true. And if you look up if he's cheated on his wife, of course, it's going to tell you yes because he has 7 different kids with like.
Wait, now you're saying you don't think it was true, but less than a minute ago you said that you don't know if it's true or not. But now you're claiming it's definitely false. Can you make your mind up? Your mind up?
Told me to think. I mean, that's the first thing that came to my mind. So I'm not sure if it was true or ended up being false. I'm just saying a Howard Stern show. He gets people on there. He creates this toxic atmosphere, and he gets people to say things that might not necessarily be true.
He literally clarified,
Simply to
you
get
actually
validated.
did this, right? So you have done that. That's what he literally said.
Yeah. So point number one.
And he says the funniest thing is, and that's what he went into.
Yeah,
Sorry,
so
go
just
ahead.
no. I'm actually rolling off of what you just said, Parker, because what Parker just brought up is really important. Howard Stern actually explicitly clarifies with Trump that this is something that he's done. Because you're right, Howard Stern is a shock jock. People go in there and say crazy shit, and then when Donald Trump started to say this crazy shit, even Howard Stern was like you're kind of like if you're joking, like you're taking this way too far. Trump, have you actually done this? And then Trump is like, yeah, I have.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you guys can say whatever you want.
But is that not
the-
fair? That's a totally fair argument.
That's a fair argument. I don't believe that it happened.
Wait. So you're saying that there's a fair argument to demonstrate that it has happened, but you reject it because why?
I reject it because I don't personally think that it happened.
Oh, okay. So you reject it because you don't personally think it's happened, even though you recognize there's a fair argument to demonstrate that it has, which must mean there's a better and more fair argument to demonstrate that it hasn't. So what is the better and more fair argument to demonstrate that he did not do what he admitted to, that defeats the position that he explicitly clarified and said this actually is something he's done when asked, and we have corroborating victim testimony for many women and many girls?
Yeah, so I think there is a fair argument that he could have done this. The reason I disagree that he did do it is knowing his presence at the time, knowing his popularity, knowing his commitment to the pageant, knowing his relationships with the parents of these potential
popularity. So you're saying because he was popular, he couldn't do it? You're saying because he was popular, he couldn't do it? Wait, so I just want to clarify, didn't do it because he was popular?
I'm saying that there's a combination of factors.
Okay,
to
well,
why
what
I
are the
believe-
factors? Tell me.
I just told you. I think that.
Tell
his
me again. Let's
presence
be
is-
clear. What do you mean by presence?
Like the person he was
Which
during that
is?
time, his popularity.
Okay,
He
so
was
so
rich,
okay, so he's rich. Okay, important.
popular.
Okay.
He had good relationships with other contestants.
Okay, good. Like who?
I mean, he ran the pageant and people respected him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen his pageant.
Okay, so
Like,
you're saying that
people-
because the people went to his pageants, that he didn't do anything bad to them at his pageants.
What?
So I just want to clarify, but because Nickelodeon kid actors went to Dan Schneider, that therefore Dan Schneider didn't do anything with the Nickelodeon kid actors.
You guys again hone in on bullshit reasonings. Like this is false
Wait, no,
comparison.
that's not true. Dan Schneider was rich. Dan Schneider was important. Dan Schneider was popular. Dan Schneider had Nickelodeon kid actors going to him to work on TV shows. So you think that Dan Schneider was innocent?
And guess how he was found guilty? Because there was proof to make sure that he was
Oh, and
guilty.
Trump
There
was held liable.
there
You don't
was-
accept
no, he
that?
was not. That's just not true.
He wasn't.
not
Trump
held
was not
liable.
held liable for sexual
Not
abuse.
held liable.
Wait.
He was not held liable for
Wait.
this
I just
at
want to
all.
clarify here. Wait,
Yes,
you're
he
saying
was.
wait, you're saying that
He was
even though
not.
wait, I
That's
just want to
a lie.
clarify. Are you saying that even though Dan Schneider was
Parker's
rich,
wrong.
important, popular, and had the Nickelodeon children actors going to him, he was still guilty of this thing? Correct?
Because there was evidence to make him guilty.
No.
If there was no evidence,
I just want to clarify. We're not talking about evidence for it. We're just talking about him actually doing it. So just to clarify, yes or no, even though Dan Schneider was rich, important, popular, and had these Nickelodeon kid actors going to him, he still did bad things to them.
yes, that is true.
Okay, so then saying that Donald Trump was rich, important, popular, and had these women and girls going to his pageants doesn't imply that he didn't do bad things to them.
Doesn't imply that he did do bad things to
That he
them.
didn't do bad things to them.
No, it doesn't imply that.
Okay, so then you just rejected your own argument. And that's how you get cooked every single time you come up here. Thank you so much. Fucking deep fried. Holy cow, dude. Cute. I mean, completely just completely ripped into them. Here, Parker, I'm gonna pass the mic for you to you for a little bit. I feel like I've been inserting myself too much. I want to make sure that you get a fair opportunity.
you're
to
good,
get
don't
up
worry.
here while you're up here.
You're good. Don't worry. I am going to be starting my own live here in like 14 minutes, though.
Cool. What's going on, John? Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Oh, John, you really shouldn't. He is the worst president of your 85 years of life.
85 years of life. I'm not 85.
Oh, my bad, dude. How old are you?
I am 40.
Okay, sorry. He's the worst president of your 40 years of life.
I wouldn't say that.
I would, but that's what we're here to debate.
Okay.
So do you want to take it away?
Sure. What do you want to debate? What do you want to talk about? What makes him the worst president in my 40 years of life?
Many reasons. I have a bunch of people on Venmo and PayPal to thank. Do you mind if I actually just thank a couple people real quick, Mr. John?
Do whatever you got to do, man.
I appreciate that, John. Hey, Mike, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Who says, 47-year-old black male here. Never thought I'd have to turn to the youth in order to see the truth in this world. The adults have totally screwed it up. Keep on doing what you do, sir. Dude, Mike, thank you, man. Let's get 100 Mike W's and 100 Christina W's. Thank you so much for the love, Mike and Christina. Tom, thank you for the 5. And then Barbara, thank you for the 5, who says, I'm 58. I live in New Jersey. Trump has been a joke since the 80s. Why do these people why do people revere this loser? Abso-fucking-lutely, dude. Then Maylene, thank you for the $5. Shayana, thank you so much for the $10. And thank you for all that you do. Don't forget to take care of yourself too. Thank you, Shayana. That is Shina. Show some love to Shayana. I'd also like to thank Kaylee. Thank you for the $5. Kimona, thank you so much for the $20. She says, share this with Parker, please. You got it. I really appreciate both of you and your hard work and dedication to changing the minds of these people. Oh, thank you so much, Kimona. That is seriously incredibly kind of you. Then Brandon, thank you so much for the $10. And then thank you for giving me that argument as well, Brandon. You're awesome. Karina, thank you so much for the $15. She says, your live streams have been getting me through the flu. Thank you for dealing with these idiots. Oh, thank you so much, Karina. And thank you for the $15 as always. And let's also get 250 Danielle W's for the $25. Danielle, as always, it's good to see you. You're always tuned in. Who says, America can't afford a general strike, but there's nothing stopping us from fully ostracizing MAGA. These uneducated ghouls don't deserve our kindness. I appreciate you for the $25, Danielle. As well as Brianna and Phoebe, thank you both for the 5. Albert, thank you so much for the $15. Who says, my husband is a furry. I'm definitely not. This dude sounds like a closeted furry to me. I'm guessing a fuzzy bunny. Oh, Albert, thank you for the $15. And then Naomi, thank you so much for the $15. Who says, I just want your opinion on this. Is it valid to feel burnt out because I'm constantly driving my boyfriend and around all the time? Yeah. Answer to your question is yes, Naomi. Thank you for the $15. And then one more here. Ailey, thank you for the $10. Who says, I was 16. My dad told me Trump's quote unquote grab them comment was just locker room talk. I'm a woman now who's been deconstructing everything from the past 4 years. You were helping me find my voice when speaking to my own family about these topics from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Oh, Haley. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. I'm really happy. I'm really happy that what we do here is able to help you out. And I think that you're absolutely phenomenal for it. All right. So, John, tell me in Parker, why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because of the regulations that he's basically taken off so that we can actually have sane, prices for gas.
I don't think that the reason why we've seen a reduction of the price of gas can be attributed to regulation that he's removed. What regulation has he removed that has reduced the price of gas?
Well, he's removed a bunch of the black tape where now you can actually drill where the oil is, not drill where the oil isn't. He's giving permits to people with land where the oil is. Now, I don't know if you know anything about
that's not true, but I'll let you continue.
I know you're going to come back and say that, during Joe Biden allowed the most permits of anybody else. But when you allow permits and you have the burdensome regulations on how they can drill, when they can drill, what time of the day, where, you have an issue with actually extracting it. You guys, I think the dumbest thing Biden did was when he rejected that pipeline, because that pipeline would have moved the oil from Texas all the way through, and Canada was going to buy it. And he rejected it because
coming from Canada. And by the way, not only did Biden approve 50% more drilling permits, but we also produce the most crude oil that we ever have as a country. So I think if you want to sit here and you want to argue that like Trump has made the price of gas lower by removing regulations, it wouldn't be him removing regulations to drill more crude oil, because Biden produced a shit ton of that. It would be him removing regulations to make the price that it costs to produce refined oil less expensive, or the price that it costs to drill for crude oil less expensive. Not necessarily an increase in the amount of crude oil, but more so a decrease in the price that it costs to get it out of the ground and refine it.
Do you think it was a problem when, because of Biden's regulations, that he had to basically steal all the freaking oil from our strategic reserves to lower the price because they thought they were going to have a problem with them losing the midterm elections, and they did.
So I'll grant you that second part because I'm honestly, I'm just gonna be honest, John. I'm not too familiar when and why he dipped into the reserves. But what I will say is, assuming that there's some type of regulation that caused him to do that, I think I know what that regulation would be, and I got to tell you, I completely agree with it because that regulation would be us placing sanctions on Russia's oil, which of course skyrocketed gas prices because Russia accounts for 25% of OPEC plus, meaning the global supply of oil went down, 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 down. But yeah, we should definitely sanction oil from countries that are like committing an ethnic cleansing and attempting to illegally annex another country as a part of theirs. By the way, like the totality of Europe agrees with us.
Listen, I have no problem with sanctioning Russia for what they were doing. I have no problem with that. They had to. It was retarded. I'm sorry. It was bad. I caught myself. It was bad for them. It's bad for Russia to do what they were doing.
Hey, sir.
Don't
I just
agree.
want to thank you for catching yourself. Go ahead.
Yeah. I don't agree with them taking the oil from our reserves when we're basically it was all political. And this is the problem I have with a lot of the stuff that goes on. Because I'm going to be honest with you, I don't like both the Democrats or the Republicans. I wish the people like Lindsey Graham would retire. I wish the people like Chuck Schumer would retire because they don't have our best interest at heart. Now, I'll give you a great example of why they don't have our best interests at heart. I think the biggest problem, because again, I live in New York, so I think the biggest problem that we have in this country right now is the gerrymandering of districts, both in right and left side. Because what I can't agree with is you are hurting children, not adults, you're hurting children by the gerrymandering of these districts. Because what you're doing is, in urban America, basically in the inner cities, where that's the most dense population of the states. So in New York, it would be, obviously the 5 boroughs. You basically take lines and draw them that are so outrageous to take the most dense population of area and make them so that the kids now have to take 2 subways and a bus to get to school. So why do you think kids are struggling to have an education? Not because they're not being taught well, because kids literally take 2 hours to get to school, all for the benefit of politicians who have been enriching themselves for years. And I think that's a problem. And how do we correct that issue?
I'm not going to lie. Do you mind if I grab the mic from you real quick? Is that okay?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. So point number 1, I said thank you for catching yourself when you were about to say the R word, which is good. You should catch yourself, but I think what you should even do more than that is get it out of your vocabulary altogether because it's obviously in it. I just wanted to take a couple seconds to describe that. That's a really derogatory word. I think that we as a society should just completely stop using the R word. I understand that it's normalized. I understand a lot of people use it, but I actually don't think that would undermine the fact that it's incredibly derogatory. So do not use that word. A big old recommendation. Secondly here, something else I'd like to bring up is you brought up gerrymandering and you think that gerrymandering hurts children in school. Agree. But the question being asked is, why do you support Trump as president?
I support Trump as president because I actually think that what he's trying to do is make government smaller. Because I think government has been the biggest problem with our society over the last 15 years.
Dude, our state is sanctioning murder, and now the Trump FBI is unwilling to cooperate with the local DA office where Renee Good was murdered and unwilling to overturn evidence. How is that making government smaller to like prevent murderers from being held accountable because they're protected by that big government?
I'm talking about, all the government employees we had hired under the Biden administration, and then even during the Obama administration, where we've basically our debt has just gone up and up and up and up and up.
At modern American history, we haven't had a president worse for the debt than Trump. In Parker, if you'd like to describe why, because I want to give you the mic, feel free to.
Yeah, the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget indicates that Trump signed off on over $4 trillion more debt-related spending compared to the Biden-Harris administration. and his campaign plans for the next administration, this one being compared to Harris's, were $4 trillion more on a central estimate.
But that's a comparison. But the fact is that during the Biden administration, he signed, what was it, 4 or 5 major packages that included what, $6 trillion worth of debt. You had a $2.5 trillion infrastructure
Are you
package.
trying to act like Biden signed off on more debt? Because I just told you that he signed off on less.
But you're talking about Trump's first term to now. I'm saying in the first year of Trump's administration, he has signed off so far in over a year with only one major piece of legislation. And we're talking, what was it? It was that $2 trillion package, which I totally disagree with. Again, I think that's just government being government. That's just Republicans and Democrats being Republicans and Democrats. And as for it was a previous guy on here talking about the whatever that guy was with that Nancy Mace bill. We all know that that's just another nonsense bill that's passed because they just want to stick a bunch of overspending into it, but they make it this whole thing about, we're going to take I don't want to say the R word, and we're going to just put that in there to make it look nice.
What? What did you just say?
He means grape.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
He was trying to reference like the fact that Republicans are trying to sneak into a bill spending, but then label it as like addressing like immigrants, bringing violent crime to our country.
Yeah, I'm just confused on why this conversation is as muddied as it is. If you're saying that you want a president that makes the government smaller and reduces spending, then you wouldn't support Trump because in his first term he added $8.6 trillion compared to the $4.6 under Biden and Harris. And so far in his second term, he's already signed in the most expensive policy ever passed and added close to $5 trillion worth of debt in a year. So I just don't understand why the conversation doesn't end there.
But
now I'm gonna go start my live, Dean. Thank you for having me on, man.
Yeah, you take care, man. Thanks for coming up.
But Dean, where is the $5 trillion he spent? That's what I want to know. Because
I could be clear. I could tell you.
Please, I would love to know where the $5 trillion, because all I know is the one package that Congress built.
According to the CBO, that's 4.5 of that is going towards the Big Beautiful Bill. The Big Beautiful Bill is a terrible piece of legislation, completely fries our country, fucks over low-income Americans, fucks over the working class, and allowing the ACA subsidy expires also mess. And according to the CBPP, is reducing the purchasing power of the average American making at or under $51,000 per year. I think it's time that we start caring about the average American. I think it's time that we start caring about single mothers of 5. And I think that it's time that we start caring about people that are reliant on social programs like Medicaid, like Medicare, and like food stamps, and stop endorsing / supporting presidents that are willing to defund those systems and kick 10 million people off just so it means he has more money to put back into the pockets of the top 1%, or to use his leverage / bargaining power over the Democrats by making them look bad, such as when he refused to abide by a court order to fund food stamp benefits for 16 million American children during the last 12 days of the government shutdown, or him now attempting to punish the Democratic protesters in Minnesota by refusing to pay out food stamps to this state as a whole.
But he actually funded that program during the government shutdown. That's why I don't understand what you're talking about. He actually came up with the money through donations from people to fund the SNAP or the WIC program.
No, he didn't. No. A court ruled. Okay.
No, I know what you're saying with the court rule.
Yeah, bro, you are following a 5-year-old boy. That's crazy. You are gone. He was legitimately following a 9-year-old boy. That's strange as fuck. Okay. All right. Let's go to move on to the very last guess of the night. Let's go to move on to the... By the way, y'all did that one great. I just want to let it be known, you guys did really good on that one, okay? I'm done freezing. You guys didn't spam the chat. You just told me to check Discord. There's a ticket open. Thank you. You guys did very well. Very honestly, perfectly executed. Couldn't have been better. Very, very good. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
How old are you?
28.
Okay. Someone in the chat said, he said it's my best friend's son. Okay, yeah, and that's totally possible, but just because we don't know that for sure, I'm just still gonna kick you off. If it is your best friend's son, I'll just say I'll add that on. The guy in the chat said that it's his best friend's son, and I want to make sure that his statement is represented to everyone I just told that he follows like a 9-year-old guy. But still yet, gonna kick him off. All right. You said that you're 20?
28.
28. I have a question.
What's up?
What does the 88 in your username mean?
That was my football number in high school.
Okay. All right. Give me a second here. I'm going to go ahead and just thank a couple people. Thank you for the $20, Trav, over on Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for the love, Trav, who says, Trump couldn't build a wall, trash employment, increase prices, and can't even deport as many undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses on their record as Obama. Trump is a failure by MAGA's own standards, and I'm glad you're showing them how wrong they are. Oh, dude, thank you so much, man. Show some love. Show some love to Trav down below in that comment section. I appreciate you, dude. I appreciate you. Hella. I'd also like to thank Maria for the $10 who says, you and Parker make me prouder and prouder every day. Good job. Oh, thank you so much, Maria. Show some love to Maria down below in that comment section. I do really appreciate you so much for the love. I think that we just have a couple more people super duper quickly. Thank you so much, Ellie, so much for the $20 over on PayPal. I appreciate that, Ellie. I'm going to go ahead and keep your message to myself. Ellie, I've been exactly where you're at right now. Take a moment. Calm down, collect your cool, reach out to a couple friends, and just know that everything's going to be all right. I don't know if I could say more than that without, just sharing your message with everyone. I want to keep it personal. I've been exactly where you're at, and I swear to God, Ellie, everything will be all right. And thank you for the $20. I'd also like to thank Jamie for the $10 who says that ICE is in my city and I'm scared. Thank you for getting angry first. We all need to be much more angry than we already are, okay? 110%. Then Miss Patsy, thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Patsy. Patsy told me to keep her message to myself, so you got it. I'll keep your message to myself, and I just read it. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get 300 Patsy W's. Let's get 300 Patsy W's, as well as Megan. Thank you so much for the $10. Dean, look into Anna Branch and Mar Navarro. Both were both arrested for seemingly no reason the same day Renee was murdered. Thank you for doing what you're doing. Okay, I will look into them. Thank you for the $10 and the heads up, Megan. And then Jessica with another $50 on top of a dollar donation a little bit ago. Jessica, ma'am, holy crap. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get 500 Jessica W's down below in that chat for the big $50. I really appreciate you so much for your kindness and your generosity. I want to see 500 Jessica W's down below. Thank you so much, Jessica. And then Christine, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Who says, old lady here, listen to Howard Stern for decades. Howard's skill to get people to tell them the worth truths about themselves. Trump would go on the show, say horrible things, and then when he left, Howard and his co-host would always relate to the audience what Trump said was messed up. I think that Howard Stern probably did it for like the shock jock factor, and I don't really think that he cared too much. But I mean, still, yeah, the invisible hand effect, right? He got like crazy people to admit to the crazy things they've done. So, all right, man, take it away. Tell us why the fuck you support like literally the worst president of your life.
All right, so what I will say is this, right? I graduated high school in 2016, okay? That was my first election. So I did vote for Donald Trump 3 times now, okay? I grew up in the age where, and just a little bit of background, right? I am a white male, okay? I'm from Naples, Florida. I'm not going to go into too much detail. I don't like to broadcast my identity online because of the fact that the right wing, unfortunately, does get so much backlash because of the fact that we support conservative values. So what I will say is this, right? My whole life, I've been kind of talked down to and dismissed because I'm a white male, right? You see all the liberal influencers, yourself. I can't really name too many others right now off the top of my head. That just talk down to so many conservatives based on the fact that we have traditional values. You know, so many
Okay,
people
so
call
which
me.
one, are you getting talked down on because you have traditional values, or are you getting talked down on because you're a white male?
Both.
Both. Okay. You understand that you're talking to a white male, right?
Yes, exactly. So that's my question.
A
for you.
white male with an audience of close to 10 million on the left, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, a white male that has been averaging 20 through 30,000 viewers on average over the course of the last week, with a fan base of individuals on the left, right?
Yeah, but why
Right?
is it that when
Yeah, I'm not really gonna buy
Yeah.
this bullshit of you saying
I
that you're
got
not
you.
on the left because they hate white men. Meanwhile, you are talking to a white man on the left with one of the largest platforms out of any politically any Gen Z political commentator. Like, come on, that's
Yeah.
bullshit. On the left,
Yeah,
by the way.
but can you not admit seriously that there is a serious problem with the rhetoric on the left that demonizes young white men and that
I'm
we
a
get
young white man. Am I being demonized?
not by your own fan base because you
Is my fan
regurgitate
base on the left?
talking point.
Is my
You
fan base on the
regurgitate
left?
leftist talking point. You regurgitate leftist talking points
Oh,
that
so
builds
basically,
your,
what you're saying, right, is that no, it's not true. White men are being demonized because they're white men. However, it is true that some white men are being demonized because of their terribly bigoted beliefs. And if you don't hold to those terribly bigoted beliefs as a white man, then you're fucking chill. Thanks for pointing the issue out. No one demonizes you because of the color of your skin or what's in between your legs. People demonize you because you probably think that women need to shut the fuck up, cook, clean, and raise the kids while you go out, work, and protect and provide. And who knows, maybe some other bullshit as well.
absolutely not. I work with many females. I work with many different ethnicities. Okay.
Yeah. So
I-
what traditional beliefs do you hold that you think the left really attacks you for? Let's go through them.
So number one, I do believe in the traditional sense that a woman should be home to raise the kids. Okay.
I literally just said that, and then you said it's not true.
No, you didn't.
Do you think that men are better at leading than women?
You said it in a derogatory way.
Oh, so when I
don't-
say it seems derogatory, but when you say it seems true.
Come on.
That's
Be
a disconnect.
reasonable. Be reasonable in what you're saying, though.
Okay, all right,
Okay?
I'll be reasonable. I have a question. Do you think that men are better at leading than women?
I do.
And why is that?
I do. I believe that naturally they are naturally born. I believe that naturally men are better leaders because number one, throughout our whole history, men have led. Okay. Number one, there's also the force. Okay. Men allow women to participate in society. Okay. Yes, it's a controversial statement. It's a controversial view. But the reality of the situation is you go to the Middle East, you go to certain countries, right? Women are not even allowed to drive vehicles in the Middle East. Okay?
Did you know that without women, there would be no society?
Absolutely. Yeah. Women are the ones who procreate. We'd be nothing without women.
So you're
Men and
saying that
women-
men allow women to participate in society, which I quite frankly just think is completely false. But without women, society wouldn't exist. So, God, this is, I think, the reason why, you and many other men can't find love. It's because this is what you believe in. You think that men allow women to participate in society because, without men, society, in some senses, not all senses, in many senses, once again, not all senses, because violent crime rates would definitely drop, in many senses would be worse without men, right? Okay, so therefore you think that men allow women to participate in society. Well, I think what you're forgetting here is that without women, society would be significantly worse off. So therefore, in accordance with your same logic, women allow men to participate in society. When in all reality, what it is that society would necessitate the involvement of both men and women. But now I want to respond to the first point that you made. The first point that you made is that you believe that men are better at leading than women because throughout history, more men have led. I don't think that's because men are better at leading than women. I think that's because men haven't let women lead. Just because we see one demographic have a higher level of prevalence within a thing like leadership than another demographic, I don't think that necessitates that they're better at it. Like, for instance, men also have a higher level of prevalence in the career path of surgeons. 85% of surgeons are men. 15% of surgeons are women. Using your logic, because historically and today men have dominated that field, it would imply that men are better. But we know because of a study done by the American Medical Association in conjunction with the Journal of the American Medical Association that that claim is evidently false. In fact, if you're operated on by a female in comparison to a male, you are significantly more likely to not die as a negative postoperative outcome of your surgery, or really experience any negative postoperative outcome at all.
Yeah, but would that not tie into the fact that women have probably done so much less surgeries than men? So that statistic would be a flawed statistic.
Well, I mean, I think that you're actually demonstrating the quite idiotic thinking of some men. So I hope you don't think men are more intelligent than women. So this would
No, I don't, but
a per capita risk statistic. So what it doesn't say, well, we've had X amount of people die during surgery when operated on by a man compared to X amount of people die during surgery when operated on by a woman. And then I'm saying that you're more likely to die if you're operated on by a man because there's more people that have died when operated on by men, in lack of consideration of the fact that there's more men that are surgeons. No, we're saying if you are operated on by a man, you are more likely to die than if you are operated on by a woman. And the methodology in which we're using to conclude this fact would be a per capita likelihood, taking into consideration the fact that 85% of surgeons are men.
When was this study? When did the study take place?
Oh, dude, this study took place over like 10 years. It's one of the most comprehensive studies ever done. In fact, it's cited by many as the most comprehensive study ever done. It was on 1.4 million patients over the course of 10 years on 6 continents.
All right, that's fair enough. At the same time, what I will say to that is that, you know, historically, less women have had access to becoming a surgeon because they weren't allowed to do these types of things.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh my God, you're opening your eyes. The reason why less surgeons are women than they are men is not because women are worse at surgery than men, but rather because historically they haven't had as much access to the career field. Very similarly, okay, even though historically there's been less leaders that are women compared to leaders that are men, it's not because men are better at leading than women, because you wouldn't be able to tell me why, but rather because historically they've had less access.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, regarding the Trump thing, man.
No, I want to continue to explore why you think men are better at leading than women. Next question. What are the relevant biological differences between men and women that make men better at leading?
I mean, if you really want to be honest about it, it depends on the context of what you're leading, in my opinion. I mean, like, if you're leading a group of men, do I think that a woman leader would have a hard time doing that? I really do. Because men in general have a lot harder of a time looking up to a female leader rather than a male leader, especially, you know, and this could sound goofy or whatever you want to put, however you want to put it. A male with over 6 foot, with a larger frame, a bigger person in general, not a fat person. I'm saying like a person who's in good shape, a larger stature male, typically is more of a natural born leader that shows traits that other men look up to, that would literally make them want to follow that person just because they look up to them. Whereas,
so you're basically saying that men are better at leading than women because you think that people think men are better at leading than women?
I will say that yes, that's.
So you just think that your statement is self-justifying. So like in a world where you know, people aren't misogynist and don't think that men are better at leading than women, then men wouldn't be better at leading than women. So you're basically saying that in all reality, there's no innate differences between men and women that make men better at leading, but the reason why they are better at leading is because some people are misogynistic.
No, I just think that men are born to lead and are
born to lead. Okay, I very specifically want justification for that claim. Why do you think that men are born to lead?
That's because going back to my first argument, throughout history, why have men
for the same reason throughout history, either zero or a small amount of surgeons have been women.
Take the military for example, okay? In every country, is there any country that the supreme commander of the armed forces is a female.
Actually, yes, many.
Okay, can you give me an example?
One example would be Japan. Another example would be India. Another example would be Mexico. Another example would be New Zealand. There was an example of Germany.
Presidents? Are those the presidents?
Presidents, queens, prime ministers.
So,
Yes.
so it's an elected official, though. It's an elected official.
Yeah, but they lead the military.
Yeah, but it's an elected official.
Okay, and
so
I'm confused. I'm failing to see your point.
But I'm saying who's actually calling the shots, right? So the mission in Venezuela, right? That just occurred with Trump's administration. Okay. I would be willing to bet that there was a small amount of females that had any type of real say in that mission and what actually happened on the ground. The architecture of the mission. I'm serious. The architecture of the mission.
1 second. I'm not even listening to this guy. Oh yeah, this guy is a Nazi. Discord, you're right. Good catch. Good catch. Very good catch. Very good catch. He told me that 88 was like his high school football number, and I just chose to believe him. I now see that was a mistake because his username was Oath Keepers 88, and Oath Keepers is like an organization that's quote unquote about civic nationalism, not white nationalism, according to the founder, but like in all reality are a white nationalist group of extremists. So he was totally he was totally like, that guy was like a covert, right, white nationalist. Why are they so fucking cringe, bro? Oath Keepers 88. Just say that you're a fucking incel, dude. Just say that you're a racist incel that you hate yourself. You know, honestly, I wish that they would just start like maybe using like some other like covert language, you know, instead of going by Oath Keeper 88. Go by like, I fucking hate myself and I'm gonna be miserable until the day I die. Oh, dude. There you go. There's your new covert language. I go to the grocery store and I have a panic attack because of brown people. There's yeah, that's a great covert language. Babe, I swear I tried to get the bacon and the milk and the eggs, but there was a brown person. Oh, I couldn't contain myself. I had to run out of that store to wait. I had to leave. I couldn't get the eggs. So fucking pathetic. I swear to God. I fucking swear to God. They're like so pathetic. Oh my God. They're so pathetic. Like, it is so harmful. They're just how pathetic they are. It's so fucking harmful. Oh my God. I fucking hate them. I fucking hate them. You guys in the chat are saying you want to do one more guess? Okay. Yeah. You know what? Okay. I'm with it. We'll do one last guess. All right, we got Geeking Hard 2.0 loaded up in the box. What's up,
Hello,
Elio?
Dean. I'm 20.
20, what year you born in?
2005.
Cool. Do you support the worst president of your life?
Yeah, I just want to know when you're going to have babies with Nick Fuentes.
What?
When are you going to have the Aryan babies with Nick Fuentes?
God. See, this is one of the pathetic people. I have a question.
How am I pathetic?
When is like the last time that like anyone touched you? Like
what?
Like when is the last time that you were like just like physically touched? Like
You're
at
asking
all?
when somebody last touched me?
Yeah, just
Nobody's
like just physically touched in any way whatsoever.
What do you mean by that? Like that,
What I
why are you asking if people?
I'll be very fucking specific. When is
Why
the
do you want
last
people-
time that you experienced any type, form, or category of physical touch, like a hug?
Do you want to touch me?
When is the last time you hugged
Do you want to
someone?
touch me, Dean?
No, you stink. You stink, buddy. Take a shower. Okay.
How do you know if I
But
stink
when's
or
the
not?
last time that you took that you had a hug?
Why are you muting me, Dean?
Oh God, because your voice is just cortisol
Deanathan.
maxing.
Why are you being rude to me, Deanathan?
Why won't you answer my question?
What? Why are you asking when people touch me or not?
I'm asking when's the last time you experienced physical touch?
Are you gonna have a babies with Nick or not? Like, quit bullying me, bro.
God, they're so fucking weird. So not only are they pathetic, they're also weird. Like, by the way, that guy's bio said Jesus is king. Woof. They're so pathetic and weird. Oh my God. What's up, Sophia? You sport Trump? Okay, Sophia left. I know that I said that there was going to be the last guess. I'll try to find one more real quick. But then I do got to get off. I don't even know why I'm still on, dude. I guess I'm just enjoying myself too much, right? Hello, do you support Trump?
Oh, sorry, bro.
I will go ahead and take that as a no. You take care. Moving on to the next guest, Horton Pat. If we don't get our last guest up here pretty shortly, I am going to go ahead and end for the night. Hey, Lola, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube. Who says, in theory, leadership should be multiple people, one with more aggressive leaning ideas, one more diplomatic, and a civil council to keep it balanced, mixed opinions. I don't know. I would prefer, like, if ever, like, I would prefer my leaders to be perfectly rational, but if my leaders were perfectly rational and had access to the same information, then I'm not sure they would have mixed opinions. So, like, ideologically, in a perfect world, I don't think our leaders would have, like, too much variation in their opinions, because with the access to with the same information, that means that some of them would be wrong. You know, maybe. I hope I'm making sense, and I don't want my leaders to be wrong. Okay, last try to guess. And guys, I would bring Philip. He's not in the queue though. He's not in the queue. I wonder. Yeah. Oh, dude, he made a video. He said he was gonna like sue. He said we're gonna get sued. I'm gonna get sued, guys, for calling him Phil. Yo, Justin! Thank you for the $20 on Venmo, bro. Justin says, keep fighting the good fight, man. Thank you so much for the love, bro. Then Jacob, thank you for the $5. Who says, why is it that the self-proclaimed dominant groups of people have to say that they're better than the others? Well, then the others have to hide the most. I'm confused on the last part of that question. Yeah, I know. The self-proclaimed dominant group just has to continually, remind everyone and themselves, right? I think that maybe shows that they're not too dominant. Lizzie, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, who says the misogyny and toxic masculinity is crazy. Big red flag in the beginning when he said he lives in Naples, Florida. I'm not familiar with the area. He was definitely a crazy fucking misogynist. Real dumb. Real idiot. Peach, thank you for the $10. She says, because I'm so brainless, my poor female brain. Yeah, no, maybe the reason why he doesn't know much about women is because he's never been around one, right? Bridget, thank you for the $10. She says, for the white male MAGA victimhood charity. They always sound so funny when they come up here saying, oh, I'm a poor white man. I'm so oppressed. I need to vote for Trump because he's going to relinquish me of my oppressors as a white man. Brianna, thank you for the $1. And then let's see here. Anonymous, thank you for the $10, who says, don't read my name. Just love that you mentioned the BBB. I'm a two-year med student. And that bill, if I don't start clinicals by July 1st, I'll lose the ability to take out loans because of the cap and will have to drop out. Dude, it really fucked over a lot of students. And I'm sorry that it caught you in the process, bro. It is fucked. I'm so sorry to hear that. Damien, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Adriana, thank you for the $1. Then Anon, thank you so much for the $10, who says, my mom said that we were never going to see this ICE situation the same, so she quote unquote won't be talking about it to me anymore. I replied, then we won't be talking about anything anymore. 48 hours later, I'm sticking to my resolve. You, Parker, and Destiny are helping to keep me strong. Well, Adriana, yeah, man. I hope that, mom could see the light. I really hate to see families, suffer because of political differences. I just hope that she's able to see the light, so you could be with your mom. I watched it a lot in my own family. I just wish that people could be rational and sane and, not hold to such terrible, terrible, terrible views. Is Brock in the queue? And no, I don't even think that Brock's in the queue. I wonder where Brock's been at. Sophia, are you a Trump supporter? Sophia, you have 5 seconds. And we're going to go ahead and kick them. Okay. All right, guys. Honestly, at this point, we should probably get off for the night. It's 9 p.m. What am I doing? For everyone who is watching, if you are still in the mood for some debates, head over to @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok or @ParkerGetAJob on YouTube, because he's going to be doing debates all night long, dude. He's going to be on all night long, man. And hey, no, seriously, before you head out, you should really consider hitting that follow button if you're on TikTok, because I do these streams every day. If you're on YouTube, before you leave when the VOD ends, drop a comment and a like. Really helps it send out after the fact. And I just appreciate you guys for pulling up. Honestly, for whatever reason, maybe it's because I got 9 hours of sleep last night or hit the gym before I started my stream. I'm feeling good after 4.5 hours. You might see me on Parker's live. That's how good I'm feeling. So I might be around on Parker's, but fun to catch y'all. All as always, thank you for tuning in. I hope that you took something positive away from the stream today, learned something new. Peace and love, folks. Bye-bye. Did the stream end?